Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the new Rambo movie, Last Blood. I bet a lot of you didn't even know there was a new Rambo movie. I know I certainly didn't. I only knew this was coming out because I check new movies every week, and I saw Rambo was coming out on Thursday last week, and I was like, wait, that's weird. That's Rambo. That's a pretty powerful franchise, and I hadn't seen a single preview for it, and I go to the movies once a week, and I hadn't seen anything, which is really surprising to me. And I know action movie heroes, action stars, kind of a thing of the past, which is a goddamn shame. We still have a couple like John Wick and, well, I guess just John Wick. He's like the last action star. I guess I can't even think of another one, like maybe the Fortnite default character. I have no fucking idea. But even still, I figured Rambo would be kind of a big deal. And it really wasn't. I went opening day, and it was in the smallest theater they had available. It's just disrespectful to my boy Rambo. But anyway, the marketing campaign sucked ass, and I got a shit theater for it, but whatever. Since I went into this without seeing a preview, I didn't know if this was going to focus more on the emotional side of Rambo's journey trying to settle down, have a normal life, or more on like an ultra-violent gore fest type of deal where there's assholes being turned inside out, blood and rock and roll flying everywhere. I didn't know what approach it would take. It turns out it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Both are done decently enough. The latter being much better. The ultra-violent gore montage at the end is superb. I really enjoyed that start to finish. It was a lot of fun. The kills were very creative and very brutal, which I was very happy to see. And that's not to say the emotional stuff wasn't done decent. It was good. I thought the cast of characters around Rambo were good, and Rambo himself was alright. This thing is, with Rambo, his character is supposed to be so damaged and, you know, he's gone through all these horrible things, but that leads to some really awkward scenes in this movie where something really bad happens to someone he cares about a lot, and what he says and what he shows vary greatly. There's a huge disconnect. Something horrible happens, he says, shit, I'm real sad about this, but the way he's acting, it's just so goddamn stoic, as if he's not even there, as if someone was just holding up the line on a piece of paper and he read it. It's just odd. It just feels odd, and it makes the scene awkward, which takes the emotional aspect out of some of the shit that happens. Now, when Rambo's not in the emotional scenes, they're pretty good. And I don't think it's his fault or anything like that. I think that's just supposed to be how the character is, but it still makes it feel odd to watch it happen. And it makes the audience feel a bit awkward, because it's like, well, what is he really feeling? Does he even care? And then he goes into this fucking doomsday prepper mode where the second half of the movie's all about revenge, and he's got this entire fucking home in the car and drove her across the border to bring her home. What I don't understand is, why wouldn't Rambo take her to a hospital? He knew she was ODing, he saw it, and yet he's still driving in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, bringing her to a goddamn dilapidated barn in the middle of nowhere for no reason. Well, not for no reason, hell, in the movie, and that was just a kind of big deal, because I feel like he could have saved her and everything would have been fine. The movie would have ended right there. It wouldn't have been a happy ending because a lot of bad shit happened to her, but it wouldn't have gone further, which would have been a shame because the kills and everything were great, but it just, from a plot perspective, made no sense to me. But again, the movie was enjoyable. I liked it, especially the end. It's just a lot of the stuff in the beginning was a little confusing, and it didn't do anything incredible, nothing, overly creative. It was all pretty generic and by the books, but it worked. It worked well enough, and I really like to see Rambo in action. That's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing a Mario Kart game for the PC. Let's do this shit. All I need to do now is connect these dots using my magic wand, and I'll have a top-notch car logo. Looks like a fucking horse with a mohawk, and he's smiling. He's very content with his hairdo. Alright, that'll work. I need a name. Alright, I will go by one name and one name only. It's perfect. Let's roll. What the fuck? Alright, trying to shit without your shithole intact. Try this on for size. Here we go. That should do it. Awesome. Let's begin. I'll go with the Mario GP. A myriad of choices to choose from here. I'll go Mushroom Cup, hard difficulty to make it a little bit of a challenge. Race name. How about Battle of Speed? So that way the people know it truly is a competition of who's the fastest. Therefore a race. Shit it. I'm just gonna be Mario. I'm not gonna get into the whole left ass cheek, right ass cheek dichotomy. I'm just gonna pick the first racer there. Vast plain. You might as well call it fast lane, for me only. Cause I'm gonna be hauling ass. Oh yeah, eat my dust. 0 to 60 before I can even take my foot off the brakes. Already in third. Fourth. Oh, they're giving me the inside. They're just giving me the nipples. I am coming for first. Oh, they're giving me the inside again. First place. Who is your daddy? This box is mine. This banana peel is yours. This box belongs to me. This banana peel belongs to you. Bitch, you are not taking first from me. Ooh, turtle shell. Fire. Direct hit. Just giving me the inside all the time. Fuck. Fuck. The double slammy. You will not have first place for long. Shortcut. Just hiked over a mountain. Why am I still in sixth? Oh, there we go. Oh, what the fuck? Shit, this isn't the right way, is it? Outstanding. This forest is a master illusionist. It has two pathways, one for fucking, and the other for fucking going the right way. I hope you're not comfortable in sixth, because that turtle shell hasn't disappeared, it just disappeared. As I planned. Ooh, here we go. My papier-mâché go-kart is now the top of the food chain. First place is within fucking distance. Eat my crust, I'm in third already. You will all feast on the fuck. Oh shit, concrete. They must really not like the inside because they're giving it to me again. First place, that's how it's done. Fuck. Who is firing all these turtle shells at me? Professor Turtle of the Shells? I will defend this position. Damn it, with turtle shells that are on a mission. I may be in first place, but I feel no sense of accomplishment. My go-kart is significantly faster than theirs. It's like I'm racing the Flintstones. I won the race, but that is a lonely victory. It is impossible to go faster than 60 miles per hour. That 120 is only there for the sake of being a number. That's the only reason it exists. Oh shit, water and wood. That leads over the water. This is, without a doubt, a bridge. I am climbing to first place now. Here we go. Excuse me, Toad, you left something back there. Last place. Oh, give me that fucking box. Here we go, shell. Missed. Damn it. I'm still in second place. That's alright. It's alright. What time is it? It's alright time. Here we go, shell. What the fuck? What just happened? Why the fuck am I the only one that's the size of a molecule? Everyone just zooms by at normal size. Damn it. This is just getting absolutely absurd. The turtle shells are being deployed from all angles. I think the fucking trees are shooting them now. Oh, here we go. Yabba dabba doo, asshole. Got a turtle shell of my own that time. Shit, object. Shit. What the fuck? Well, isn't this spooky? Will you put me back on the track, please, Lakitu? Lakitu, please put me on the... Lakitu, stop it with this nonsense. Lakitu, this is getting absurd. Please put me on the track. That's why you have the fishing rod. The fishing rod is for putting cars on the track. Please put me on the track. Lakitu, I do not have time to explore Atlantis with you. Look at that. Even Mario thinks you're exuding asshole fluid. Will you please stop shoving dicks in your mouth and put me on the racetrack? How am I supposed to get back on the racetrack? Every time I try to get out of here, Lakitu swoops down full of wieners and puts me back in the ocean. Fucking finally back on the map. There we go. I'm not going to do 14 laps now because Lakitu is a piece of shit. There's no reason I should have 14 laps now. The laps keep 15. Alright, 15 laps is where I draw the line. This is fucked up. I'm gonna try going back into the water and perhaps that'll reset the laps and I can at least finish this race. You son of a bitch. You have once again demonstrated your uselessness, Lakitu. This is ridiculous. Lakitu, fuck you. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
That was a Black Beetle challenge.
Haven't seen that in a while, have ya? I'm dusting off the classics. Wait until I bust out the Harlem Shake and the Flash Mob in a public library. Speaking of things you haven't seen in a while, how about I show you something you've probably never seen and you will most likely never see again? They don't call me the bad boy of Magic the Gathering for nothing. You may not know it, but you're looking at the eighth wonder of the world. That, my friends, is a pristine, and by pristine I mean pretty trashed box of revised Magic the Gathering cards. This is an authentic, straight from the early 90s box from the early days of Magic the Gathering, and we cracked this artifact open for the sake of our series Box Brawl, where we're going through and opening every single set in Magic the Gathering history, and then playing a 4-player brawl game with our pulls from the box. We've been doing this for, coming up on 2 years now. We've done like 80 sets or something like that. And we had Tolarian Community College, the professor, come out for a very special one, because Revised is the box that is nearest and dearest to his boners. And what better way to accommodate the professor than giving him a little piece of his upbringing. So when we do boxes like this, I like to yap about it over here and show you highlights from it. I don't want to spoil too many of the pulls or like the game itself that we played, because it actually was a fucking ass greaser. It was an exhilarating game of Magic, and the pulls, I'll spoil, they hurt you. They hurt you down to your soul, because this is a $15,000 box of Magic cards. And, well, the pulls, let's just say, left a lot to be desired in terms of that. The box definitely wasn't resealed. I don't think I got scammed. I think I just got extraordinarily lucky, and I probably drove the price of all of the other boxes up by getting this one out of circulation, out of the population. I've had it for about 2 years now, and now we can definitively say that I had the worst possible box of Revised imaginable. So it's only up from there for all the other remaining boxes in the wild. But anyway, that's not to say every pull was bad. We did still have some heat, just nothing crazy. The game itself, though, was amazing. So yeah, if you want to watch the entire kit and caboodle, the whole opening, the entire game, which I highly recommend you do, I'll put a link to the skill check video in the description. Without the professor, Magic dies with this set. He saved it by himself by spending all of his lunch money on packs.
I was YouTubing back in 1994. It's true.
So I also cashed in a favor from the professor, you might remember from a year ago. He's going to show Hole at some point in this video.
Whoa, what? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, if anyone knows what it means, it's this guy.
Curd Ape.
Wow.
Mountain.
Wow, they give you a lot of land.
Much mountain.
Urg
Raiders, Sea Serpent. Is that my rare? No, that's an uncommon. I think it's the Urg Raiders.
Nice.
Island. Stone Rain.
Nice.
Stone Rain guy.
Stone Rain guy.
Gray Ogre.
I think at the start we're going to be going through everything, but probably once we've seen all of the cards, we'll be going a little.
Soul Ring.
That's page 1. Page 1.
Wow.
Zach, what is Soul Ring on page 1?
It's like $20, I think. It's like 12
Dude, it's for $20. Fuck.
Yes.
I'm almost back to making up for the investment.
We got the Troll, more land,
Dwarven Warriors.
Dwarven Warrior, Healing Salve,
banger.
Drudge Skeleton, Regeneration.
That is one of the best arts ever.
The Regeneration?
That art is... No, the Regeneration.
Oh, wow.
That art on Regeneration, come on, that's so kick-ass.
That is very 90s. Spell Blast, Fire Breathing, more lands, Unholy Strength, and then...
Oh!
Circle of Protection White. Sorry, a lot of these cards. Yes! I felt like
There's...
Oh my god, there's a Pestilence? What are we doing?
That's still played in Pauper.
What are we doing?
Pestilence is a good deck in Pauper.
What are we doing, dude?
There was so many lands.
Merfolk!
Oh my god, I actually play that one still.
Not that one.
Conversion. All mountains are considered basic planes. It's an enchantment.
That's great.
That's so good.
That's
so
powerful.
Wall of Air. Basalt Monolith.
Wow.
That's a banger.
Weirdly enough, I think Brain Geyser is page 1. Just
Brain Geyser.
Just like $7.
Death Ward.
Where are the dual lands, dude?
Forest. Power Sink. Like from that guy. Hill Giant. Plains.
Scrib Sprites.
Scrib Sprites.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wished so badly there was Fairy Tribal.
1/1
We could not make it happen.
Unstable Mutation.
Cool.
Shatter.
Giant spider.
Hey, that's
Thank goodness
cool.
Matt is out here. Llanowar
That's
elves!
a banger.
That's my commander, baby!
That's a banger.
It's also the best Llanowar art ever.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it's
Quite
so
cool.
good. I think.
right.
So we'll look.
I've got double wall.
Ah,
Water
there it
elemental.
is.
Finally.
Let's go.
Cheapest.
Yep. The actual worst duel. But we got there.
Well, if you don't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, no, I'm going to play it.
Oh, suddenly it's gaining a little bit of traction.
Here's all
Did
my
you get the
lands.
Ironroot Tree Folk?
Oh, Dark Ritual.
Ooh, nice.
Whoa! Darkrid!
Giant growth.
Did you get Ironroot Tree Folk?
I did.
Yeah, it talks about them having sex in the flavor text.
Okay, please read that.
It does.
The mating habits of tree folk, particularly the stalwart ironwork tree folk, are truly absurd. Molasses comes to mind. Wow. It's amazing the species can survive at all given such protracted periods of mate selection, conjugation, and gestation.
Why?
Molasses comes to mind. Just think about it.
Why did they do that?
That's,
90s.
that's called good writing.
Yeah, I guess. It's art.
World building.
Here's a counter spell.
340 bucks.
This is still 340?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, here's Molasses fine. Here's another counter spell, but not really.
Elemental Blast!
That's crazy. Oh wow. Okay.
The box was pretty dry on dual lands, which are the only pulls in the revised set that anyone gives a fuck about. In terms of, like, value, that is. The revised cards, I think, are super hype, and they were a lot of fun to play. Again, there's a few more surprises throughout the opening, but that was the biggest pull, which was the Plateau dual lands. It is the worst dual land you can pull in terms of just, like, raw monetary value, but as I've said, I don't sell these cards or anything. We play them. They are for active use, and even when we're done with Box Brawl, we still put them in other decks, or that Plateau probably will just go as part of, like, the skill check collection. So it doesn't really matter the value of the card. It was still very hyped to pull it, but I would have liked to see a couple more of them.
And I, as my partner commanders, have Llanowar Elves. They don't need any explanation. And Dragon Whelp, a 4-mana 2/3 with flying, and I can pay 1 to increase its power by 1, but if I do it 3 times, or more than 3 times, it explodes.
I've got Crawworm as my commander, and it's teamed up for some Simic nonsense with Air Elemental.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a powerful card.
No, I'm scared of what's next.
Yep, so I've also got that naughty little Crawworm, but he's paired with Sarah Angel, who's a nice 4/4 flyer.
And Vigilance.
With Vigi, yeah.
So
Yeah, you
gross.
just conveniently left that video.
Yeah, all three of you
out.
have flyers, is what you're saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
All three of you have flyers. I have a 2-mana 2/2 that says, "Don't try to outrun one of Dominaria's grizzlies. It'll catch you, knock you down, and eat you." Of course, you could run up a tree. In that case, you'll get a nice view before it knocks the tree down and eats you. That's what it does. That's what it does. And then also, here's a Hydra with very confusing rules that gets counters and prevents damage if there's counters on it.
Nice.
Counters. Oh, you mean heads.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
The
There you
Oracle
go.
text says 1/1 counters, but the Oracle text is wrong, obviously.
Yeah,
They're
it's
heads. Yeah.
Heads.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this forest and play the Llanowar Elves.
Whoa!
Saying go.
All right. That's a really cool and clever idea to have Llanowar Elves as your commander.
Yes.
Me, I'll just cast it.
You'll
as
just
part of
rip
the 99. Yeah. Pass turn.
Everyone's going so fast, I hate to break that synergy, so how about for no lands, I'll do an Ornithopter.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
But
All right.
what if I one-up everyone? I'll play a land, and what if I make this Ornithopter a nice 1/4 flyer?
Wow. Wow.
The fuck?
Holy.
I have lightning bolt. I can't kill it.
I pass.
What the fuck?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I'll just play a mountain pass.
Crazy opening hand.
Untap.
For one, I'll play a little Dryads, a 1/1 with Forest Wall.
I'm dead in 20 turns.
All right. This time, this is getting through. Here's a 1/4 in the air at you, True. Yep.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You thought you were so safe. I
thought
passed.
I was.
Your
I thought it was
ivory
My
tower.
turn. I'll play this forest. I'm going to bring out the grizzly bear. Say go.
We're going to play a forest and do a double blue and 3 to bring in my commander.
my.
It's Air Elemental. Woo!
Wow, the style
Yes.
synergy. Holy.
Look at that. And then I will pass the turn.
All right.
It's a 4/4.
Oh, yes.
There's the 4/4.
Pretty good.
There she blows. Can't play anything. We're going to combat.
Beep, beep.
Probably shouldn't leave myself wide open again, so we'll spread this around. Drew's turn.
Frick.
Forest.
Wait.
Walk. Pass.
It's awesome.
Damn, that board is so wide.
Damn. He's certainly got guys.
Look how wide my board is. Ooh. Tap the Dwarven Warrior, making the Dragon Whelp unblockable. Prof, here's 2.
Sure.
Boom.
Here's 2
I'm gonna take 4
17.
back. I'll pass.
Oh, you're gonna take 4 back.
Yeah,
indeed.
yeah.
All right. Untap, upkeep, draw. Plan is land. What do we got here? That's 6. Okay. Let's go ahead. We're gonna spend 6 for a Clockwork Beast. I'm gonna put 7. I spent 6 to put 7 counters, +1/+0 counters on Clockwork Beast.
Wow.
After Beast attacks or blocks a creature, I discard a counter. So that's when you discard
Oh
counters.
my gosh, the language.
During the upkeep phase, controller may buy back lost counters for 1 per counter. This taps Beast.
Wow.
Now, it's called Clockwork Beast, not Beast, but I think we know what they mean.
Yeah.
Attack you for 4.
Oh. Yeah, I'm taking 4.
Everyone's getting their commander out. I'll join in the fun. Sarah Angel. Okay, what the hell, guys?
I said ooh.
Oh, okay.
You were saying, ooh.
All right.
I said boo, but then I quickly
Autocorrect.
Yeah.
You said boo, Ryan. Here's 1.
All right, well, I earned it.
I pass.
Okay, in my upkeep, I'm gonna pay triple red to grow another head on my Hydra. Wow.
Whoa.
Damn, what
Now
the
it's
hell?
a 2/2. I'll draw.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna play a mountain. I've spent all my mana growing a head, so I pass.
Okay.
That was fucking awesome.
Untap. And before Sarah Angel starts picking us apart bit by bit, Ryan, I'm going to send an unblockable Dragon Whelp at you in the air.
Sounds good. It gets caught in the lightning.
Oh, nice.
That's okay. I mean, it's going to happen. Then I'll tap 6 and cast Dragon Whelp.
Damn, he danced around.
Pretty
good.
I'm pretty good. I'll pass.
All right. Untap, upkeep, draw. That's pretty cool, to be honest with you. All right. So here's the question. I'm wondering, Charlie, if you would trade your commander for my commander, if you'd let my commander through. I'm wondering about that. I'm wondering. I don't know that I want to do that trade. So what's going to happen is the Clockwork Beast is going to come at you, Charlie.
Damn, I like the other one better.
And the Air Elemental is going to come.
Whoa!
Yeah.
We just talked about how we don't need to have any aerial combat. I thought that was... Oh,
I
okay.
didn't think that was official.
Fine.
7 is coming at me.
That's just 7.
I'll take that 4, sure.
Damn.
That's a hell of a swing.
That's a meat stick. I'm just gonna take. I'm gonna take the 7.
You're going to take the
I'm
7?
gonna take the 7.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, a little fast and loose, but I'm gonna take the 7.
All right. Second main, I'm going to tap 3 islands
Oh, no.
and 4 green, and we're going to bring out what might as well be a wall. It's the Island Fish Jasconis. This is a 6/8.
Oh, what the hell? We're so cooked.
I must pay triple blue during my upkeep phase to untap it, and it cannot attack unless the person it's attacking has islands. So I can't attack you
okay.
because it's an island fish. How's it going to get to you if you
true.
don't have islands?
That's true.
So it might as well just be a wall. And to untap it, I'd have to pay 3. It's
a really
if
good
you
wall.
ever destroyed all my islands, I would have to bury the island fish. Oh, and my beast does lose a counter from
Discard the
attacking.
counter, yeah.
I've discarded a counter.
Good.
It's in the graveyard.
Okay. I'll bring out my other commander. Coral Worm is here. Yay! We're going to combat. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Drew's a bit of
Okay.
a problem.
Yeah, I'm definitely a huge problem.
Yes. All right. This is definitely coming at Prof. This is Forest
Boo.
Walk. That's got to get in. This is going to come at you, Drew.
Okay.
Vigi, I think.
Oh, Vigi, right. I keep forgetting that this is
Yep,
the
I'll
archaic
take
Vigi.
4. I'm down to 6. Most
Yikes.
threatening 6 health player at the table.
You pass?
That's all.
You can pump it once That's
Yes,
not
correct.
Enough. That's
I can
not
come at
enough.
once.
That's not enough. I'm coming at you.
That's correct.
Because you came at me.
Yeah.
And then the Clockwork Beast is still coming at you, Charlie.
All right. This time I will not let that hit. So I'm going to throw the heroic ornithopter under it.
Sure.
I will cast fog.
I still lose I still lose a counter.
go, fog. Thanks, Drew.
Yes.
All right. Second main. Let's go ahead and we're going to put... I think this should be interesting. I'm going to put regeneration on the Clockwork Beast.
Oh, nice.
So it can just steamroll.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
The beast.
Pass.
Wow. All right.
A little bit of a lightning bolt. Ooh. And that would be good for like an unblockable guy. The problem is, I think we really need this one, so I'm gonna kill Tim.
So here's the thing. Hang on. Before you do that, though, you realize that if you bolted the Sarah Angel on my turn, I could tap to do 1 damage to it and we get rid of the Sarah.
Sarah Angel.
But I can
And then I could swing in and attack Charlie.
I can instantly recast my Sarah Angel.
Not
But you
instantly.
would get an attack off.
Not instantly at sorcery speed.
He would get the
So
attack
think
off.
about the
These are all
usefulness.
good
And
points.
then I would not be attacking you. I would be attacking Charlie.
I have no good deal for you, and I've
That's
just
a pretty
attacked
good
you.
deal.
And if you do that, we can't beat him.
You come to the Kingdom of Lightning looking for politics after making a deal with the man who's using my grizzly bear against me.
That's so
I absolutely will not be doing that because it would be a better play.
I'm going to kill you first.
Yeah, I
Yes.
assume you will.
I think that was going to happen
Tim will
anyway.
eat the lightning, and
right.
I will block your 3/3. I'm going to eat my bear, so I'll take 2.
Okay, I'll do.
You know what's amazing is I know what every card on the table does.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It's because half of them don't do
I
anything.
also don't see Hatsune Miku. Like, where's Hatsune Miku in this set?
I know, right?
I don't get it.
It's weird.
No
Where's
Ninja
the-
Turtles.
that's so
No Walking
weird.
Dead.
I know
No
Dwight.
Power Ranger.
Yeah.
No Dwight from The Office.
I know.
My voice cracked when saying
Which one of these is the Transformer again? I
Yeah.
forget. Imagining him for
I
one.
think what I'm about to do is going to change the
Oh,
board
you're
state.
counting. You're counting. It better not be Armageddon.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not.
Oh,
It is something
Oh,
different. though. Aladdin's ring.
Oh, we're fucked.
Oh,
All right, read this out for the class.
So I can pay 8 and tap it to do 4 damage to any target.
Oh, we're fucked.
Yeah, my favorite part about it is you just paid 8. What does it do now?
Literally nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, you have to pay 6.
That,
Yeah,
thing,
nothing.
that thing can smoke a Sarah Angel or an
can.
air elemental.
Yep. Yep.
All right. Let's go to combat.
I'm going to lightning bolt Charlie
Yeah, boy.
in the head.
Okay. Man,
Untap.
if only I
All right.
had that prevent damage from a sword.
Straw. Oh, that would have been a great card to have 100 years ago.
100 years ago, they'd be like, wow,
Yeah.
Damn.
Whoa.
The hell? It's a written word.
you religion. They had writing. They had writing 100 years
No,
ago.
it's impossible.
That'll be the end of the spoilers here. This was just kind of like a little montage of some of the bigger moments from the brawl. I highly recommend you check out the full thing. It was so much fun. Thanks to Prof for coming down for it. What a special box to open. Some 1994 Magic actually played better than a lot of the sets we've done in the series from like the early 2000s. Anyway, you probably won't see a revised box opened again. They are very rare to find, and the ones that are out there are extremely expensive. And also, nobody fucking plays with the cards. Legitimately, just like in Pokemon, when vintage gets opened, it's for the sake of collecting it or like reselling. Very rarely do people play with the cards. We do. I think it's very special and it's a lot of fun. So, yeah, just wanted to yap about it and show you some moments from it. That's about it. See ya. AI. You expected me to be in the chair, but sometimes you have to expect the unexpected. The only thing you can expect is when there's some AI dog shit going on. I can't resist the urge to make fun of it. I'm in my artsy era of video making right now. That was like an A24 level intro, getting experimental. I just figured since Quentin Tarantino's lost his marbles, lost his mind, and has gone on these unhinged rants attacking beloved actors like Paul Dano and Matthew Lillard over nothing, it's up to me to pick up the mantle of delivering some creative cinematography, so I'm dipping my toes in there. Toes that Quentin Tarantino I'm not allowing to suckle on. Anyway, speaking about sucking feet, the YouTube CEO just released a statement that sucked a lot of ass, where he's defending the AI usage across the board on the platform, and even goes as far as to say that it's going to be an invaluable tool for people that lacked the skills and equipment to create videos, it will give them the ability to do so. Basically, go to YouTube Shorts and look at all of the incredible stuff that the skillless have been able to do with AI. We've been blessed, thank God. It's a topic most people have been complaining about, especially when it comes to short-form content, because all you get fed is AI gobbledygook, like actual nonsense trash, because it's the easiest thing to just fart out onto the platform. It's infinite content, and when you just scroll, most of the videos you get are AI these days. And the most viewed videos, like if you, instead of just anecdotal evidence about like most videos you get, provably some of the most viewed videos, if you go by views, are AI generated shorts. That is a bleak future, one that a lot of people have expressed their concern over, hoping that YouTube would step in and maybe do more to stop the platform just becoming a cesspool of just AI trash. Neil, on the other hand, the CEO, believes that that's actually a really good thing, because it's giving people that lacked the skills and equipment the ability to put that in front of you. Yeehaw, yippee. But even beyond that, one of the most complained about things on YouTube as a platform is how bad its moderation is, with so many people being falsely banned and shit. And also it's been revealed that AI is part of a big part of the moderation protocol for the platform, and it makes so many mistakes that's led to wrongful terminations that everyone with a functioning frontal lobe will tell you should never happen, because AI should never be able to be the judge, jury, and executioner. It should never have the ability to terminate a channel. There is no world where that makes sense for YouTube to just give the keys to the kingdom over to AI where it will ban people. AI should never be able to do that. If it wants to use AI for moderation, it should only be able to flag channels internally and then put that up the food chain, up the ladder, for a human being to look at. But Neil seems to have a different vision in mind based on his statement here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what he thinks. This article mentions that YouTube is expanding their AI moderation tools, even in the midst of so many people flagging just how bad they have been and how wrong they have been across the entire platform. The article then makes a mention of just how much money this platform is bringing in, which only makes sense that they can't afford to pay more money for better tools. Instead, they just need to just have AI do it poorly for them. Neil said, however, AI will open the door for a new class of creators who previously lacked technical skills or equipment, arguing the tech will revive YouTube's early era of enthusiastic amateurs while helping the platform surface stronger content overall. That's a very interesting perspective on it all, and I feel like that's one you could only achieve by huffing endless amounts of glue to deteriorate your brain to a level of delusion that I find almost enviable. You really think that by giving these AI tools to everyone out there, what you are getting in return is the old era of YouTube of enthusiastic amateurs producing content? In what universe? It's the antithesis of that. It is the antithesis of creativity. The old era of YouTube that people look back on so fondly, the golden age, that was people just filming something in their bedroom, talking at a camera, or doing something silly, or making a skit, something like that, for the fun of creation, for the fun of being creative and just putting it out there. There was no career in it back then. It was truly just for the love of the game, the love of the sport. And somehow, he believes that these AI tools will reignite that passion, that drive. Based on what data? What we have is endless amounts of data to suggest the opposite, where when you have these tools and make it so easily accessible for people to just squeak out 30 seconds worth of AI drivel on shorts and do that 40 times a day, that's what you will get. It's just AI slop. There's a reason that term exists, because when you go on shorts or even full-length videos now, people are doing like 8 to 10 minute, completely fabricated, phony baloney, false true crime stuff is one of the bigger culprits, where they just have an AI script from ChatGPT that tells a made-up story about a made-up person who did a made-up crime. When you have that content, what there, Neil, is reminiscent of the old era of YouTube with enthusiastic amateurs creating shit. We haven't seen anything positive on YouTube as a result of these AI tools Neil speaks so highly of. They're a fucking scourge right now. Half the time, you don't even know if what you're watching is real or fake because there is so much of this content on there. I say half the time, that's an exaggeration. Point is, there is so much of this content on there, there are tons of people that are completely misled. Like with the P. Diddy trial, for example. There were entire channels dedicated to following the P. Diddy trial And the channel, turns out, was all just AI garbage making up stories, like the whole Prince storyline and tapes that were revealed that brought down the whole P. Diddy case. All of it was fake. Yet, those channels made tons of money for the people that made the AI garbage. And tons of people took it as the truth. A lot of people believed it. It became a big story that needed to be, like, formally debunked. That's a bad thing, Neil. I don't know where you are seeing any positive usage of skillless creators using AI tools to bring good content to the platform. Like, I don't know where that's coming from. It is just truly an exploitative tool for people to make a ton of quick cash off of by just making infinite videos instantly. Like, that's what we are seeing, and it's not good. Most people are complaining about it, rightfully so, but Neil is defending it tooth and nail. And we haven't even begun to scratch the surface on YouTube's AI moderation tools yet. We're about to get into that. According to YouTube CEO, AI will be key in policing misinformation, IP theft, scams, and what many creators have dubbed AI slop. AI will make our ability to detect and enforce on violative content better, more precise, able to cope with scale, and adds that the system improves literally every week. Is that so, Neil? It improves every week? Because I just read a story today about a channel that got terminated because another channel re-uploaded their video, and YouTube's AI moderation tools took down the original creator's channel thinking that he had re-uploaded that other channel's video, even though he was the creator of it, and you let the re-uploader walk away. You punish the real person, not the imposter. The AI tools are getting better every week, huh? There is stories daily about the fuck-ups from AI moderation tools. What I do agree with him, though, is that given the scale of this platform, it would be impossible for humans to be able to police all of it. And that's something I've said from the get-go. This could be an invaluable tool in accumulating a lot of, like, potential bad actors or internal flags. But under no circumstances should AI have the ability to make a judgment call on if a channel gets terminated. It should never have the ability to issue a strike. What it should do is alert a real flesh and blood human being, an employee, God forbid, doing their job to look at what has been flagged and analyze it to see, is this actually violative content? Because right now we have so many examples of AI messing it up. It's been making big boo-boos, big whoops-a-daisies daily. And they are easily overturned once a human being is alerted to the mistake. AI shouldn't have the ability to do this in the first place. It should always come down to a person behind these calls. But Neil likes to let AI moderation run rampant. I imagine Neil would have no problem stepping down and letting AI run YouTube at some point. Am I right, Neil? It is a problem. In his interview, where all of this stems from, it really highlights just how delusional this company is under the leadership of Neil. In September, YouTube unveiled more than 30 AI-powered programs designed to make it easier for anyone to shoot, edit, upload, and make money from videos. That's 3 times as many as it launched last year. Among the innovations were tools that allow a phrase to be turned into a song, or that can translate a video and dub it. One bot can find the best parts of raw footage and edit them together, literally just stealing footage and making a video out of it for yourself to make money off of. Beautiful. Another can turn a long video into a short. All of this says YouTube is in service of helping more people become creators. Already the #1 choice of dream job for young teenagers and much hoped for among Gen Z. Neil, how does any of that remind you of the old era of YouTube with people enthusiastically creating content? How? By having AI do it all for you and you can just slap it on your channel to make money off of it? Gotta tell you, buddy, that doesn't really sound like the YouTube I remember on the front lines back in 2007. It just feels like it's very much a corporate decision from YouTube where you can make more money off of this trash. But maybe that's just a crackpot conspiracy theory. I don't know, Neil. Maybe I'm just way off the mark on this one. Maybe there is so much good content you're consuming that's AI generative on the platform right now. I have no doubt you're watching tons of it, right? I still remember when YouTube's slogan was broadcast yourself. Neil is arguing the opposite. It's not about broadcasting yourself. It's about letting AI broadcast shit for you. This Time interview really is just fucking laughable. Neil, who has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it, proved to be a quick study about traditional media, according to those who have done business with him. I would say Neil is very well prepared, says NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
What a fucking amazing vouch. That's who I want to put my trust in. Someone that Roger Goodell is saying really has a good handle on it. He's got this industry by the titties. Take my word for it. He understands what he's trying to build. He's got a deep understanding of the media landscape and where YouTube fits and where content can help him advance his strategies. He is right in that last part. Neil knows exactly what he wants. He wants YouTube to be very AI focused. I think that's pretty clear given the direction that he seems to be pushing it. I also can't help but giggle very hard at that first sentence about how he has always been known for his willingness to dig into the weeds of an issue and really understand it. Since when? When has that started? What did I miss that somewhere along the way? Because even with this issue with AI moderation, I haven't seen him call out anything with it or make any big, bold changes. It's still in the exact same state it was fucking at the very beginning. Like, I don't see Neil really getting into the weeds of any of it. Like, what are you talking about? He's a guy who's more than willing to plug his ears to it and just let it ride until there's enough of a hubbub about it on Twitter, then someone will step in and fix it for him. Now, just to give you a whole picture of what was said here in the interview, he's optimistic about the implications of AI for his company in the world, believes YouTube could see a return to the early villagey days when it was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, which I've already completely dove into by this point, but just wanted you to see what was actually said in the article itself. AI will create an entirely new class of creators that today can't do it because they don't have the skills or they don't have the equipment. Again, they are not the ones doing it with these AI tools, Neil. It is the AI doing it for them based off of a couple of sentences. I wouldn't necessarily say that harkens back to the days of the early villagey days when YouTube was populated by a higher proportion of exuberant amateurs, Neil. It's so fucking silly. But the same rule will apply, which is there will be good content and bad content, and it will be up to YouTube and our investment in technology and algorithms to bring that to the fore. That's true, Neil. Now, can you point out some of the good AI content you're trying to describe here? Because I don't think that shit exists. It is very much the entire purpose of it to be cheap, easy, and infinite. And that is how it is being used on YouTube right now. Go on your own platform, Neil, and scroll TikToks for just 15 seconds. You're only going to be seeing a ton of trash, mostly AI. Like, come on, man. Like, snap back to reality. This is ridiculous. And at the very least, do the bare minimum of restricting AI moderation tools' ability to ban creators. That shouldn't be allowed. That should just straight up be illegal. Like, I really think that should be a fucking crime to have YouTube knowingly allowing AI, which has a very provable track record of being wrong and making mistakes, be the one to take away entire people's livelihoods like that without any human oversight. That should not be allowed under any fucking circumstances. That needs to be fixed right now, Neil. Maybe instead of doing Time Magazine interviews, that should be like on the top layer of your priorities, I would hope. Because it is just unacceptable and it is out of control. It's happening daily. It's not in this perfect state you seem to think it is, and it doesn't seem like it's improving literally every single week like you say it is. Anyway, this interview made me upset, and I wanted to yap about it. That's about it. See ya.
Stop everything you're doing. You've got to check this out. I know that sounds like I'm trying to peddle cigarettes to you, but you really got to put your peepers on this puppy here. This is something fascinating. I just saw the wackiest robbery attempt. It wasn't really a successful robbery. It plays out like a skit. Like if you were playing pretend with your boys in middle school. It is so odd. It's like if a soccer mom picked up a hobby of crime instead of wine.
I need you to tell them that I am Rebecca Peterson and sorry. And that this is a robbery.
Now this is how you do character introductions. So she marches in, fee-fi-fo-fums her way up to the counter, brandishing a firearm, and introduces herself. She says that she's Rebecca Peterson. Now at first I thought that was like a fake name and she was trying to frame someone she didn't like, the local book club or something that she attends. I thought she was like, oh, it is I, Rebecca Peterson, committing this armed robbery. Let the police know that Rebecca Peterson committed this robbery. Because I'm pretty sure she said, call the police and let them know Rebecca Peterson
made this beat, committed this crime, that kind of thing. But it turns out that is her name. She is Rebecca Peterson. So this is extremely polite. Excuse me, sir. You are being robbed by Rebecca Peterson. It's like some fucking Princess Bride shit here. And the way she's moving from side to side there, I think she's trying to dodge the camera. But I also don't understand why she's bothering, nor do I understand why she's bothering to put her hoodie up when she's still giving her full name to the cashier to identify herself with. See, it seems like at that point, goose is already cooked, cat's out of the bag. Why even bother trying to dodge the security camera?
Okay.
Put it down.
Okay.
Yes, listen.
Cashier is cool, calm, and collected. He's like, all right, I understand. Now put the gun down. And she does. He hits her with the Jedi mind trick, disarms her just like that.
There's a robbery.
Put it down.
I'm telling you right now. that There's a robbery.
What robbery? Oh my!
Yeah, she snapped out of the hypnotism attempt there from the cashier. Lets him know once again, putting her foot down. This is a robbery. We're not playing games here. It's not Weenie Hut Jr. And then just does a fucking desk pop there. Blasts the stand, which obviously frightens him. So it's not a fake gun or anything. She did come in here with a loaded weapon, and she'd been pointing it at this guy the entire time. That is some pretty scary shit there. Now, with the way she's acting, she's making it sound like she's placing an order, like, pardon me, one robbery. Please. Like, she's going about this robbery like she's expecting it to play out like something she saw on TikTok or like a movie or something. It's like she's getting directions from ChatGPT on how to conduct a armed robbery. It is so fucking peculiar. And her behavior is just alarming. It feels like she's not in her right mind. Like, it feels like, I don't know, maybe it's like some kind of psychotic episode or something, but it's very scary, especially for the cashier, who has this gun pointed at him this entire time.
What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing? The owner in the back room.
It's like when that shot went off, it confused her as well. She completely forgot that she was the one doing the robbery, so she's looking around like, who did that? Which one of you just shot this gun? Which one of you cowards just shit in my pants? I don't know, it's like she's under some kind of spell or something here, and the sound from the shot, like, briefly broke it, but then she goes right back into the robbery. The cashier's like, the store owner's in the back. Go to the back. The store owner's there. That's the guy you want. If you're robbing us, you got to start over there.
The robbery.
Yeah, the owner in the back room. The owner in the back room, run!
I also love that he grabs a cardboard box as his, like, ballistic shield. Like it's straight out of Rainbow Six Siege. I understand being, like, panicked and afraid, so you're just looking for anything. I totally get that. But I love his strategy of, the owner's in the back room, run, what are you doing? What are you waiting for? Go, 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 go! He's getting away, go, go, go! That is a classic Looney Tunes strat of, he went that way, Doc. That way. He's over there. Go, go, go. What are you doing? Go, go. What's that over there? That kind of thing. And it actually works. So she's like, oh, okay, you're right. All right, I'm going to go over there now. So the cashier is like one of the most convincing men on the planet, it seems. He does get her to go to the back of the facility there, which I imagine gives him time to run outside, which I believe is what happened. He ran outside, he called the police came, they did arrest her. But we do have footage of her going to the back here. And she posts up like it's a James Bond poster. She just right down the pipe, bang, and actually hits the camera. A genuinely pretty impressive shot for someone who doesn't seem to have any training with firearms in the first place. She was clumsily able to hit the camera on the first shot there. Apparently, after failing to locate the owner in the back counting money like Scrooge McDuck, she then fled the scene. So she got into her car and allegedly tried to escape that way, but police were able to track her down. They picked up her scent somewhere along the way. They were able to apprehend her, and now she is currently awaiting arraignment and all that. So, a very peculiar set of circumstances. The clerk also made a statement saying that he tried to remain calm and calm her down because he saw that her mentality was not awake, which I think he was very correct on. It definitely does appear that something has gone awry. It doesn't seem like she's all there. It does seem like it's some kind of psychotic episode or something, which very sad stuff, but very scary for the clerk there because she did come armed and willing to fire. She was letting that shit air out. She was clapping it. She fired a shot right at the checkout. She fired a shot at the security camera. Luckily, no one was hurt. She's now facing charges of attempted armed robbery, wanton endangerment, brandishing, assault, and destruction of property. Which sounds about par for the course based on everything we saw on the surveillance camera here. This whole thing was just really bizarre. I had to just yap about it a little bit when I saw it earlier today. I don't know if it was a mental health crisis or drugs or what, but man, the clerk there must have been fucking terrified when that gun went off. I also read in another article covering this from a local agency that he was covering for a friend's shift when this unfolded. So I don't think he's going to be super willing to to do that anymore going forward. But anyway, yeah. Just wanted to yap about this a bit because I was stunned with the footage I saw. That's really about it. So yeah.
What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing the theater for the PC. Let's do this shit. Now this looks interesting. I've got a bit of mucus built up in my nostrils, but we're gonna fight through it. These advertisements would be a lot easier to read if they weren't covered in a camel's pubic hair. What time is it? That's a shitty clock. I guess it's made out of a camel's pubic hair. Nothing in this hallway is functioning properly. The posters are eating bullshit and the clock's set to the bullshit time zone. Oh, go fuck yourself. Oh shit. He's a cardboard cutout. Alright. He must be a spring-loaded cardboard cutout. Damn it, shit, fuck. What just happened? You teleported me to the entrance? You are a twisted, tittyless tube of shit, you know that? Are these tokens? Is this an arrow? I can't look down to see, but I think it might just be loose change.
Thank you. Please enjoy the movie.
Yeah, how about you eat fucking shit yourself? Damn it! What a horrible teleportation chamber. It only has one setting. The asshole setting. And this piece of shit over here is just shitting himself.
Please enjoy the movie.
Okay, tell me, where is this movie? You are withholding information from me. Bitch, I will use you as a surfboard. Tell me where this movie is. Don't try to hide in quicksand. I'll find— there you are. This is not World War I. Your trench warfare is useless. Damn it, son of a bitch! Oh, where'd he go? I see I may have squashed him. I did everyone at this theater a favor. For all I know, that could have been the dreaded theater anus. A man who was an anus at the theater. Absolutely terrifying. I didn't even pack my astronaut gear and we're traveling through space. My goodness. Alright, did I complete this or what? I've been holding down the W key for 5 million minutes. There's no way this is the end of the game. I wouldn't even end a video game like this. I'd give a game a spectacular ending. Like you play as a woman who lost her left hand, so she goes on a massive journey to try and find it. Then at the end she looks down and realizes that her hand's been in her vagina the whole time, so she yanks it out and then BAM! The credits roll and you see pictures. What the fuck is going on? Alright, fine, you win. I'll enjoy the movie. Just go fuck yourself and take your spaghetti face with you. Don't try to scare me with your perfect posture. Oh, what the fuck? I'm back at the entrance again? You have no laws, Mr. Enjoy the Movie. You're just a fucking ruthless son of a bitch. This is just ridiculous. This is absurd. It's preposterous. I'd go as far as to call it bullshit. Why can't you just let me watch the movie that you want me to enjoy?
Please enjoy the movie.
You're an asshole. This is ridiculous. How about you just go ass cheek yourself to death? Hey, how are you doing?
Thank you.
Why don't you go take a bath in some vomit? Doesn't that sound like fun? Fuck you. Please enjoy. You're shitting. Do you know what you and humans have in common? Not a thing.
Thank you. Please enjoy the movie.
Find another job. This summer, a sperm volcano will erupt in the upcoming family film Volcanic Ejaculation. Coming soon to a theater near you. Someone shit on my snow cone. Find out who did it this winter in 3D. You've seen the Avengers as humans. Now get ready to see them as a giant squid. Don't miss the film everyone's talking about, The Blue Waterfall, starring Sonic the Hedgehog. This clock is broken. Watch the mystery unfold in the Oscar-nominated film, Who Broke This Fucking Clock? Where are you keeping this fucking movie? Tell me right now, you son of a bitch! That's right, you're a skateboard. This better work. I guess you can't complete this game. Alright, well I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
This is a topic I had no intentions of revisiting, but in light of recent news, I absolutely cannot stop myself from talking about it. A few days ago, I made an extremely hard video doing my best to honor the memory of one of the brightest lights the chess community has ever seen, Daniel Naroditsky, whom I was lucky enough to call a friend. He has unfortunately passed away, and I made a video doing my best to pay tribute to him and talk about the incredible legacy that he built and how he will always be remembered as one of the best teachers chess has ever seen, best streamers, best players, just overall just an amazing guy and an amazing force for good in the chess community. And he will be dearly missed by so many. I wanted to just focus on the incredibly positive effect Daniel had on so many people, and I didn't dive into the nitty-gritty of one very unsavory character, Vladimir Kramnik, and his role in some unfortunate times Daniel was going through. Today, I saw a statement from Vladimir Kramnik, and I just can't bite my tongue any longer. I cannot stand this man. I can't stand the things he says. I can't stand what he's become. I can't stand to even look at him. Just look at this. This is him playing chess, but it looks like I'm looking through the webcam of a creep in the process of deleting their browser history. Vlad Big Bad Kramnik has been on this crusade in the chess community where he has been just willy-nilly tossing out cheating allegations, seemingly at random sometimes. And he was posting these allegations against Daniel Naroditsky of cheating, these allegations that he was a dishonest player. Daniel was someone who cared very deeply about his reputation, so when someone with the prestige of Kramnik is coming out saying these horrible things, it obviously took a toll on his mental health, and it is something he was vocal about. There was never any evidence or anything at all to support Kramnik's allegations at any point in time. It was completely baseless. It was fucking disgusting. And I'm going to show you a brief clip of Daniel talking about it 11 months ago.
But this is a sustained, evil, and absolutely unhinged attempt to destroy my life. And I really don't, I'm tired of mincing words at this point. He is trying to ruin my life. He's trying to inflict emotional harm, physical harm on me. He knows exactly what he's doing. And this is one of the most wicked people that I've ever dealt with. I'm not trying to seek attention with this, but the people who are buying into this narrative, they exist at many levels, including at the very top level, and they include a large number of chess fans. Like, this is doing very serious damage and actual damage. It's not just like bots or, Russian spies who are believing Kramnik. He is Like, he has a lot of authority. He's a fucking world champion.
Evil really is a great word for Kramnik, and I'm sure if you've paid attention recently, you've probably seen some of the top players come out to try and get some change here and get some accountability for what Kramnik has been doing. He has been completely out of control. He's a feral fucking animal. And he is still somehow trying to make himself the victim and how everyone else is the bad guy, and he's actually like the angel of the chess community. There are very few souls on this planet that genuinely view Kramnik positively. Even some of the best players in the world outright show their disdain for this creature. Hikaru recently had this to say about Kramnik.
I said it before, I'll say it again. Kramnik can go fuck himself. Like, I'll just say it. He can go fuck himself and he can rot in hell. That's all I'm gonna say, okay?
It's a sentiment shared by some of the actual best players in the world, condemning Kramnik and everything that he has become. So it's not just fans of Daniel or just fans of chess in general, it's also the top level players that fucking despise Kramnik. And the statement that he posted today is what's made me just furious to the point where I will just go ahead and just start spitting and shitting on this guy, because people need to be more aware of the damage that he has done, continues to do, and just how unhinged of a madman this guy is. I would like to express my deepest condolences to all of Daniel Naroditsky's loved ones in connection with the tragic and untimely passing of this remarkable chess player in person, which has deeply shaken me personally and the entire chess world. Hey Vlad, did you use AI for that? Because it certainly took you quite a few tries to even express any level of sorrow or condolences for the tragic passing of Daniel Naroditsky. It's worth remembering and reminding people that after the announcement of Daniel Naroditsky's passing, one of the first things Vladimir Kramnik did was take to Twitter to start wiggling his finger saying, "I told you so, I told you so." That was he literally, one of the first things he did was make it all about how he was so right. Blaming others, like how Kramnik was the only one that cared. He was saying, you gotta check on Daniel, this and that. No one else seemed to care. I was right, I saw what no one else did. You guys ignored this. That's what Kramnik did after it was announced that Daniel Naroditsky passed away. I don't think he's capable of expressing any level of like sorrow or emotion. This is a husk of a man. I think he needed AI assistant to give the best engine move here for trying to almost appear human, because I don't even think those are his words. What I think follows is definitely straight from the asshole of Kramnik, though, and you'll see what I mean. To my profound regret, this tragic event has become an opportunity for some to exploit it for their own interests and to launch an unprecedentedly cynical and unlawful campaign of harassment against me and my family. In this regard, I would like to make the following statements. This clown could only muster one sentence without devolving into talking all about himself and positioning himself as a victim. He starts calling the wambulance in the second sentence of this statement. Oh, me, wah, wah, wah. Look at all these French cries I've ordered. Oh my goodness. I'm like the actual victim of this tragedy because people are being mean to me. This is unprecedented. Oh my gosh, how could people not think about my feelings? This is so mean to me. And then he has the gall to say, I have never made any personal attack or insult towards Daniel Naroditsky. Absolute psychopath shit. He was the main perpetrator. Daniel was not shy about sharing his feelings about the effect Kramnik has had on his mental health through everything Kramnik was tossing his way, all the shit he was stirring over fucking baseless accusations. Kramnik bore a huge responsibility on the unfortunate feelings that Daniel was going through for a long time. Kramnik was the main villain in this community, and he has been for a while, and not just for everything with Daniel. He has done this for so many players. I have a hunch that he would try and copyright strike me or pursue legal action if I showed any of his clips, but he has entire compilations dedicated that people have compiled of him reporting people for cheating if they found a move he didn't think of. So he's lost some matches, or even in matches that he's drawn due to his own mistake, he has accused his opponent of being a cheater, getting engine moves because he didn't think of it, or if he did think of it, the other person shouldn't have because he's so much smarter than him because he's higher rated. He accuses people of cheating based on the most loosey-goosey of ideas. He is, by all possible definitions, the worst person in the chess community. And there has not been any real action taken against him, and it's reached this bubbling point now where some of the top players are on the right side of history, where they believe that more needs to be done to protect players from people like Kramnik. He is a destructive douchebag. He is a calamity of cringe. But because he was once a world champion, he does have accolades under his name. It carries weight. Anyway, though, back to his statement. Despite the tension in our relationship, I was the only person in the chess community who, noticing on video Daniel's obvious health issues a day before his death, publicly called for him to receive help. Unfortunately, this plea was ignored by everyone, and the subsequent attempts immediately following his passing to directly link this tragic event to my name, especially in light of this fact, cross all boundaries of basic human morality in my view. We are getting a lecture on human morality from a man who lacks any and all real emotion. This is an android worm person roach man. This is not someone who has any morality. He is trying to now say he's the only one that actually cared about Daniel, which is so far from the truth. He is the one that was actively at all stages over the last year or so trying to ruin Daniel's reputation based on fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. And now here he is trying to position himself as like the, actual protector of Daniel, trying to look out for his well-being. It is psychopath shit. Actual psychopath shit. What he's referring to here, where he's talking about, he was calling for Daniel to receive help, it was him making, a post on Twitter, hey, someone should check on him. Which, by the way, Daniel's closest friends actively were checking in with Daniel and doing their best for Daniel. Meanwhile, what was Kramnik doing? Continuing this crusade against him. Just a blatant lie, a pure fabrication, a disconnect from reality. There is overwhelming oodles of evidence to the contrary here. Kramnik does not care about Daniel, never did. Daniel openly stated Kramnik is one of the most evil people he's ever had to deal with. Just a wicked presence in the chess community. Yet here he is trying to say he's the only person that was actually trying to look out for him. It is just despicable behavior from this person. My private and public requests made a year ago for a review of Grandmaster Naroditsky's compliance with fair play rules were ignored, despite a significant amount of evidence, only part of which was published supporting the validity of this request. I have always been and remain ready to provide these materials to any relevant authority. In his next point, literally, point number 3, right after him saying how much he actually cared about him and was obviously looking out for him, he then goes in to try and, once again, push this narrative that Daniel Naroditsky wasn't complying with fair play rules according to Kramnik. Kramnik is still here trying to make these accusatory statements against Daniel Naroditsky, using his classic source I made it the fuck up evidence. Anyway, let me finish the statement before I dive in deeper. Point number 4. Certain provocative statements by public figures, sometimes escalating to blatantly false and criminal accusations against me regarding Daniel's death, which have led, among other things, to threats to the safety of myself and my family and violations of my personal rights, will be the subject of criminal and civil lawsuits currently being prepared by my lawyers. This is just a blanket threat to everyone that's calling this guy a huge asshole, which he is a huge asshole. There's no lawsuit you can issue for people pointing out that you are a giant piece of shit who absolutely did play a role in the mental health of Daniel. That is something that is provable with an overwhelming amount of evidence. Number 5, I welcome the officially announced opening of a criminal investigation in the United States into the circumstances of Daniel Naroditsky's death, and if needed, can even assist the investigation with some important non-public information at my disposal. Finally, with full responsibility, I want to state that I am in good physical and mental condition, and under no circumstances am I planning to take my own life. I'll quickly address that last little nugget there at the end, because you're probably scratching your head wondering why the fuck did he even include something like that, mentioning that he's in good physical mental condition, not planning on taking his own life. That seems to kind of come out of nowhere. And it's because Vladimir Kramnik has devolved into a fucking paranoid freak. This guy probably thinks that the deep state reptilians are spying on him through his fucking electric toothbrush. Now, anyone with a functioning frontal lobe can look at this statement and immediately smell how fucking foul it is and how stinky it is. His first statement is about how he's never, attacked Daniel or anything like that. And then you go to point number 3 and he immediately starts tossing out the cheating allegations again about how, I have all this evidence about Daniel Naroditsky not complying with fair play rules, by the way. So he's already contradicting himself in his own fucking statement. So you've never personally attacked Daniel, yet here you are, literally 2 sentences later, attacking Daniel in your own statement. Hey pal, you just blowing from stupid town? Classic Kramnik here, the Kramnik gambit, unable to express any actual real sympathy or anything at all, unable to take any level of accountability here. He doesn't mention his sizable role in the mental health of Daniel Naroditsky, who made it very clear that what Kramnik was saying, what he was doing, was hurting him in a big way. But Kramnik always disregarded it, and even here, doesn't even acknowledge it, not even slightly. In fact, he tries to position himself as the one that actually cared about Daniel. It is crazy. This is a crazy person. This is someone that does need to be checked in the chess community. So all of the top players and all the community that are begging for action against Kramnik here in the community, I think are 100% correct. Something absolutely has to change. This statement from Kramnik had me fuming. Still does. I am still infuriated by it. I cannot believe that this fucking garbage bag of a person posted this. The only solace I can find in all of this is I know with 100% confidence Daniel Naroditsky will always be remembered for the amazing, talented player, teacher, and friend that he was, who contributed more to chess than most people could ever possibly fathom. One of the best commentators in chess, with one of the best libraries chess has ever seen, with educational tools that can get anyone interested about the game because his passion was infectious, and he was so efficient at teaching high-level chess theory, making it digestible and entertaining. One of the best streamers in chess, an amazing friend, an amazing guy. He will always be remembered for the positive, wholesome force for good that he was. Whereas Kramnik, he won't be remembered for his chess achievements. What people will remember Kramnik for is everything that came after. He devolved into a hateful, putrid, delusional person, and it will overshadow all of his accomplishments in chess. Chess history will look back on this man very negatively. And since he's threatening legal action, he's certainly welcome to try with me here. I don't believe I've said anything defamatory. I've just been insulting you, which I'm well within my right to do. I do not like you. I find you to be a disgrace. I think your behavior is shameful, and you deserve to be insulted for everything you have done, everything you have said, and everything you continue to say. I cannot stand Vladimir Kramnik. That's really about it. So yeah. There's a lot I want to talk about here after seeing what happened at TwitchCon last night with Emiru being assaulted by a rogue lunatic fan who just walked completely unimpeded past the line at her meet and greet and unconsensually hugged her and looked like tried to kiss her, which is textbook assault. And it's very scary that it was able to happen so easily here. He was shoved off by a security guard, but then he just walked away.
Whoa. That's crazy. Holy shit, what the fuck was that?
You're great!
What
The full clip goes on for about a minute and a half longer, but you've now seen the entire security presence here for the Emiru meet and greet. One person. One security guard. I have seen a stronger security presence at my dilapidated local Winn-Dixie. This is fucking crazy. One guy. And also worth mentioning, it's not Emiru's preferred bodyguard from what I understand.
I had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon, and he asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him and the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't hurt him. He was just holding the guy until the con security came. And then for some reason they're yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's perma-banned from the venue forever. But he didn't even hit him or anything. He just held him while they waited for the police to come. And
what the fuck?
And it was my favorite security guard. I can't have him at TwitchCon anymore.
Now, as I was rendering this video, Emiru posted an update to everything to shed light on everything that happened. And this bodyguard you see push that guy is someone she hired. It's not her first round draft pick or anything. It is not a preferred bodyguard, but it's who she was allowed to bring. And she was surrounded is the word I'm using, very loosey-goosey. There was a couple of other Twitch-provided Fiverr security drones elsewhere that just didn't react at all. The only one who did something was the one she hired. We're going to be going through her statement quite a bit here, but she's giving an update to let people know that she's okay and thankful for the outpouring of support The guy had crossed multiple barriers, even in front of other creators, to grab and try and kiss her, which he was unsuccessful at doing, thanks to being pushed off. She then says that she doesn't understand how he was allowed to get that far in the first place, and that the security that does react is her own, confirming that it's not her usual security guard since he was banned. She then says that there were 3 to 4 other TwitchCon security who didn't react and even let him walk away, which, again, is something you can confirm by watching the clip that he just walks away completely unimpeded. The woman who was walking me away is also her own personal manager. It's not even event staff, which I thought it was event staff. Turns out it's not. The only 2 people who were checking on her and comforting her were her and her friend. Not even Twitch staff was coming to check on her. There's more in her statement we're going to get to in a moment, but I want to go in chunks here. So, I thought it was 1 security guard and then a couple of event staff that you could see in the clip. Turns out it's 1 security guard she brought, and then no event staff. It's just her manager and her friend. So where the fuck is TwitchCon security or staff at all here? They just let this guy walk up to her and did nothing, and even just let him get away after assaulting her too. Again, I still cannot even believe they banned the security guard that she wanted to bring and had brought in the past that did successfully prevent a potential threat from harming her. It's so fucked up, and I truly can't understand the thought process behind their decision to ban him in the first place. He did his job properly. He held the potential threat until authorities arrived. What else are you supposed to do? That's like the number one thing. You're supposed to stop the threat. And that sounds like exactly what he did here. I think maybe Twitch was concerned that he used excessive force or something because he grabbed him. What? Like, what do they think? He put him into a headlock and then hit him with an atomic power bomb into a fucking tombstone pile driver and then a Frankensteiner on the way out? Like, what do they think happened there? Now, I've read mixed things on who's responsible for that bodyguard being banned, whether it was Twitch or the venue TwitchCon is held at. But regardless of who's responsible for the ban, the fact that he is forbidden from being there because of being good at his job is just unacceptable. This guy walks past this entire line, literally just fucking fee-fi-fo-fums through the whole line here at the meet and greet and assaults Imiru. Nobody stopped him when he was cutting through the line, and it wasn't until he had already assaulted Imiru that he got pushed off. And then he didn't even get stopped or anything by additional security because there was only that one guy that was there as like a bodyguard. Like, I don't know, I would just kind of expect after a fucking assault just unfolded here, there would be a big response from the TwitchCon security personnel. Like coming over here throwing like a spike strip down or like at least throwing a banana peel down so he slips and falls on it so they can apprehend him. But I didn't see any of that happen. Nothing at all, just fucking crickets. Just tumbleweed rolling through here. Like, he just walked away. Apparently he did get ID'd like after this happened later, because Twitch made a statement, which we'll go through in a minute, and sounds like they ID'd the guy and everything. But this is a complete failure on Twitch's shoulders here for their event. They banned her preferred bodyguard, whom has previously demonstrated the ability to stop something like this from happening, and instead supplied non-existent TwitchCon security around her meet and greet, and forced her to hire a different bodyguard, one that wasn't nearly as efficient as the one that she typically uses and wanted to have present here to protect her. And just stew on this for a moment, because when you break it down, TwitchCon security literally did nothing. Not only did they not stop the guy before he assaulted Imiru, again, it could have even been a murder or something if he had like a weapon or something. He was not stopped despite plenty of, ample opportunity for them to intervene. Not only did they not stop him, after it happened, they didn't even pursue him. The only one who acted at all, that one security guard, was not a TwitchCon security guard. It was someone Imiru hired, a bodyguard she hired. That was the only person that acted at all. And the only people that checked on Imiru were her team. No one on the TwitchCon event side of things, apparently, according to Imiru. So that means at TwitchCon, the security didn't do anything at all, nor did the event staff do anything to even check on her after this happened. Holy shit. That is inexcusable. I've talked about events and stuff in the past. I've never been to TwitchCon. I have no plans of ever going to TwitchCon or anything even remotely similar to it. And I've always expressed, A, I don't think I'd have fun, and B, I'm always worried about events like that, like legitimate safety concerns. Ever since the Christina Grimmie tragedy, where she was murdered at a meet and greet, I just have a huge hesitation with this kind of thing. Because you never really know who's there and what security looks like. I know prior to TwitchCon, apparently there was a big emphasis on Twitch's side of beefing up their security. I'm not seeing that at all. The proof is not in the pudding here from what I'm seeing. It's extremely concerning that this creep was able to just walk up slowly, mind you. It's not like he charged the stage or something, with a fucking 4-second 40 where they couldn't respond in time. He slowly, calmly walked past everyone. Security, event staff, no one stopped him at all. Like, shit, I got stopped more often trying to go to a lacrosse party in college. Like, they were more vigilant about stopping people from getting into a fucking party, let alone, the actual safety of the guests here at this event. It is just crazy to me because this guy could have had a weapon. He absolutely could have had a weapon. It is just dangerous. It is dangerous, and it's a complete failure on Twitch's part here. Now, like I said, they did make a statement about this. The safety and security of all those attending TwitchCon is our highest priority. The behavior displayed by the individual involved in the incident yesterday involving a high-profile streamer was completely unacceptable and deeply upsetting. In line with existing TwitchCon security protocols, law enforcement and event security were on site and responded to the incident. When? In 7 business days? Where were they? Because, again, in the longer clip, it's 2.5 minutes, and he just walks away. You can see him leaving, and I maybe I missed it, but I didn't see anyone stopping him at any point. We immediately blocked this individual from returning to the TwitchCon premises, and they are banned indefinitely from Twitch, both online and in-person events. We're coordinating with the impacted creators team, and per our standard protocols, continue to cooperate with any law enforcement investigations. We have increased security at the meet and greet attendee check-in point, and we'll have additional security personnel surrounding participating streamers. If you've RSVP'd for a meet and greet, please note that we are unable to accommodate +1s for the remainder of the event. Twitch has zero tolerance for harassment or acts that inhibit the safety and security of our community. Like I said, based on their statement here, it sounds as though they ID'd the guy responsible for this assault here, mentioning that he's been banned on Twitch and from the events. It sounds like there's also going to be additional follow-ups, I believe. That's how it read to me. Now, as a result of the assault that Emiru experienced at their event, they are going to be having a stronger security presence at further meet and greets that are scheduled. The question begs to be asked, why wasn't that an emphasis beforehand? You're saying that safety was your top priority, yet it's very clear, very evident in this clip that there's not a lot of security there. So what are you doing about safety? I don't understand. If safety's such a high priority, where's security? I don't know why it's so lackluster then if it's such a high priority. And again, this is a huge streamer. Emiru is one of the biggest streamers. What does security look like for streamers that aren't her size? I genuinely have no idea. It's a legitimate question I'm asking because, again, Emiru is one of the biggest streamers, and TwitchCon didn't have any adequate security presence at her meet and greet. What does it look like for a smaller streamer doing a meet and greet? Did they provide anything at all to them? And also, what they do provide is basically anyway, nothing. The security didn't act at all here. So now let's go back to Emiru's statement, because she says something very interesting here about Twitch's statement. In Twitch's statement, they said that the guy was immediately caught and detained. Sorry, but that is a blatant lie. He was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me, and it felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal. She mentions there's more she wants to talk about on it, but will save it for stream. She then goes on to thank people for the support and confirms that this will be her last TwitchCon, which I think is completely understandable. I think other creators should seriously consider not attending in the future. I did not feel cared for or protected, even bringing my own security and staff. I can't imagine how creators without those options would feel. So according to Emiru's statement here, she believes that the guy wasn't immediately caught and ID'd by TwitchCon staff or anything like that. And in fact, it wasn't until her manager pressed them for action that they did anything at all. That's unhinged. They didn't want to, jump into action after a fucking assault just took place? I just don't get it. That's completely unhinged. It almost feels like maybe they're more angry about Emiru's bodyguard there shoving the guy. Maybe they're thinking about banning him from Twitch events in the future or something. It doesn't seem like their priority is safety. If they were going to just let this guy walk away until Emiru's manager had to force their hand to do something, this is just not a safe environment. And this isn't a new criticism of TwitchCon. This has been consistently something that people have spoken out about for years with TwitchCon. I'm sure a lot of you have heard the horror stories that have been reported numerous times in the past at previous TwitchCons about like drink spiking or like the lack of security present, stuff like that. It has been something that people have mentioned numerous times, and every time Twitch tries to assure the community that, you know, they're really taking security seriously this time around. This time, you know, it's fucking locked down. There's going to be no issues. And like clockwork, there's always seemingly some kind of big security concern or something that arises at TwitchCon. It's just, I don't understand how they're not doing anything to like remedy it. Even in this, which is again supposed to be like their big year of security, like, cause they made a huge, you know, stance on how strong they're going to be with security this year and how seriously they're taking it, how seriously they're going to take it. And then day one of TwitchCon, Emiru gets assaulted. And then in this clip, it really seems like there's not a lot of security there. And if there is, like off camera, a bunch of security, they're not very efficacious. They're not very good at stopping a legitimate threat. Like I said, this guy's intentions could have been to murder Emiru here. He could have had a weapon, and he wasn't even stopped. He got all the way to her and assaulted her before he was finally shoved off. Like, there is a real problem. And according to Emiru, it's actually even worse than that on the TwitchCon security side, where they didn't even, like, want to go after the guy until they were forced to by Emiru's team pressing them for it. So not only did the assault happen under their watch, where they had ample chances to stop that guy, but none of the handful of security that was around intervened in any way, and then didn't do anything to pursue the criminal. That's a crime. Like, that's a crime, and they were just gonna let him get away with that. It's complete lunacy. Emiru mentions that event staff didn't, like, check on her or anything. What you saw was her team checking on her and, you know, making sure everything's okay. So, what is TwitchCon, like, where are the event staff and security then? So they don't even check on someone who was just assaulted? They don't even go and see, like, what just happened? Like, are you okay? Do you need anything? Nothing at all? Like, that's crazy. It does not feel like safety is a huge priority at TwitchCon. What happened to Emiru is terrible, and it shouldn't have happened at all. It shouldn't happen to her or anybody attending TwitchCon. Another thing I want to briefly mention here. Apparently, Emiru didn't even want to do the meet and greet. She was obligated to in order to keep her show.
So I had to cancel my meet and greet because of the stuff, but in order to, I can't cancel my meet and greet and not cancel her show because of the fact that the reason I cancel my meet and greet is I don't want to be in the same place for 2 hours because of people being weird.
Okay.
And then I'm under contract with them, so I can't cancel one and not cancel the other.
Interesting. Oh.
I'm sorry,
I kept my meet and greet because I wanted to keep my show. Surely it'll be fine.
I'm sorry, Emmy.
I'm sure everyone will be nice.
It sounds like it was a contractual obligation that if Emiru wanted to keep that show, she would have to do this meet and greet, which is something it doesn't seem like she wanted to do, but was trying to approach it with optimism about people, you know, being nice and not being weird. Unfortunately, that's just not how things panned out. And it's crazy. She didn't even want to do this meet and greet. It's something that it seems Twitch was requiring her to do in order to keep the other thing that she actually did want unrelated to the meet and greet. So she decides to oblige and do this meet and greet, and Twitch doesn't even do the bare minimum of giving her adequate security to protect her. Holy shit. So anyway, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yep. For the last decade, Xbox has kind of been like the James Corden of gaming consoles, where it's a joke that's just sad. It doesn't make you laugh. It just makes you feel bad because Xbox used to be such a juggernaut. And it's no secret, Xbox has been struggling harder than me trying to reach something on the top shelf of my kitchen. They just have not been able to find their footing. They haven't really been flourishing in the gaming space for quite a while. And now it's looking like they're just getting put in the dirt. It looks like they're going straight to Valhalla. Phil Spencer is leaving Xbox, and he is being replaced by a new individual who has no experience in gaming whatsoever, at least nothing that is publicly available, and is basically solely
AI driven, like all in on AI, which is about as exciting as getting kicked in the scrotum. This is just a recipe for disaster, especially considering most people can identify the solution to the Xbox problem. Their woes have a very glaring, obvious solve that would probably help them a lot. Most people can pin the tail on this donkey. Can you guess it? I'll hit you with the Dora the Explorer. More games. Microsoft there was a time when Microsoft shut down more studios than games they released in the first half of 2024. Microsoft has become more known for shutting down studios than they have releasing games. So the Xbox problem is no games. How do you solve that? Games. Like, there's just no reason to own an Xbox when there's nothing that's really coming to it. So now you have someone who's in this position that doesn't have any relationship with games, like, in their history. So this problem is still seemingly going to go unsolved. For all of Phil Spencer's faults and, like, the missteps with Microsoft, it's pretty inarguable that Phil Spencer at least knew games. Like, he was in the games industry for decades. And even though, of course, he made some real wacky, Insano-style calls, especially with, like, fucking Redfall, Lord help us all, heavens to Betsy. Sometimes you'll still wake up with cold sweats remembering that disaster, that blunder. But even still, he at least had so much experience in the games industry, which this new leader does not. So let's kind of go through the whole thing. We'll start with Phil Spencer's departure here from Microsoft. He actually made a Twitter post about it saying, "It's rare in life to know when a chapter is closing, but after 38 years at Microsoft, that moment has arrived for me. I've made the decision to retire and begin the next chapter of my life. It's a milestone that's given me a chance to reflect on the incredible journey I've been fortunate enough to share with so many of you." Now, also, Xbox President Sarah Bond is leaving as well, so both Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond are no longer with Xbox. Well, will soon be no longer with Xbox. It's a sweet, concise message just letting everyone know that he's sailing off into the sunset. And I think it makes a lot of sense here. He's been in this industry at this company for many decades now, many, many moons, and he wants to do something else. Totally understandable. I also imagine that the last few years at Microsoft here haven't been the most fun with everything that's been happening with Xbox. And Phil Spencer's been the face of Xbox. And recently, that face has been getting shoved in the toilet and they're flushing it. They're giving him a swirly because most people point the finger at Phil Spencer for all of the Microsoft and Xbox decisions that have been very poorly received. And he's been shouldering a lot of blame. I have to imagine that doesn't feel good, especially when there's a good chance some of those decisions weren't from the old noodle of Phil Spencer. It could have been calls made from elsewhere that maybe he didn't even agree with in the first place, but since he's the face of Xbox, the public would eat him alive for it. So I really do find it very understandable that he wants to step away from Xbox at this point in time and explore other aspects in his professional life outside of Microsoft. I'll quickly just dump my take in here. I also think a change in leadership at Xbox was warranted. Just look at how things have been going for Xbox for over a decade now. There's just been a huge problem with delivering games from so many of these studios that they have there, and things just haven't really been, the smoothest. So I do think there needed to be a leadership shakeup and, maybe a change in direction at the company. But I think the new captain of the kickball team here over at Xbox that they have chosen just doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a gaming console whose biggest fucking problem is not having games. Now with Phil Spencer gone, and in his place steps Asha Sharma, who is currently the president at Microsoft's Core AI product, previously with Meta and previously with Instacart. No gaming background, but it seems like a strong focus on AI in her career recently. So now she's taken the Xbox Iron Throne, which is leaving a lot of people very skeptical, because why would you hire a CEO of a gaming company who has no experience with gaming? It's a really weird fit. Now, there is a message from Asha Sharma. There is a memo that went out where she
tries to kind of get ahead of like the AI stuff. So the first part of her message is talking about, you know, how excited she is and thanking Phil and his leadership in the studios. And then she goes on to say, my first job is simple: understand what makes this work and protect it. That starts with 3 commitments. First, great games. Everything begins here. We must have great games beloved by players before we do anything. Unforgettable characters, stories that make us feel, innovate gameplay, and create excellence. And basically going on to say like how important great games are. Second, the return of Xbox. This is something Phil Spencer also said once or twice, if I remember correctly, and every time that this comes up, the return of Xbox, they make it sound like it's a fucking Jedi coming back, yet, unfortunately, it still hasn't arrived, taken the scenic route. But she's highlighting the importance of bringing back, you know, the former glory of Xbox with a recommitment to core Xbox fans and players that have invested with them for over 2 decades, celebrating the roots and renewed commitment. And then third, the future of play. We are witnessing the reinvention of play. That, to me, just feels like a bunch of mumbo-jumbo buzzword nonsense. I don't think there's a reinvention of play. People still just want to play good games. I don't think there's like a huge change in how they want to play those games. It's just a desire for games, which have been severely lacking with Xbox. To meet the moment, we will invent new business models and new ways to play by leaning into what we already have. Iconic teams, characters, and worlds that people love, but we will not treat these works as static IP to milk and monetize. We will build a shared platform and tools that empower developers and players to create and share their own stories. So, there's some good and bad in there. That's great that they don't want to just take beloved IP and characters and milk them till the tits fall off. That's good news. But that last sentence about developing a shared platform and tools to empower developers and players to create and share their own stories gives me the same DNA that Roblox and Fortnite have kind of pitched about like AI to make your own games in their game, which isn't very exciting to me. But maybe it is to a lot of other players. I'm not really sure, and I don't really think that'd be like the best direction to go. As monetization and AI evolve and influence this future, we will not chase short-term efficiency or flood our ecosystem with soulless AI slop. Okay, I mean, that sounds good, but I take it with a huge grain of salt considering it's coming from an executive who is extremely intertwined with AI. So I would be shocked if she actually does have this view of soulless AI slop being the enemy, considering her professional career for the last few years is all about AI in general. So I guess we'll wait and see there, but it'd be wonderful if the focus isn't on just farting out AI slop at Microsoft. That'd be great. Games are and always will be art crafted by humans and created with the most innovative technology provided by us. The next 25 years belong to the teams who dare to build something surprising, something no one else is willing to try, and have the patience to see it through. We've done this before, and I am here to help us do it again. I want to return to the renegade spirit that built Xbox in the first place. It will require us to relentlessly question everything, revisit processes, protect what works, and be brave enough to change what does not. Thank you for welcoming me into this journey, Asha. Now, to me, a lot of that statement feels like hollow PR speak, where it's just standard PR drivel. You know, we've got to return to the roots. It's all about the players. We can't be succumbing to the dark side of AI slop or anything like that. Which, you know, it's hard to really be super enthusiastic considering this is a leader who, for the last few years, has been all about AI and profits and, you know, profits by any means necessary. Like, it's not an amazing, like, exciting fit for a gaming company to have a leader who has no experience in their professional career with gaming. That makes it feel like this is a decision that is solely about trying to find ways to squeeze profits out of the Xbox, as opposed to trying to find ways to actually return the Xbox to its former glory. Because I imagine if you were looking for a leader to slot into Xbox for a new era of amazing games, to make it a powerful console player again, you would probably look for someone that actually has a passion for games itself. I don't know, but that's just my 2 cents, and perhaps I'm on Fent for thinking that. Overall, it is just kind of hard to be excited about the future of Xbox, and I guess we'll see how it goes under this new leadership here. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Let me go ahead and start this moist meter by confessing a sin. I don't like the Borderlands series. I wasn't a fan of 1 and 2, and I didn't play Tales from the Borderlands, though I caught up on the lore just for this game. That being said, Borderlands 3 is pretty fucking good. Now, when I say I don't like the Borderlands series, it's not for lack of getting into it. I beat those games extensively. I beat the shit out of them, up and down, top to bottom. I fucked it in the ass and beat the DLCs as well. I put a lot of hours into the game, but it wasn't because I enjoyed the journey or the game as a whole. It was kind of Stockholm Syndrome and the only game out at the time that my friends and I could casually play together. And I'm happy to say that element's still here. It's still great to play with friends, and I see everyone talk about that when it comes to Borderlands. Oh, it's so fucking fun with your friends. It's so much better with friends. Yeah, they're not wrong. It is. And you know what else is? Literally anything else in the world. Anything is better if you have a group of friends together. If you have a good group, you could watch fucking dog shit get rained on in your backyard and have fun together. You could make even playing the most boring game fun, like 2009 Football Manager Turbo Arcade Edition could be fun if you have a good group of friends playing it. That's not exactly a selling point to a game in my opinion, saying it's fun with friends, because everything is. The game still needs to be fun on its own, which Borderlands 3 is. It's a very well-made game, top to bottom. The gunplay is satisfying, rewarding, the build diversity is fun, the gun diversity is nice. I think it's a lot better than previous entries where most of the guns just felt like carbon copies with only arbitrary differences between them. Just super trivial shit where there'll be 1 extra bullet in this gun and also 1 point difference between this and the model you just dropped for it. Whereas in Borderlands 3, shit at least feels pretty impactful. It feels much different than what you just traded for. That's another thing. You're gonna be swapping weapons out like a fucking madman, like going trick-or-treating here with weapons. You're just gonna be having so much shit come in. You'll be having to get rid of shit to make room for new shit, which is nice. It keeps the experience constantly fresh. I think the abilities are a lot more fun this time around. I found myself enjoying that. And I also think the game's environments are much better designed. I think it's a lot prettier than the previous games, only via artistic choices. The game looks exactly the same as Borderlands 2. If you put these side by side, you would not know they weren't the same game. And that's not exactly a complaint, that's just the aesthetic of the game. It's not going to matter how much graphics evolved because this shit's staying cel shaded and it's gonna look pretty much the same. That's its design choice, and I'm fine with that, because they made some really nice art choices with a lot of the different places you visit. You visit other worlds, you go to a lot of different things that constantly change the tone of your environment, and I think they all work extremely well. I really enjoyed visiting all of the new locations, and I had a lot of fun exploring through them as well. I also think their enemy design this time around, the character design, the new characters, new enemies they introduce, is incredible. Much better than previous games, and it's just a general high point of this game for me. I enjoyed all of the boss fights for the most part, though they weren't mechanically difficult. I at least thought that it was fun enough with how the character looked and how they fought to make it a memorable boss fight. I also really liked Gigamind. I think he was really fucking cool. That being said, these are most of the compliments I have for the game. Everything else is about to be a negative, so go ahead, Gearbox fans, and grab your dick hard, because I'm coming in a little raw with what I'm about to say. The writing is insufferable for me. I cannot stand the humor in the Borderlands series, and this game is no exception. Characters drone on and on and on, and every sentence is supposed to be a zany, wacky joke, but it just almost never works. There's a couple of good lines throughout the game, but obviously there's going to be, when the script is like 70,000 words and it's all jokes, a couple of them are going to land, so it's good that they at least had a couple, but for the most part, this shit is stinkers. The jokes don't work. I really found it super grating, especially characters like Ava. Oh my lord, it was insufferable when you had to just sit through dialogue, and if you're just going to beeline the story, that's going to be a lot of dialogue you're sitting through. That's another complaint. The game feels like it wants to be more fast-paced than it's allowing you to be. If you're playing the story missions and you're just going through the story, you're gonna be fucking nuts to butts, going hard as shit in all of the fights, jumping, sliding, using all your abilities, chaos everywhere. You'll finish a room and then you have to wait a minute, 2 minutes for a character to finish monologuing with his jokes and explaining the exposition, and then slowly walking up to a door to open it so that we can go to the next room, wipe all the enemies, which is fun, and then you wait another 2 minutes for that character to just very slowly walk his fucking ass cheeks all the way over to the other side of the room and open the next door for you as he's talking and making bad jokes the whole way. Oh my god. It made me so upset because you get in this rhythm where you're playing so fast and you're having a lot of fun, and then it comes to a screeching halt where you get just nothing but slow-moving NPCs that have to come hold your goddamn hand like a lost toddler in a grocery store to lead you to the next corridor for you to blast enemies' shit off. It was frustrating. Now, that problem doesn't exist in most of the side quests that I played through, and I had a lot more fun with the side quests than the main ones. Another thing, the narrative isn't good. The new villains, the twins, they suck. They're bad villains. Most of the characters in the game I think are bad, but that's just because the writing and the humor is so bad. But these villains are another step up. They're just not good at all. And talking about the humor being really more misses than hits, obviously that's subjective. I can see a lot of people, enjoying when they say amaze balls 10 times, but for me, hearing epic amaze balls 10 times makes me want to lay my ears down on a belt sander. It's an assault on the senses with some of these characters and what they say. Like I said, there are a few decent lines and a few decent moments, but overall it just wasn't for me. I get it if you like it, I understand, just totally not for me. And the good thing about the game is you don't need to understand at all what's going on narratively. You can ignore all of the characters and just enjoy the fun gameplay. And the gameplay is, no doubt, very fun when you get to play it the way you want to play it. Driving is still not good. I don't think Borderlands will ever get driving to a state where it's fun to go from point A to point B. Here's no exception. That's still a chore. That's no fun at all. But unfortunately, what's most insulting about it is you can't skip any of the dialogue or any of the fucking cutscenes. There's no way to speed it up. They're so proud of their jokes and their narrative plot line here that they make you sit through every excruciating second of wacky voices and stupid fucking phrases. So, yeah, I hope you're ready to strap in for that, or you develop a way to tolerate it, or maybe you're just already predisposed to enjoy it. I don't really know. It's just too much. Even if you like it, I can't imagine you liking it the whole time, because at no point does it ever let off the gas. It is always making shit jokes. It makes me so upset. If I could skip the cutscenes or blast through some of the dialogue, oh man, this game would be so much more positive for me. And I do like the game still, all this considered, but man, this game would be so much better for me. And I played it through mostly with Jackson. Jackson has the same complaint. We'd often sigh in unison when a cutscene started, and you've got this cool looking villain in front of you, and then they give you this stupid fucking line about them underneath their name. If you're familiar with the series, you know what I'm talking about. They have something about the character, just 1 or 2 lines, and it says some garbage shit like, "Sick burn, bro," which was exactly verbatim one of them for one of the villains that came up. It's just hard not to roll your eyes at it when it just doesn't stop. And the last major complaint I have also ties into this as well. It's the quest design. The quests make you fucking experience so much of this garbage long dialogue that's so tedious. The quests, at least the mainline quests, can sometimes be such chores. There's a quest where you walk from one side of the ship to the other side of the ship to talk to somebody, you walk back to the other side of the ship to talk to that person again, then you walk from that person to the middle of the ship to talk to someone, you talk to that person, run back to the person to the front of the ship to talk to that person, then you talk to that person again, go to the back of the ship. It's just this back and forth fucking awful thing that makes the RuneScape a small favor quest look absolutely beautiful in comparison. It is miserable. I hated a lot of the quests. Some of them, make no mistake, were very good and very fun. But man, there were some real stinkers that made me just want to stop playing and go take a break or do something else, anything else, except listen to that goddamn dialogue and walk back and forth listening to more of it. But overall, I'd say Borderlands 3 has been a fun game that I have been enjoying. So plugging Borderlands 3 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a nice 80%. I think there is a lot to offer in the game. Obviously, the billion weapons shit is really fun. it's never not satisfying to kill a boss and then he just explodes in this bukkake of colors that have all kinds of weapons, class mods, grenades. It's just a lot of fun. And there's a lot of different and really cool perks and stuff that go on different shit. And I just really find there to be a lot offered by Borderlands 3. So that's about it. So yeah.
I don't know if this is like a big fiery debate or if I just got thrust into like a very tiny pocket of hostility, but there is right now a raging battle of people debating whether or not balding is real. Kind of. That's the statement that started it. That was like the shot heard around the world for this topic.
I don't believe in male balding.
Why?
First of all, if you're a male and you want to go bald, that's fine. Like, good for you. However, if you're a male and you don't want to go bald and you're balding anyway, that's where I take issue.
That opening line right there, I don't believe in male balding, actually reached through the fucking phone screen and tickled me. I was smiling. It goes so hard. I don't believe in male balding. Shit is a myth. It's like a cryptid, almost. I've never seen a bald man. No such thing. That's a goddamn lie. That's a deep state hoax right there. That's like 5G. I don't know. I love that. It just slaps. It's not exactly what she's saying, but it's how she lays the foundation. The point she's making is that she believes that balding is a solved problem. And if there's anyone who is bald without wanting to be bald, it's due to their laziness. It's fundamentally what she's getting at. She's saying, like, if you're bald and you choose to be bald, yippee, good for you, she says. But if you're balding and you don't want to be balding, well, you're just lazy.
Because women in this day and age have to do so much to upkeep their looks, and men cannot be bothered to just put some cream on their head or take a little vitamin or get a hair transplant even. Women are doing more than that.
So her point is, compared to female beauty standards, men balding is a significantly easier issue to tackle. You can really grab that one by the fucking nipples and solve it with creams and pills and hair transplants. And if you are balding and don't want to be, well, you're just a gluttonous sloth who's too lazy to fix this problem. And that's kind of the gist of it. I don't think she's super knowledgeable on how expensive, like, hair transplants are. They are not cheap, especially in today's day and age. Also, being put on medication, also not super cheap. So, like, yeah, you can get, like, the finasteride, the minoxidil, and, like, the combo there, get it with the fucking 2-piece, and from everything I understand about it, it seems to work to some degree. It varies person to person, obviously, because not everyone's just a fucking clone. So it doesn't work for everybody, but it does work a little bit for some people, and for others, more so. But it's never like the cure to baldness, as I understand it. There's not like a magic pill. Like, there's no like Phoenix down for your hair. Like, you can't, chug your way to a full head of hair again. Like, it is tough, and it is very expensive. And she's saying women do significantly more than this, but men can't even be bothered to do the bare minimum of stopping the balding with these pills, creams, and hair transplants. Again, there's not exactly, like, it's not Courage the Cowardly Dog, where Eustace gets that handful of shit and can rub it on his head to fix the baldness, which ultimately led to other problems. Again, a lot of the medication does have, like, side effects and stuff, too. Like, it's not exactly the easiest thing. And I recognize that for women, there are a lot of things they go through for the sake of, like, the beauty standards that are put upon them that are also very difficult. But I don't think those should be celebrated either. I don't think there's anything good from putting this pressure on women or men to adhere to the beauty standards that people think they should.
More stigma for guys to do beauty products, and that includes like hairline stuff. Guys are like more generally insecure about doing stuff like that because they're not really supposed to. Beauty products, we were sold that that's a girl's thing, not a guy's thing.
I don't know how much of an excuse that is. There's not as much pressure on men in society as there is on women to upkeep their looks, and they just kind of get resigned to the fact that they're going bald, versus if you ask any single woman something that's happening to their looks that they don't like, they will go ahead and fix it, whether it's like an at-home DIY solution to like professional, super expensive treatments.
Now, in the comment section, everybody was dunking on the guy here, saying that he was mansplaining and not listening, and that he's like not even engaging in the conversation, and everyone is on her side about how she's, out here spitting and shitting the truth. Like, these are all facts that she is speaking about baldness not being real and easily solvable. I don't think he did anything wrong. He's right. There is a stigma around men using, like, toupees or wigs, because then
it's kind of like, I'm 5'6", right? A lot of people joke around like, just go get height surgery. Well, the people that get height surgery are constantly fucking clowned on. They get dunked on more than me at 5'6" when I play pickup basketball. Like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I get made fun of all the time for being short. It is what it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you gotta play with the hand you're dealt. My dad is 6'5". Man stole all the height genes from our lineage and then kicked the ladder out from under him. Can't do shit about it. I gotta live with it. So, like, I can stay 5'6", and I'm comfortable with it. I make jokes about it, but at the end of the day, I can't fucking change it without going and getting, like, life-changing surgery that'll have me debilitated for, like, 2 fucking years as my bones reform in my shins. I'm not going to do that. But if I did, I would be insulted for being so insecure about my height that I went through those extreme lengths to change it. And it's the same thing for bald men. You'll see this a lot, where like a bald guy will put on a toupee and it's not like the most optimal one. It's pretty clear he's wearing a toupee. People will make fun of him for being so insecure with that. And it's the same thing with other male beauty products that you'll see. There is a stigma around it. I don't know why she's pretending that doesn't exist. That's a very common and like really socially acceptable thing to make fun of a guy for, if he's trying to like fix baldness or something and it's not like perfect, you know what I mean? And while I agree with her that the standards for women are higher than that of men, it's not like it doesn't exist for men. As I mentioned, I'm 5'6". There are innumerable women that want nothing to do romantically with a guy my size, you know, petite, fun-sized men like me. And that's okay. Like, it is what it is. Like, I understand that. Like, but the point is, there is a pressure on men, at least to some degree, to a lesser degree than women, but it is there. And what she's reinforcing here is the idea that men have to continuously adhere to an ever-increasing pressure on beauty standards, which is very similar to what women have gone through for a long time. And I think both of these things here are not good. Like, it's not something to encourage and, like, pump your fist about as, like, a celebratory thing. I think it's a bad direction. So the guy's not saying anything wrong here. I don't know why he's getting spit on so much in the comment section. He's just saying, like, hey, you know, there's like a stigma that exists around it, so not every guy's gonna be all gung-ho and like enthusiastic about going and spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on creams and pills that aren't super efficacious, as well as spending thousands and thousands of dollars on a potential hair transplant that might not work super well or might not look all that great. Like, it's tricky, and it's a tough situation to be in. And to her point about female beauty standards and how much women go through to uphold, like, the female beauty standards that have been put on them for so many years now, she's not wrong in that perspective. But I don't know why it has to be a battle. I don't know why she needs to now start shaming men for not conforming to male beauty standards that are being put upon them. Like, yes, there are significantly more for women, but it's not like men are just allowed to be slobs forever. In fact, I don't know how many of you remember this, Don Tolliver just took a picture with, or had his picture taken with his girlfriend once, and the entire internet was insulting him for like 3 full days about how ugly he is and how shameful it is for her to be with him. And Don Tolliver, I don't even think is like a really unattractive looking guy. Like, there is still a pressure on men to look good, because they will also be insulted. That is the way the entire culture of, like, beauty has shifted, where everyone is expected to uphold, like, crazy standards, right? Now, of course, I do think it is still more for women, but it's not like it's non-existent for men. And I don't think balding is some kind of fabrication, some kind of made-up concept in that it's an easily solvable problem. It's not. And I also think that it's very hypocritical of her to take this stance that bald men are lazy by not going through all of these procedures to try and fix it, because women will go through tons of procedures for things they don't like. So like BBL or something, or a boob job. But I would also argue that men that are trying to tell women that they need to fix their flat ass, or like small titties aren't real, you're just lazy, are equally in the wrong for having that perspective. Like, if this video was completely flipped and it was some frat bro sitting there going like, yeah, bro, I actually don't believe in A cups. Like, honkers of that size, I think are just, like, actually made up, make believe. Like, just go get a boob job. Like, go take some biotin or something. Like, I'd equally be clowning on him for that perspective, too. Like, enforcing those kind of beauty standards and insulting people that don't, like, conform to it, I think is a bad thing. like for women and for men.
Girls have a lot of pressure to be valued based off their beauty, and guys have a lot of pressure to be valued more on how useful they are. And so guys kind of have an excuse. Like Jeff Bezos does not have to have hair if he doesn't want to because he has all the money in the world.
I know what you mean, but like, I wouldn't want to be with Jeff Bezos. He's old.
What advice do you have for people that are dating?
If they're wearing a hat, it might mean they're balding and self-conscious about it. So I would press and see if they're doing anything about that.
I love that signing off advice from her right there. If you're with a guy who's wearing a hat, this is a clear indicator that there might be some balding under there that he's very self-conscious about, so poke the fuck out of it. Make sure to interrogate, and if necessary, rip that hat right off and reveal the magician's secret underneath. There could be a chrome dome, and then you need to ask, well, what's he doing about it? I don't know, to me that just really rubs me the wrong way, because again, if you flip this, let's say it's a guy saying like, if you're with a girl who's wearing baggy pants, it might be a clear indicator of a not being super cheeked up. There might not be enough cake under there. So make sure to like press her on it. Like, what's she doing about that? Are you hitting squats? Are you getting a BBL anytime soon? Like, what's the regimen to fix this? That's just as bad. Like, I think this whole idea of these beauty standards being forced upon women and men are just getting even more out of control in the current climate, and it's just a complete race to the bottom. I'm very surprised to see how much support there was behind her statements, because I find it to be kind of hypocritical, but again, this is a debate that I don't know how big the topic is. I just find it very odd now, where she's coming out here and like shaming dudes for being insecure about balding, but then not fixing it. Like, there are so many extenuating factors that could play into that for why they can't fix it. Like, maybe they have tried all the creams. Maybe they've spent tons and tons of money trying to combat this problem to no avail. Like, there are so many things to take into account. If you want to do things to your body that make you happier and more comfortable, then go right ahead. But to do it because other people think that it's expected of you, I think is horrible. Like some people that are like feeling pressure to get a buccal fat removal procedure or some shit like that because that's like the beauty trend. It's just not good. And it does exist for men too, to a lesser degree. I agree with her that women have definitely had more pressure on them when it comes to the beauty standard, but it's not like it is, you know, non-existent when it comes to men as well. As evident by this take here that has a lot of support about how, like, men who are bald are just lazy, they gotta fix it. If they're self-conscious about baldness and doing nothing about it, they're lazy. In fact, rip their hat off to double check to make sure they're not bald and insecure. And like, it's just, I don't love that. And I was pretty surprised that this debate was so split. Well, not even split. Most people were on her side with the take. It was just surprising as all. Anyway, I've been yapping about this for a while when really it might just be a full-blown nothing burger of a topic where I got roped into like the fucking gravitational pull of the debate, like the actual epicenter. No idea, but I found it to be interesting nonetheless. That's about it. So yeah. I just wanted to briefly give you the latest information in the David case and the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I know I've made a couple videos yapping about this, and it's a really
The other night on stream, I fell into a rabbit hole of employees and politicians urinating into sinks, which, you know, I always knew was a possibility. I knew our species was capable of such evil, but seeing it unfold firsthand, it still leaves you in shock and awe. And it's not like I was blissfully unaware of the existence of this tribe that walks amongst us, the sink pissers. On Reddit, quite a few years ago, there was actually a blossoming community, r/sink pissers, that a lot of people were making fun of, but in the shadows, they only grew stronger, only finding more and more sinks to relieve themselves in. And now, since we went through that rabbit hole on stream, I've just been getting fed even more cases of workers pissing in clients' sinks, like this one.
You probably won't believe an Indianapolis woman says a maintenance worker peed in her kitchen sink inside her Northeast Side apartment.
No, you won't believe that I do believe that. It doesn't shock me or surprise me in even the slightest. I have known about the sink pissers community for a long time. And these kind of scenarios have been unfolding pretty often, actually, more so than you would expect.
With who captured this video on her Ring camera inside of her apartment, and she now tells 13 News she's traumatized over this incident and wants the man to pay her back for the things he damaged.
Can't put the piss back in the balls, but they could at least reimburse her here for the hassle. And I do imagine if this happened to me, if I found out someone came in and started urinating all over my dishes in the sink, I would never feel comfortable cleaning in that sink again. Because there would always be that lingering what if. Like, you know, this could be some highly acidic piss this guy contaminated my sink with. Even if I replace all the dishes, even if I do my best to really scrub that clean, I just don't know if it would ever be enough. It would leave a lasting impact on me.
Now take a look at your screen. In this video, you can see this maintenance man pulling down his pants and then peeing in Shirley's sink while the dishes were filled in that sink. So Shirley says the incident happened last week at her apartment over at Blackburn Terrace in the Martindale Brightwood neighborhood. Shirley says she was supposed to be there. The maintenance worker, rather, was supposed to be there to fix her water heater. When she got back, the man said someone else would be back to finish those repairs. That's when she looked at her camera to see what he did, and she was stunned.
Greaseball really gets up close and personal with the camera here. He's like right up on it, looking like a Twitter profile pic for those 40-year-old dudes that spout out the worst dog shit takes of all time. We got him on the microscope here checking on this. Now, judging from his build, I feel like I can say with a high level of confidence this is probably a frequent user of r/sink pissers. This guy's got the quintessential narwhal baconer at midnight Redditor build. So I think this guy was probably inspired by some of the posts on there over the years and said, you know what, today's the day. Or maybe he does this often at his work, pissing on people's dishes in the sink.
Flabbergasted, you know. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Can't imagine if I didn't have it and he did that and I would have been eating from those same dishes later that day.
Just very shocking. And according to Shirley, that man was fired after this incident was reported.
I fear, like Michael Jordan in his prime, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. So even though he may have lost his job here, I don't think that stopped him from pissing in strangers' sinks and all over their dishes. That looks like a man with no remorse, a loose cannon. He doesn't even think twice about just pissing on the dishes in the sink. It doesn't even seem like he bothers washing down the urine, which is unusual because other employees that have done this usually try and hide the evidence. But this guy, he's proud of his work. He just tinkles it all out on the dishes and just leaves it there like his calling card. And I have to imagine he probably wasn't well hydrated. I have no evidence to base that on. He does have like this meatball build going on here, but I feel like he probably wasn't well hydrated. It's probably very yellow pee-pee, and he just leaves it there too. It's like he wanted to be caught. Maybe that was part of the thrill. This is like, this is, you know, final raid boss sink pisser here. But again, this is not as unusual as you might think. So let me just show you from the rabbit hole when we were diving down that on stream the other day.
You see where that landlord went to fix a problem in a tenant's home and took a piss in the sink? I can't say I saw that. Well, I mean, that's fine, though. Maybe solved the problem and then even gave them a little treat. Let's see. I didn't know how to look for this, so I just said, landlord fix problem, pee in sink. Maintenance worker fired after allegedly urinating in tenant's sink. Oh, it wasn't the landlord. I thought the landlord went in there, he's like, alright, he just bangs a hammer on the TV to fix it and then just immediately relieves himself in their sink.
Funky story here. We told you about a Bloomingdale tenant who says a maintenance worker urinated in his sink. Take a look for yourself there. The tenant says what should have been a routine service call turned into a disturbing discovery. He says a maintenance worker entered his apartment to address an issue with his washing machine. While inside, the worker was allegedly
But then he identified another issue, an unpissed sink. So he solved 2 problems in one outing and didn't even charge you for the secondary service. And you have the gall to get angry about it?
The tenant's apartment cameras urinating in the kitchen sink. Well, tonight we heard back from the management company in a statement. They said, quote, management was made aware of the incident regarding one of our employees, and upon learning of this wholly unacceptable behavior, we immediately put the employee on leave following an investigation. We terminated the individual's employment.
Unjust. Can't piss in sinks anymore, huh? Some guy pissed in a coffee maker in Canada. He was candidate for an election in 2015. Well, was it his own coffee maker? Or was he also a maintenance worker who went in and relieved himself in a coffee maker? Canadian candidate Jerry Bance out after video shows him urinating into coffee cup. Toronto businessman who's been running for parliament with Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper's party made the wrong kind of splash, has been dropped by his party after he was caught on video urinating into a coffee cup while working as an appliance repairman. That's pretty cool. Where's the video? This seems like a common occurrence. Lot of wacky pissers.
In other news now, a developing political story tonight. The Conservative Party is looking into one of its candidates over some surprising behavior. For more on that, the CBC's David Cochran joins us tonight from Ottawa.
Hey, David. Why do you look so sad?
Well, Wendy, this involves Jerry
This is
Vance,
fun.
who is the Conservative candidate for Scarborough Rouge Park. And just a few days ago, Conservative Cabinet Minister Jason Kenney was in Vance's cameras set up, and those cameras caught Jerry Vance urinating in a coffee mug and then dumping the contents of that mug into a kitchen sink while the homeowner was in the very next room.
That's like an elevated form of sink pissing. A more elegant solution for the sink pissing enthusiast on Reddit, I would say. Hey, Jerry.
Off to the other room for some reason.
Oh,
he's also taking a cup.
Oh my.
He just peed in the cup.
Then he empties the cup in the sink, rinses it, and puts it back.
So when we learned of this, we immediately contacted
Jerry, I gotta tell you, that seemed like the work of someone who often pisses in coffee cups. That was methodical. That was just like business as usual to this guy. But why, and Jerry, far be it from me to question your technique, why not just cut out the middleman and piss into the sink at that point? What was the point of the coffee cup? Did he just want to like maximally contaminate as many things as he could find in the kitchen? I don't even see what the purpose was. Not tall enough, he was too short? No, was he? Let me see. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess the countertop's a little high. He could have waterfalled it, just aim up, arc it. But then I guess you risk contaminating like floor and stuff, and he's not looking to make a mess.
Now, coincidentally, Conservative leader Stephen Harper will be campaigning in the Scarborough area tomorrow. Jerry Vance is not scheduled to be with him. Wendy?
Yeah, he is busy pissing in my sink right now, probably. I mean, the sink pissers community seems dedicated. Yeah, the sink pissers community is very enthusiastic, but even they, I don't think, would be lobbying for peeing in strangers' sinks while on a job. I think even they would show restraint. That's all they do on that subreddit, bro. Unless the subreddit's changed drastically from the last time I took a peek in there, it's only them pissing into their own sinks, right? Oh, here's the top post of the day is actually about the maintenance worker. Rookie move, says Sasquatch. I probably have to be careful showing this one on stream, actually. Have I just done the first ever girl sink piss? Well, I probably can't even look at this on my other monitor because you see it in the reflection behind me. But yeah, this is definitely their own house. So like this one. This milk stool was a game changer. And one of the sink pissers just put a stool in front of his sink for being able to get his cock and balls over the edge. It's never like strangers. They have stats at the top of the page on why it's actually better to piss in sinks. What stats? What does it matter what receptacle gets peed on? What does that change? Where? Oh, environmental impact of sink peeing. Okay, average gallons, flush 1.6. Analysis. R/sink pissers will save over 16 million gallons of water this year. Number of sink pissers, 4146. Average pisses per day, 7. Wow. Gallons saved daily per person, 11.2. Gallons saved person yearly, 4,088. Number of sink pissers per day, 78. Sink pissers per year, 28K. Gallons saved per year, 118 million? I don't know about this. These numbers don't feel right. This is 7 years ago. Their projections were way off, by the way. The community, I think, is at, 15K. Didn't really experience the growth they thought they were, with 4.1 million sink pissing members. They just missed it. Someone also shared a YouTube video called West Virginia Pizza Hut Manager Caught Peeing in Sink. God, they're everywhere. Oh, this was 2014. This was the height of the sink pissing craze, it seems. You had the Canadian politician doing it. Now you had this Pizza Hut manager doing it. Video unavailable, what the fuck? Where'd it go?
Here's an extra special ingredient that no one wants on their pizza. Pee. A district manager...
Now that's an intro. Where'd this energy go, USA Today? What happened to you guys? Your writers were cooking. She's fucking right. That is the last secret ingredient I want on my pie.
At a Pizza Hut in Kermit, West Virginia, lost his job after this surveillance video was released showing him peeing into a sink. The sink that
Why'd he lose his
used
job?
Was the same one the store used
Even hitting
to
the fit
wash
lean.
utensils. Ugh. Fortunately, the incident did not include any food tampering, as it happened during non-business hours. Pizza Hut officials said in a statement that they are embarrassed by the actions of this individual.
Throwing him under the bus.
Pizza Hut has zero tolerance for violations. Better now that Pizza Hut has taken care of business.
Well, I mean, it is Pizza Hut. It's not like it could have made the pizza worse. Do I personally know any sink pissers? I do not. That you know of. Yeah, it's true. I guess I've never asked if anyone's an active sink pisser that I know. Could you be friends with a sink pisser? Like, if all your friends came out as sink pissers, would it change anything? The only thing it would change is I wouldn't really want them around, like, my house. But yeah, I could definitely be friends with them. It wouldn't ruin it.
Good afternoon, viewer. You're watching the Face Trainer Basic Training Instructional video brought to you by Radiancy and No. It's in the game. I'm your host, Shitter. This device is what you get when beauty and diarrhea amalgamate. Before you begin your abstract expedition through the human psyche using the Face Trainer, you must first learn the basic steps. The first step is learning the surprise puppy dog technique. This move is integral to the face trainer. Simply open your mouth as though you'll be bobbing for apples shortly, then look straight up into the sky. The final product should look as though you've just been hit by a fucking taser. Now that you've mastered the basics, it's time to move on to some advanced training, so strap in, you son of a bitch. Now listen, just because you paid $200 for this poorly designed Power Rangers helmet doesn't mean you're entitled to a good face training. You need to put that work in. If you don't put that work in, the only thing you're training is my patience. I'm not gonna shit here and listen to your piss hit the toilet seat. The under eye, smoother. Once you're wearing the face trainer and are thoroughly embarrassed, you can begin by putting your fingers in this position. Think of it as though you're about to use the solar flare attack from Dragon Ball Z. Then initiate the surprise puppy dog technique. These two working in cahoots are guaranteed to drastically reduce your self-esteem. Isn't that wonderful? Let's have a recap of what the fuck you just witnessed. You saw the surprised puppy dog, fingers in place, head back, bring lower lid up. I believe that's supposed to be lip, must be a typo, whoopsie. And the puppy dog face. The puppy dog face is not to be confused with the surprised puppy dog. As I'm sure you're well aware, those are two entirely different emotions. You can go fuck yourself if you think they're similar. This is a human face without skin. The smile line smoother. Start by going into your surprise puppy dog stance, then put your finger under your nose and in front of your lips. You should look like you're telling a noisy giant to please be quiet while he's in the library because you're trying to read. Then give your finger a little old smooch. This exercise targets both your willpower and your will to live. This is the ultimate form of endurance and should be just what you need to get that perfect facial training. I'm still here. As you watch this gentleman practice the smile line smoothing technique, I'd like to share a few testimonials with you from our happy customers. The first one. This is shit. I like shit. Therefore, I like this. That one's from me. Here's another. If I could only take one article of clothing to a club, I'd take this. Because then I could wander into the women's bathroom, pretend to be a toilet seat, and have a bunch of women sit on my face. That one is also from me, and that's all the testimonials we have. Skinless face again, folks. The chin and neck toner. Now that you realize purchasing the face trainer was probably a mistake, it's time to punish yourself for it. Put your hands in a position that simulates strangling yourself, then look up to the sky and perform a series of complex ululations. If you have managed to survive the chin and neck toning procedure, then congratulations. You have fucking trained your platysma. You gave that bitch a workout. And you've trained your sternocleidomastoids, also known as the neck titties. The eye opener and forehead smoother. This is the most difficult technique because for this you have to read the mind of an alien. This is no easy task, I can assure you of that. Now, as you can see, she was unsuccessful in contacting extraterrestrial beings on that attempt. However, this does not daunt her. She still gives it a try, and you should too. You should try the face trainer now. Train your face, train your senses, train your ass cheeks. Use it as a Halloween costume and say you're a Ninja Turtle. I don't fucking care, just order this. You could be sitting there not training your shit, or you could put this bitch on and train the fuck out of your shit. Pick your phone up right now and call the face training Yippee 800 number and order this. The ball's in your court, so what are you gonna do? Are you gonna ride the train that takes you to work? Or are you gonna ride the train that takes your face to work?
The time's here. Haunting Adeline, cat and mouse duet. I got Matt doing his homework on it as well. We're about halfway through. He's cheating using the audiobook, so he's getting some very sultry tones.
I think it's worse for me.
Yeah, it probably is. But I've been reading it the old-fashioned way, old natural, the way the Lord intended, the way Book Talk preaches.
Yep. 31-year-old man reads books the old-fashioned way.
Goddamn right. It is revolting. You said it best. If a man wrote that book, he would be in jail.
I would push for him to be in prison. He would deserve it.
It is unbelievable. So, before diving into the spaghetti and the meatballs, I think the most important thing to mention, this book flips between the victim and the stalker.
The manipulator
and the shadow. Yep. The shadow is...
Wait, real fast. Is this spoiler free or no?
No.
All right,
no.
spoilers out the wazoo. We're just going to talk about the whole fucking book. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, up until where we are right now, which is 250-ish pages in. The Stalker is an elite hacker and pedophile hunter / human trafficker dismantler.
Yep.
And I even highlighted this. One of his core character traits that he openly expresses numerous times is how he wants to end human trafficking and the suffering of children and women at the hands of monsters. But he is also himself a rapist.
Well, that's what you're missing, is the beautiful juxtaposition that she's showing, the duality of man.
Yeah.
So, to go even further back, there's a woman, Adeline, that he's stalking and, like Charlie said, raping.
Yeah.
Like, he's just sexually assaulting her throughout the book.
Yep, numerous times.
And the book flips between their two perspectives. His are, like, Mission Impossible, like, fucking MacGuber mission. They're the worst. Like, always talking about he's the best hacker in the world. There's 12 guys up against him. It's not going to be a fair fight for the 12 guys. Like, that kind of bullshit. And it doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't, but here, I found where I highlighted. In Chapter 12, the Shadow says, "This is where I make a difference in the world, where I find women and children who need saving while also witnessing the torture those sick individuals put them through." So he views the torture of women and children as sickening. There's numerous mentions about how he can't sleep, and he sees the world as so depraved because of what people are doing to women and children, and he is literally doing the same thing to a woman.
Yeah. And I really... That is part of the book because I'm on the audiobook and I have to listen to it on increased speed so I can get through it. I'm a little further, and there's just a few other parts, like, even more so, where they kind of really... They do the goofy movie scrunching of the map, where there's kind of this jump where, like, throughout a lot of it, she is like, fuck this guy. Like, this is my stalker. This is my sexual assaulter. And then it's just kind of like, okay, like, she's still mad, but, like, he's kind of cool, I guess.
So that's where I'm at right now. They portray him as a positive raper.
Yeah.
Like they talk about, well, the author mentions, like, how striking he is and, like, how all of, like, the sexual assault is, like, so, like, enrapturing to her. I don't even know if that's a word. Like, it inebriates her. I'm using nonsense words
because she does too.
Exactly. Like, it's unbelievable that she is portraying a raper as, like, a sympathetic character and, like, hot.
The way she also really tries to almost, like, spin this web that it's... the author never comes out and is like, this is good that he's done this. But it's almost painted that he's being nice because he has yet to do anything to her at one point. Like, all of the pleasure is given to Adeline. Given to in big fat quotes because it's sexual assault.
Yeah, so I think an important thing to mention is, like, I know rape fantasy books are something kind of popular, I guess.
Like dark erotica.
This is super different, though, because she is constantly sobbing. Like, as he is assaulting her, she is crying, she is in pain, she is numerous mentions of how desperately she wants him to leave. And then when it's all said and done, she's like, yeah, you know, it's like kind of okay.
Right, she is like...
I got to the most recent one.
Oh, God.
Which
one was it?
He fucked her with the gun.
Yeah, that one. I read that in the reviews before we started the book. I didn't want to spoil it for you. Yeah. And I got to that and I was like, who even put this on paper?
Yeah.
Like, why?
So I actually highlighted a lot from the scene here. There's a lot here. So his big thing is he's punishing her because she was with another man at one point, whom he, of course, murdered.
And cut his hands off and mailed them to her.
That's right, and sent her his severed hands. So now he's fully confronting her after so long of stalking and torturing her, like psychologically, breaking into her house numerous times. As much as I hate to say this to you, I'm no stranger to a woman's pussy and what it feels like when it weeps for me. Yeah, that's the writing style here of Haunting Adeline. I curl my lip in disgust. Last time I checked, most girls weep because they're upset. Take a hint. Little mouse, that's exactly what I'm doing. And then he forcefully undresses her. And then, as he's like moving her thong to the side, he points a gun at my face. I recoil, pinching my eyes shut, letting loose a startled yelp. Relax. I just want you to suck on it. So he puts the gun in her mouth.
I hate it.
It's so bad. He puts the gun in her mouth and says, "Suck," he orders, his tone deepening with finality. Closing my eyes against more tears, I open my mouth and let him guide the gun between my teeth. "Such a good girl," he says, pulling the dripping gun out, a trail of saliva following until it snaps. And then it continues with that. And then he circles my entrance with the tip of the gun, the metal slipping against my skin. "Oh God, please don't." This time my words are cut off from him dipping the gun past my folds. Just the tip, but enough to close my throat, only allowing a startled squeak to escape. He laughs cruelly. "You even sound like a mouse." And now skipping ahead here.
This reminds me, by the way, of like when we were in high school and you had to go around the class and read the book out loud.
Oh no, I know.
Very similar.
It's same kind of books. "I can feel how tight your pussy is. The way it grips onto my gun when I slide it out. So fucking pretty." And then he goes on, violating her, assaulting her with a gun in her vagina.
And she tears up and cries.
She cries, yep.
Like, there are parts where you get a peek into her thoughts, where she's like, "Why am I enjoying some of this?" And it's like, that is, I'm not going to say that's okay, like I'm glad it's in the book. That part of her character I understand. The part I don't is the way he is written in, like you said, we don't need to be like, "Oh, there's a glimpse of moonlight and I see how fucking striking his jaw is and damn, his chest just emanates masculinity." And you're like, what?
Yeah, it's excessive. So this scene of him raping her with the gun goes on for a while. I look up through half-lidded eyes, still jerking from little shocks when he lifts the gun and swallows the barrel. It feels like an out-of-body experience as I watch him lick the weapon clean and put it back in his jeans. My body is full of rage, humiliation, and shame.
Yeah, so...
And then she talks about how positive it is.
Somebody brought this scene up to me the other day, and I guess there's a debate, which I'm going to end the debate right here for you. The debate is, they were like, "Oh, did you get to," and I said the gun rape scene, and they were like, "Well, people debate whether or not it's rape because she enjoyed it." And I was like, no.
Oh my God.
There was zero consent.
Oh my God.
That should not be debated. Even if the female character, if Adeline was like, "That's the best thing I've ever felt in my life," rape. It is still rape.
There's even a strict mention, I don't know if I highlighted it, like, where she says, "I've never been so debased. My consent meant nothing to him at all."
Yep.
Like, she mentions multiple times how she does not consent to any of it at all. Doesn't want any of it at all.
I really don't, like... Yeah.
Oh.
The person I was talking to was not arguing that it wasn't. They were just saying there is debating going on about it. And I was like, no, there's zero consent in this portion of the book, or any portion of the book.
So far, yeah.
And this is the thing about the book, where, like, we're just doing full spoilers. It starts with he's literally breaking into the house and leaving roses around the house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is torturing this woman mentally and then physically. And the part I'm at is she now finds out, this may be a spoiler for you, I don't know how far you read. She finds out what he does, like, for a living.
I haven't got to that yet.
And there's, the way it's written is she's like, "Oh my God, like, my heart flutters. Like, this man, he's so good in the world." And I'm like, what? Like, this is crazy. I don't know. I understand. I'm not kink shaming. I'm shaming this book. If you like dark fantasy, dark romance, all of that, that's one thing. But a lot of the comments I saw were like, "Hey, if this is your first foray into dark romance, do not let this mar the genre for you, because that's not what it is."
I haven't read dark romance, full disclosure. I'm not fully familiar with it, but this doesn't feel like dark romance. You said it best. she writes this guy like an incel would. Like he is legitimately a depraved individual that somehow through, I guess, tons and tons of like sexual assault and conditioning makes her love him is the direction it seems to be going.
End with her loving him.
That's how it feels. That's exactly how it feels. And they set up this thing, I guess we're so deep already, but like the story is about Adeline. She is a writer. And she does a book signing where this guy, who is a hacker, fighter, combatant, action movie star, alien, monster man, whatever, he happens to stumble across the book signing and immediately falls in love, becomes obsessed, and decides right then and there he will stalk and force her to love him. By any means necessary. Yeah, by any means necessary, he explicitly says, I will force her to love me. And force myself upon her. He even says multiple times that he's considered kidnapping her.
Yep.
So it's like it happens instantly. That doesn't feel like dark romance. There's nothing romantic about it. He is legitimately a psychopath. So to give you an idea of some of like the action writing, I highlighted a lot. His first, it's chapter 2 where you get to experience the shadow. His name is Z. So you can see the level of thought put into this.
Well, the crazy thing is his name is Z and his organization's name Z.
Yep.
Like his hacking group is Z and he's Z.
So here's his first mission that we get to learn about in chapter 2. So right now he's breaking into like a child sex trafficking ring to kill all the people. I'd already cut off one of his ears, along with ripping off 10 of his fingernails, severed both Achilles' heels, a couple of stab wounds in specific locations that won't allow the fucker to bleed out too quickly, and too many broken bones to count. Dickhead won't be getting up and walking out of here, that's for damn sure. Less crying, more talking, I bark, scraping the tip of the knife against his still closed eyelids. And like that's how she writes all of the action, and then did I highlight the one where he's like, there was only 10 guys. They must have really thought I was weak.
Yeah, so when you first told me that, you were telling me and Danny about that scene, and I was like, all right, you're exaggerating, because you were telling us about how, like, his fucking aunt or something works.
Oh, yeah,
which
comes up.
Never comes up again. He's just like, my aunt, who I taught to be an elite hacker, never brought her up again. But he's like, telling her to make sure the kids don't, or the girls don't step in the blood of the 12 guys he just murdered. I really thought you were exaggerating. But he just like...
It's literal.
It's like... He yells at her about... It's more... He's like, it's more than just a few drops on her foot. Like, if you do it... Like, he threatens her. It's like the weirdest, most incel shit of what an incel would think is cool.
It's so fucking bad. I spare it a single glance before moving on. I don't care about fiction books. I only read the ones that are going to teach me something particularly about computer science and hacking. By now, there's nothing those books can teach me anymore. I've mastered, then surpassed it. This is when he goes to like Adeline's book sign. He's like, I'm not even here. I don't even fucking read books. I know every book that's ever been written now.
He always refers to her, too. I think he does it in this scene as her voice sounds like it was made for porn.
Yep. Fuck, her voice is pure smoke, the kind you only hear in porn videos.
There you go. It's the most incel shit. I cannot believe, once again, that it was written by a woman.
Yeah.
Because of how the man is written.
It is very surprising, yeah.
It's the weirdest... You said this yesterday, where, like, I'll go on a different tangent about the writing in a minute, but you said yesterday where you can kind of see the author's thought process, where she gets stuck in these thoughts. Like, there's one chapter where Z mentions his Mustang 6 times. He's like, and I'm going back to my Mustang, which is, like, and he's over and over, Mustang, Mustang, Mustang. I have not heard it once since that chapter. Never referred to his Mustang since that one chapter. It's like these little pitfalls of writing where she can't get off of this thought and then forgets it forever.
Nice.
It's so strange.
That's cool.
This is really weird, but I was actually talking to my dad about this book.
Nice.
Because he brought up he gets ads for the ACOTAR series all the time. And I was just saying, like, this book's writing is, if you and I were sat down, I'd say sophomore year in high school, and our teacher was like, write something really good. And we're like, we've got to show we know how to write. That's what this feels like, where you're like, similes, metaphors, look at this deep thought. Yeah.
Counterpoint, none of it's deep. It's all very surface level.
Yes.
So like it feels like it's so juvenile with like its similes and metaphors.
Yep.
And it doesn't really use them for anything other than like, man, and I thought to myself, this sucks harder than me on a nice pair of boobies, and man, do I fucking suckle those titties.
It really, especially the shadow. That is almost
that is literally like how he is written.
Yep. I told you the line yesterday that made me want to die. Where he is having his way with Adeline, and he finally reveals his name to her, his full name. I won't spoil that. I'll let you guys get to that one.
Yeah.
And he says, from now on, because she likes to mess with him and call him Kitty Cat, because he calls her also hurts my heart.
I got to that too. Oh.
Yeah, and he says, from now on, this is the only name you'll utter when referring to me. Unless my cock is in you, you'll call me God. And I told Charlie I'm on the audiobook, so it's a deep-ass voice reading this to me. I'm lifting in my garage, and I literally just went, yeah, like, gross. I can't believe somebody had that thought. And, like, I think a lot of smut in erotica is always going to come off cringy.
Yeah, it definitely...
Because you've got to write words like cock and stuff.
Yeah.
But, like, that one just... Even now I'm, like, squirming.
Another thing I want to mention in regards to her writing being so, like, almost embarrassingly simple. So, another action scene with him. So he's infiltrating another group looking to save their prisoners. Their mistake was relying on their limited eyesight for intruders. My ability to hide in the shadows is what ultimately got them killed. Should have had night vision goggles like me. Maybe then I would have had a bit of entertainment. I lick my lips. Be careful, Z, says my right-hand man, Jay. His hacking skills are nearly as good as mine.
My favorite line.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I taught him everything.
Yeah, and only because I was his teacher.
Says that shit about Jay 4 times.
Yeah, actually, he does say that so many fucking times. The action sequences, I cannot believe, are even in this book. Like, this should have just been cut.
They're not necessary.
It is so fucking stupid. I couldn't be both a hacker and a mercenary, and what I really enjoy doing is being the one to put the bullet in their heads myself. So I created my org Z from the ground up, recruiting a team of hackers to help the mercenaries with their job, get into the rings, kill them all, and get the victims out safely. I station my mercenaries in high-rate trafficking areas and assign them their own team of hackers. Now Z has become so big that there are teams in every state and several outside of the country as well. So he's got the ultimate, and it's like Kiefer Sutherland in 24, like the CTU, but for hackers and mercenaries.
And he talks about at one point, because does he say there how many years ago he started Z?
He doesn't say here, but it's 5 years ago.
5 years, because when he says that is when he started spending time learning to hack. And he's now the best in the world.
Not only that, he is not only the best in the world, he is an extraordinarily, unfathomably wealthy man.
Yes.
Because every company in the world has been hiring him to hack their competitors.
Yes, because he uses that money to fund Z. And he's always like, I've got this illegal fucking ray tracing GPS technology that cost $2.8 million that I, shouldn't have, but I stole from the government or something like that. Over and over, he's talking about his safe room in his house or whatever, and how it's worth $7 million. Like, it's that incel shit. So, like, it's so crazy.
God, reading these action scenes. It's not hard, though. These assholes bring out the worst in me. Overrode the cameras. You have 1 hour before the system resets and I'm kicked out. I only need 10 minutes.
And like, I also want to clarify, when I'm shitting on the writing, I am not saying we could write better, but I'm
saying we could write better.
Actually, we could
I'm saying we could write better.
One of the really low-hanging fruit points I was making. Let me see it real quick, because I think it was in, like, the first couple pages. It's when she's looking at the house.
About the shadows crawling up the walls.
Yeah, she just...
And everything is crawling.
Oh, I swear it's right here. Yeah, she uses the same, I think, simile, like 3 times in a row about things crawling up the walls, and it's, like, within 6 sentences. And it was within the first few pages. And I was just like, oh, God. I'm like, that's what we're in for.
Yeah.
All right, maybe I can't find it. But
she does that a lot. There's probably plenty of examples.
Between this book and The Way of Kings, the Brandon Sanderson novel from the Stormlight Archive, which is now touted as like one of the best fantasy series ever written in history. And the juxtaposition between those two books is unreal. He tells a better story in his prologue than the 400 pages I've read of this. It's crazy what good writing can do.
Yeah. Well, but then you have incredible stuff like this. Right as I ready up again, one guy comes barreling around the corner. He's dead before he even spots me. Nice little hole between his brows. He was an ugly motherfucker anyway. World would do just fine without him. Before his body can topple over, I grip him by the collar of his shirt and bring him in close, wincing at the bad breath emanating from the rotting hole in his face. I step out of the hallway, using the dead man as a shield against the flying bullets still hurtling my way. The dead body takes a few hits while I fire off 2 single shots. 2 more bodies go down, and I step back inside the hallway, pushing away the bloodied man who's now riddled with bullets.
And he explains, I remember this, and I'm like, this is so weird, because I don't know if this is true or not, and if it's not, I'm like, should just put the weirdest bit in here of, he talks about bullets go through bodies, so he doesn't like to use bodies as shields much.
That's right here.
Yeah, I was like, wait, is that true?
I don't use other people for shields unless I have to, and it's only for a few seconds. A chorus of noises arise in the warehouse in the form of terrified screams from the girls, shouts of panic from the men, orders to kill the puta.
Oh, this one, I meant to tell you, it gets a little dicey in the audiobook because they put voices on.
Oh.
I didn't hear it right the first time, so I rewinded, and he very clearly, when he says like puta or gringo, he does like your stereotypical accent, and I was like, is that okay?
Yeah, because there's a few mentions of here, like, where it does that, where it flips to, like, what he's hearing.
Yep.
Oh, man, that's
I guess that's fair. What the guy is reading is supposed to be the character. Yeah, that's fair.
I bet that's still fucking weird.
Do you want to... Should I show them what the voices sound like?
Yeah, pull up the voices. I'm going to find some more incredible stuff.
Let's see.
Here, I'll go ahead and give you the end of the action sequence. The bullet rips through their brains in such quick succession that their bodies drop at the same time. He basically, to cue you in, he basically Red Dead Redemption, or Red Dead 2, like, dead eyes on him. So he just drops all of them like a fucking McCree alt. And then he says, "You see that?" I ask aloud, already knowing Jay is watching through the cameras. Fuck. It only took you 8 minutes. Jay groans through his earpiece. $500, fucker, is my smug answer. A string of curses leave his mouth, but I tune him out. It's so... Oh, and here, this is what I was talking about that you didn't believe me.
Yep.
Jay, have Ruby make a pathway for these girls. Ruby is one member of the crew who comes in explicitly assigned to handle the survivors and get them to safety. She's a redhead spitfire, but turns to mush when she's around any women or children we save. A pathway? Yeah, I don't want a drop of blood on their toes. But one of them gets blood on their toes.
And he's pissed.
And he fucking has a conniption.
Pissed.
And then also, I love at the very end here, after he saves all these girls, talks about their trauma and how much it means to him to, like, get them as much help as possible. He then ends all of this after this mission saying, "My hunt isn't over yet. I have to play with my little mouse now." So he literally goes from saving all of these girls to then stalking and torturing a woman of his own.
That jump happens all the... And, like, I think a lot of people if they're defending this book, I don't know why you do, but if you're defending this book, I think a lot of people will be like, that's the point. And my point is it's shit. Like, I think people are like, oh, they're showing the juxtaposition, you know, between his good side and dark side. And I'm like, no, it's just terribly hypocritical.
Yeah, it is. It is. Like, it's not showing like a dichotomy. It's showing that this guy is truly unhinged and is raping a woman until she becomes like okay with it.
Yeah, and it's like at one point he tells her, did you get to this where he's like, oh, you want me to lie to you and take you on dates?
Oh, I just got to that section.
And like his whole point is that he's actually being a good guy by showing her his true side. And she even starts to be like, yeah, would I like him if he, you know, wooed me and took me on dates? I'm just like, what? Like he's sexually assaulting you and breaking into your house. Like, stop.
Oh, Jesus.
Here, I'll play the voices. I don't know what this is in, but
luckily it's something that allows me, my employees, and
here, wait, let me rewind out of that.
What do you even do for a living?
Oh, I don't want to spoil stuff.
The car is black.
No, it's fine.
That was on my terms, not his. Sniffing, I wipe my mouth and thank God that I wore the lipstick that will take a bucket of oil to even smudge. I stand and wipe the underside of my eyes, clearing them of mascara and eyeliner while he tucks himself back in and slides his belt back around his waist.
It's so sensual.
And then I straighten out my dress, slip the grin on his face, slams shut, and the smell of Zaid envelops me. Laptop
I just gave his name away.
The sexual like with for a living, he explained, lighting his work.
Sorry.
I say
sacrifice of some sort. Someone recorded and leaked a video of it happening, and another one just...
It is so, like, deep and sultry that it makes me really uncomfortable.
That guy probably does anime voice acting.
He does this in Goku. He's got right.
Well, he sounds like Light Yagami or something about the monologue. Everything the few ones you've shown me from his voice sound like that.
Yep.
Also, just another example of, like, the level of writing. She's at a club and meets a guy. And your name? I'm Archibald Talvara III. He becomes a pretty core character because Z has been spying on her. Even in this club, he's taken control of the cameras. He's hacked into the cameras of the club. Gets upset, so he sends her a text message. Sneaking off with a random man, little mouse. If I catch his hands anywhere near you, they'll end up in your mailbox by morning. Which they did. But it turns out, you know, he didn't just murder an innocent guy. Archibald Talvara is a crime guy.
Of course.
He's a big crime guy. It was a good thing.
Kills his whole family, too.
And, yeah, killed his entire family. Because he, in his words, encroached on his girl, his property. And, well, he didn't like that.
The other character who is really starting to piss me off, in the beginning, she seemed okay, is Daya.
Yeah.
Which is Adeline's best friend. Part of Z, she's an elite hacker for Z. It all connects.
Every character in this fucking book is an elite hacker.
Everyone.
Literally, there is not a character that hasn't been introduced.
They're either an elite hacker or a pedophile. That is it. That is all who exists. And Daya in the beginning is like, yo, you're fucking crazy. You need to get out of that house. You need to come stay with me. And like seems
level-headed.
Right.
Yeah.
And then slowly is kind of like, did you have sex with him? Like, girl? And I'm like, dude. She's telling you she was sexually assaulted, and you're like, what?
That's fucking. But like, what did he look like though?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what was he like? Was he good looking?
It's like it really made me mad because I thought that was the one character who was level-headed.
Yeah, there is no level. The only character that is even almost sane is the fucking police officer who she happens to know, who has played no role in this book so far, by the way. But like after it's clear like he hacked the police to get rid of the records of the stalker, she tells one of the police officers who she like knows really well. He's like, "Oh yeah, this sounds like really serious. I'm gonna be like very vigilant about this now that I know you have a stalker." He's the only one that's somewhat sane.
And then you never see him again.
He has not come back since.
Wait, I'm starting to realize the beginning of the book opens with her talking to her mom. I've not heard about her mom once since.
That's true, yeah.
It's same with the aunt. His aunt shows up, doesn't come back. Like, that's that, like, random... I had this thought, bloop, it's gone.
We still have half a book left, so it's possible they make, like, the Avengers assemble with his aunt.
He was his mom the whole time.
Yeah. Well, here's what I think is going to happen. So one thing we haven't mentioned is they have this side plot line going on
where she's exploring this house. It's her Nana's house.
Yep.
And her Nana's mother, her grandmother, was murdered there by a stalker that she fell in love with. So it's supposed to show, like, a parallel where Adeline has a relative that had a stalker, much like hers, that eventually led to her death. And she's assuming the stalkers who killed her, but she doesn't know for sure, so she's piecing together that mystery as well. What I think is going to be the case is Z is somehow related to that in some way.
Yeah. It's like his great-grandfather. Yeah. You just reminded me of something. Speaking of things coming in and disappearing. There are ghosts.
Oh yeah, and there's ghosts.
But not for long. There's a couple chapters.
Yeah,
like
it starts
ghosts by being like, she'll walk through the house and can see her breath. And then Z breaks into the house, can see his breath in a certain spot. They both spot an actual apparition.
A real ghost, yeah. It's not like metaphorical ghosts in the house.
See it.
A real ghost. The one that she saw most recently was, she believes to be her grandmother Gigi, who led her to the attic, which led her to like this note that was ripped out of her diary. Which, oh my god, I highlighted this because it's so fucking cliche and tropey. Like, whoever edits this book really needs to.
I don't know how this passed editing.
Yeah, it's so shockingly bad because like this is something you'd see out of like Hey Arnold as like a throwaway thing.
This is the note that cuts off.
Yep, the note that cuts off. Where is it? I think it was the previous chapter. Yeah. It's just a lot of like, I want to devour you and shit that I've highlighted here because it made me feel gross.
Cringe. You did make me realize, though, we haven't heard about the ghosts in a while.
Yeah.
Like, that seemed like it was appearing in every chapter. Like, I thought maybe the ghosts would fight Z or something, and then they just didn't come back.
God, where is it?
I like this in the book, though, that they put actual notes at the end. That's cute.
It is cute. They do this thing at the end of the chapters where they put these notes from Gigi. Jesus Christ. Where is this section? It's crazy how things get lost. Like shadows crawling up the wall. It wasn't that long ago. Anyway, she finds a note and it literally does the classic, if I die, here's who did it. His name is...
It cuts off and was ripped out of the journal.
Yeah, and I hate that the writer thinks that she's doing a wink wink nod nod, because the line that followed was, are you kidding me, Mima? Come on, Gigi, really? What is this, some kind of horror book? I hate that shit so much. Like, you call out the trope while actively using it as a crucial component of your plot. Like, please, God. Oh, here. Found it. I have to be quick. He said he's on his way and I'm terrified. If I run, he'll catch me, so I'm writing this note down in hopes someone will find it. If something happens to me, John, The note ends there, not even finishing the last word. My mouth drops open in shock as I stare down at it in utter disbelief. Are you fucking kidding me, Gigi? You leave it off there? That's what you wanted to show me? And a note where you're about to say, who, but don't? I finish my rant out loud. Oh, and another thing I hate about this fucking book, multiple times where she's making a bad decision, the writer calls out how stupid she is for it, and it's like, oh dear God.
God. Yes.
Hey, God. When you, like, reincarnate me next time, can you, like, make me not so stupid? And she puts this in the book.
Yep.
It's like, God, why did you make me this way? God, I'm making another bad decision and you're making me do it.
That was like 4 chapters in a row. She said it over and over and over. There's so many things that happen so many times, like, almost like, oh, haha, quirky. Like, she's always reaching over and stealing Daya's drink to drink it in, like, 6 chapters in a row. Like, there's just little things where I'm like, we get it. Like, we've heard this. But yeah, that one really started to drive me nuts. But once again, hasn't happened in the last 8 chapters. So.
I mean, it's just little lines here and there. Yeah. It happens so much.
Oh yeah, there's
God,
so
why
many.
Why did you make me this way?
Oh,
can you make me this way next time, please?
And I am totally okay. I want to get this out in the open. You can think God or the gods or whatever the hell you want. Female, male, little bunnies, I do not care. But it is such a big point in those moments where she's talking to God, where she has to be like, the female God. And I'm like, you can just say God, I don't care.
That's true. And almost all of the... I wish I had wrote down or underlined one of the examples. It always goes like, God, why did you make me this way? I'm making a bad decision again. You made me really stupid. And it's like,
there's Godigan, she's playing her tricks on my making.
Which is,
yeah, you're right, every time.
Made in like a feminist point, which is the thing I hate, because I'm like, your book is about a woman having all power taken from her and being sexually assaulted while making this feminist point, which, once again, maybe it's a fucking great writing trope that's going over my head.
It doesn't feel like it's some kind of empowering spin on it. It is numerous times explaining how weak, debased, dehumanized she feels and how much she hates it, and she's crying during it. But then at the very end of all of this, she's like, and I know, Lord help me, can't help but love it.
Yep.
And it's like, come on, like that's ridiculous.
Exactly. It's really bad.
Yep, can't wait to finish it.
Honestly, though, when we've talked about it, we just shit on it. How long is this video right now?
36 minutes.
36, and I could keep going.
Yeah,
that's the thing where
there's a lot.
Legitimately, I am excited to keep reading because it's bad. It
is bad.
It's like a train wreck where you can't look away, and I just want more.
Oh, it has 804,000 reviews,
Holy
actually. Almost
shit.
1 million.
This can be a kink for people and a fantasy for people. I just absolutely hate how it is portrayed in this book. I've not read 50 Shades of Grey. I've also heard that book is terribly written.
Yeah.
But isn't the whole thing in that, it's consensual non-consent?
Yeah, I've seen the movies. In the movies, she is, wanting to do it.
Right.
But it, simulates, there's an understanding between them where she has, a safe word.
Yeah.
She can stop it. Adeline can't. She has
just
no
sexual assault.
Yeah, it is purely sexual assault. It's not, it is... I feel like it is so different from, that actual kink.
Yeah.
Alright, so after reading the reviews, I've come to the conclusion maybe this is just not a book written for us.
We may just be wrong.
Maybe there are tons of people who love the sexual assault and the depravity of it. Some people said it wasn't enough. Which is...
So, alright.
I don't get it.
I'm going to try to play devil's advocate to us for a second. If you're into this, reading it is a very safe way to experience your kink, I guess.
I suppose?
I don't understand how 800,000 reviews means millions upon millions of copies sold.
Right.
I can't imagine so many people have a straight up non-consensual rape kink.
With a complete stranger.
Yeah.
Not only a stranger, a stalker who is literally torturing and ruining your life.
Yeah. Maybe we're wrong.
Maybe.
You should cut this part of the video and put it at the beginning.
Yeah.
Of maybe this book just isn't for us.
maybe that's the takeaway, I guess.
So if you really if this is at the beginning now and you really like this book, maybe don't watch more. Because it's about to get shit on. The one thing I will say is, regardless of the content, the writing is
it's terrible.
It's so
truly horribly written.
Juvenile is a great word for it.
Yeah.
It's written like a high school English paper. It's bad.
Yeah.
Who just learned what similes are. Alright, well maybe we're just wrong.
I guess there is just that chance. I had a point I was going to make, but I've lost it. I gotta find it.
Sorry, I cut you off.
No, it's like a shadow crawling in my brain.
The shadows in your brain?
Yeah, the shadows are in there. Oh, I remember. Yes. Do you think the reaction to this book would be the same if it was a man that wrote it?
I absolutely do not.
See, that's where I'm at. I think the reason this book has so many 5 stars is because a woman wrote it. But if you just change the author from a woman to a man, I think it is unanimously spit upon by the same community that loves it. That's my hot take.
Personally agree.
Because it is degrading. It is legitimately degrading, and they make it explicitly clear how miserable she is with this experience until she just loves it. I feel like if a man wrote that, most of these readers would find it to be insulting,
revolting.
Yeah, they would find it to be written by a chauvinistic pig.
Yeah, because that's how it reads.
It is exactly how it reads.
I I truly think it would change everything. What are the chances? There's pictures of the author online and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What are the chances it's a big facade and it's a
Oh.
male author using a pen name and a paid actress?
You might be blowing this wide open. Shit.
Because I truly think the most shocking thing is that a woman wrote that male character.
It is pretty baffling.
That is the most incel basement dweller idealistic idea of a go macho man, like down to the he smells like leather and cigarettes kind of thing. It's like
yeah, I forgot about the leather.
Fucking Marlboro Camel, that was Camel's camel. He's the camel from the smoke ads, going around doing depraved things.
Yeah, I think this book would not be as popular if it was a man that wrote it.
I agree completely.
All right, well, tune in next time when we finish this book.
Yeah, and I think for the next one we finish this book.
Mm-hmm.
That's the next video. After that, I think we do Akatar.
Yeah, I'm down for Akatar.
I think it'll be... I've heard people say the writing is still a little juvenile, but the story is much better. So, we'll see.
Okay, that sounds good.
Don't read this, bye.
Yeah, I would... As far as our good reads go, not a good read.
Yeah, a bad read.
Not a good read.
Bad read.
Would not recommend. I slid the brown note in there, so if you've caked your trousers, you're welcome. Welcome to the funeral for Destiny 2. It has just been announced by Bungie that active development is coming to a close, which means we've reached the end of the journey with Destiny 2, which I know might not come as a huge shock to a large number of people. The writing was kind of on the wall over the last many months, unfortunately, but for me personally, it's still sad to see. I have always said that Destiny has had the most potential out of any FPS we've ever seen. I have collectively spent a couple thousand hours in Destiny 2 across console and PC, and some of my most memorable gaming moments in general come from doing raids with my friends in this game. It is some of the best content you can find, and we always made a tradition out of trying to day one complete the new raid in Destiny 2 when we were blessed with them. So I really did love this game, and I always kept my fingers crossed, praying, salivating that they would start to reach the potential that so many of us knew that it had in the tank. There was so much juice in here, but they left a lot of piss in the balls. Unfortunately, throughout the Destiny 2 journey, there were a ton of stumbles from Bungie with the direction of things and really lack of direction of things. And I abandoned Destiny 2 after Lightfall. My entire friend group did. Lightfall was just a dud. That was a flop. I mean, it was hard to go back to Destiny 2 after Lightfall. So I never even got to experience the final shape, which was really the climax to all of it. Even though I heard it was very good, which is nice, they kept going after the final shape, and as they continued to kind of scrape the bottom of the barrel, they kept hemorrhaging players, and if you look at the Steam charts, you can see that decline steadily happening over many months, and now it was in a state where it really was just on life support, and it was pretty clear Bungie wasn't putting, like, a ton of resources into trying to, like, revamp Destiny 2 to get players to go back to it or get new players in, so it really isn't surprising that this is happening now. So let's go through the announcement, but also I want to mention something else since I brought up Steam charts. Bungie's other game, Marathon, is actually doing worse than Destiny 2 by player numbers, by raw player numbers on the Steam charts. So it makes me wonder, how is Bungie going to stay afloat in the meantime? Because it doesn't look like Marathon has a strong enough player base to support them. Like, they're right now teetering on fucking high guard numbers. Is that enough to allow Bungie to press forward? Like, maybe, and perhaps I'm overthinking it, maybe it really will just be Sony with more infusions of cash. Maybe they're able to just still run off of everything they built with Destiny. I don't know. But to no longer have Destiny in, like, an active development state, it will continue to hemorrhage. And then they only have Marathon, which is starting to tread water, like, dangerously fast. So what keeps them going in the meantime while they work on their next project? I guess that remains to be seen. For almost 12 years, we have had the joy and honor to explore the Destiny universe with you all. Through all the ups and downs, surprises and triumphs, building Destiny alongside our players has been a monumental privilege,
While our love for Destiny 2 has not changed, it has become clear that after the final shape, we have reached the time for our shared worlds and Destiny to live beyond Destiny 2. As our focus turns toward a new beginning for Bungie, we will begin work incubating our next games. To that end, on June 9th, 2026, we will release the final live service content update for Destiny 2 to begin that new journey as a studio. Though active development may be concluding, we will ensure that Destiny 2 remains playable, just as the original Destiny is today. Many changes in this final update will aim to ensure that Destiny 2 is a welcoming place for players to return to. We're proud of Destiny 2, the places it took us, and the legacy it has created. Because of you all, our universe is vast, built on years of shared stories, adventures, and victories. From the Cosmodrome to the Pale Heart to the Lawless Frontier, we have forged lifelong memories and friendships with you all. We are incredibly grateful to everyone who made that journey with us. From the deepest part of our hearts, thank you, and we'll see you in the stars. A pretty nice send-off message, to be honest, and they're dropping a final content update to it in order to try and leave it on a high note, which I think is commendable. I also appreciate that they are going to keep it in a state where it is playable. That's extremely nice, especially when so many other games just close their doors when they're done with active development. So it's good to see them put resources into ensuring that players can always still go back to Destiny and experience it. But speaking of that, one thing you can't do in Destiny, and one thing they made a habit out of doing that I was very vocally against, is the rabid sunsetting of content. For example, you actually cannot play the original Destiny 2 campaign anymore, Red War. That's been gone for a long time. So when Destiny 2 launched, the campaign that you played, that I played when it first came out, has been inaccessible for many moons now. And there's plenty of other examples of content that has been sunset that you can't access as a player anymore. So a lot of like the shared stories and shared experiences that are mentioned here in Destiny are already just fucking relics of the past. They're already extinct. You can only see them in YouTube videos or when you close your eyes and have a wet dream. Which is just something I've always felt is sad when it comes to Destiny 2, because there's a lot of content that you played and maybe really liked that they eventually just poof out. But the biggest, saddest part of all of it is just, again, how much potential was left on the table with Destiny 2. Like, it did have a good run. Like, it had a very strong run. It's not like this was like some underrated hidden gem no one knew about. Destiny 2 had a really strong, very loyal, very dedicated player base. But I feel like along the way, they kept stumbling. And they kept going in directions that the community didn't want. And then they have to reel it back to try and win them over again. So it always became this like tug of war, this push and pull where, you know, you take 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, and then you take 2 steps forward and then 3 steps back again. But there was always that hope that they would finally start to learn these lessons and be able to deliver on what Destiny 2 could offer, because there was always glimpses of it. There was some incredible content, amazing raids, amazing ideas, but then it would always be bogged down by the next thing they do that goes in the wrong direction. Like, there was just so much there, and it is sad to see that it won't be realized now with its final content update rolling out soon. But they are saying that they're currently working on their next projects, and maybe that's Destiny 3. I think that'd be extremely hype if it was, taking everything they've learned from Destiny and Destiny 2 and just blowing our ass out with Destiny 3. And that's not delusional hopium from hitting the crack pipe or anything. Like, to me, that feels realistic and feels like something that's kind of a no-brainer. Destiny is a juggernaut of a franchise. This had more staying power than 99% of games. They've made unfathomable amounts of money through Destiny, no doubt in my mind. But just through so much mismanagement over the years and being aimless numerous times, especially after the final shape apparently, which again, I'd already checked out after Lightfall because that was just so much of a blunder. But the point is, it wasn't because of lack of interest in Destiny, it was just they were making bad decisions with it and really kind of backed themselves into a corner with the final shape apparently. So I think Destiny 3 could very much be on the menu for something they serve up next. I feel like it should be.
Because again, there is still so much potential there that they never fully tapped into and realized and really delivered upon. Again, there were only ever those like moments of them like starting to find their flow state, but they never stuck with it and stayed there. Like, there is nothing that is even like Destiny. There's not an alternative. Like, the Guardians here aren't going to go flock to another game now that's just like a Destiny replacement, because there isn't one. You can't find a Destiny 2 game that isn't just Destiny 2. It doesn't really exist. So to me, it makes sense to do a Destiny 3 because there is still very clearly a ton of players and a ton of demand for it. And you would now have a clean slate to do it right, with every lesson that has been learned over this decade and some change, however long it's been now, 12 years. You could really nail it this time. Well, hopefully, I don't know. That might be hopium speaking there. But actually making a Destiny 3, to me, just feels like the natural next step for Bungie. But I guess we'll see. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. Yep. I feel like I'm playing an old DOSBox game.
I can't believe how huge they are.
This is a fetish.
At the height of the slipper.
God, imagine what Stuart Little saw, am I right?
Fascinating.
I'm leaving this a like. Oh, this ASMR is tingly.
Dangerous.
Woo! Oh god, he's getting in there. He's fucking splunking.
Into the towway.
Now what?
Now what am I gonna do?
You gotta huff those precious fumes. It's the only option. I have no doubt in my mind this guy graduated with some type of film degree, and this is how he uses his talent. But man, think of where these shoes have been, the stories they tell, the feat they've seen. It's worth it. Oh no.
I think she's coming.
Good lord.
I'm gonna have to stay at the very end here.
Honey, I shrunk the feet.
Too dangerous.
Catch your foot. Oh god, no.
I'm trapped in here.
No, it can't end this way.
I won't be able to get.
Activate Wumbo.
Oh man.
Is he coming?
So powerful.
Oh. Oh. Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh. Whoa. Which one of you cowards just came in my pants? This is like some kind of deranged Lego movie, but real live action.
My opportunity.
Whoa! We've entered an airfield. Jump! Man, Joaquin Phoenix really commits hard to his roles. First Joker, now this. Oh, you can't climb that. No one's ever been able to climb that slipper wall.
He climbed.
He's doing it!
And clung on to the material.
Sticking in the realm of Batman references, it's just like when Bane escaped. Talia al Ghul spoilers. Holy shit.
Got near the top, however.
Where do you think you're going?
No! He was so close, that blood-curdling scream. Fuck me, this audio mixing is haunting.
Wow, that ever awesome. Onto her giant socked foot.
Oh, he's doing it!
Out.
The hero!
But he had to be very careful that he was not caught.
Well, it's not very careful there. You're just kind of strolling out there.
Squish him down
oh god, oh fuck, it's Spider-Man.
Yeah,
it's fraught with danger.
Yep, your old friendly neighborhood foot fetishist Spider-Man.
There, he thought he was free. Free at last.
It's like those old Mortal Kombat characters.
Get away from his.
What will Tiny Husband do next? How many feet must he fight till he's finally free? And why doesn't his wife realize that her husband has shrunk himself down? Well, we do have a little more. Tiny Husband in the Toy Car. Seems like a direct sequel. Tiny Husband, I think there's something wrong with your car. It sounds like spaghetti being twirled by hand. Tiny Husband, judging by the sound, I think your car's about to get brain freeze. To be fair, I couldn't make this. The editing is too much for me. But I'm glad Tiny Husband was able to pull it off so convincingly. God, his wife is such a bitch. Doesn't she know her husband likes to shrink himself down and play with the Hot Wheels cars? Get the fuck out of there, Tiny Husband, she's onto you. Kick that shit into the 4th gear. No! Is that pantyhose? Oh god! She hung herself. This is a weird shot. What's happening? Is the Lord summoning her to heaven? Well, I guess it's an open-ended ending. Up to the viewer's imagination as to what happened to Tiny Husband next. In my mind, he enlarges himself again and makes sweet love to his wife. Today's such a special day, I even dusted off the bucket hat for it. It's High Guard release day. I imagine you probably already called in sick for work in order to take as much time as possible to enjoy this game that everyone in the world had been salivating for since it was revealed at the very end of the Game Awards. Since then, it's been quite a question mark with High Guard because they got the prime spot in the Game Awards out of nowhere, a game no one was expecting, and a genre most people weren't exactly super excited for these days. Most people perceived it to be a hero shooter, myself included, because in the footage they showed it looked like it was some type of hero shooter. Most often compared to like Concord, it wasn't a great trailer, and the position that it was placed in at the Game Awards made things even worse. They also then went radio silent for over a month up until like a day or two ago where they finally broke the silence saying that the game is still coming out as advertised and then finally started, speaking up about it. The game came out today and it's very clear that this is not a Concord level failure or anything. It had an all-time peak of just under 100,000 players, which Concord couldn't have even imagined in their wildest dreams. That game didn't even get to like 1,000 and it died in 2 weeks. It barely lasted longer than a poop left in a gas station toilet. So this blew it out of the water in terms of player count. And I think a large part of that success is because the game is free to play, whereas Concord was a $40 paywall. So even people that weren't exactly hyped about High Guard, they were at least willing to give it a spin, at least give it a chance. Kind of. There were some people that literally logged into the game and said this is the biggest pile of dog shit ever, 0 out of 10, throw it in the trash bin. Without ever even like playing a match, or maybe they did the training and then just said, nope, this is terrible, I quit. I spit on this garbage. Which, whatever, I'm not your fucking dad. If that's how you want to interact with games, all power to you, man. Pretty much the second this puppy popped out of the oven here, people flocked to Steam to leave scathing reviews on it and post their, jokes and memes about how fucking trash it is without ever even loading into a single match. Right now it's sitting at mostly negative. And of course not all of that is from people just looking to dunk on it because of the whole Game Awards fiasco. There are plenty of things to dislike about it so far with my experience. For me, I always like to give things a fair shake, so I actually played it a little earlier today with Matt and Danny. I have a video up on Moist Critical Gaming if you want to see how our first match went. And I want to give you my early thoughts here. I'm going to stream more of it tonight. Real quick though, I want to interrupt to briefly mention something that I've been pretty hyped for. Starforge just partnered with Ducky and Jagex to deliver a very special RuneScape keyboard for the 25th anniversary. All of you know I'm a huge RuneScape enthusiast, a super fan, so I was just pretty pumped about this, so wanted to put it on your radar. If anyone out there also loves RuneScape and is looking for a new keyboard upgrade, pre-orders are available now at Starforge. So anyway, back to High Guard. Overall, the game is just, it's fine. I don't think it's nearly as terrible as people are making it out to be. This is one of the worst FPS games of all time or something. It's just not even close, really. It's just very generic. And not in terms of, the actual gameplay mechanics, because they actually do try something different. It's not a hero shooter. It's not a battle royale. It's a 3v3 raid skirmish. I don't even know what to really call it, where you have a prep phase where you reinforce things a la Rainbow Six Siege, except the reinforcements here are fucking worthless. Basically, you take paper walls and you put plastic on top of it. That's your reinforcement. You can still easily get through these reinforced walls. To me, it just feels like the prepping to defense is kind of useless. It doesn't really stop much, at least not so far in my experience, but you have this phase to prep like that. Then you have a resource gathering phase where you gear up, so you go out in the world and you do some fucking Fortnite mining for materials, which you can spend at the trader for weapons and armor. And you can also find loot out there for armor or, other weapons or even ability cooldown type stuff. Then after that, then you have the sword part, the shield breaker, where you and the other team will then fight to get the shield breaker. Whoever gets the shield breaker takes it to the other team's base, and then the raid begins, and what you want to do is plant bombs to blow up their base. Rinse and repeat. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of different things put into this mode, and I don't dislike it, but it feels like some of it's entirely worthless. Like I mentioned, that prepping phase to like reinforce certain walls around the points. Like in theory, that's a decent idea, like in Siege, but here, at least in my limited experience so far, the reinforcing just doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, again, it feels like you're just reinforcing a wall with like some fucking saran wrap. Like, it doesn't juice it that much. What you use to blow up walls when they're not reinforced, you will still use to blow them up when they are, with pretty much a very close level of success. So that feels like they could maybe do with an overhaul. The gearing phase also feels a little not super great, because as the rounds progress, like as the game goes forward, you can just buy what you want from the trader. So you mainly just collecting the crystals is the more important part than trying to like hunt for random loot. And it seems like you all end up getting geared to the same level anyway by the end. So those two things I don't think are amazing, but at least the horse makes this game feel faster than I thought it would be. I was under the impression this would be like Concord level molasses that you're playing through, where every character just moves at a fucking glacial pace. And then when I found out it's 3v3, I thought for sure this was going to be a snooze fest. But thanks to like having a mount, you're able to get around pretty quick, so you're able to go from fight to fight. And during the actual raiding, you do respawn pretty quick, reviving is pretty quick, so it does feel much faster than I thought it would. Movement is still pretty slow. Like, there's not a whole lot of like crazy movement tech that I've seen yet. I've tried like bunny hopping to a certain level, and that kind of works, so maybe there's just more unexplored tech there, but base movement is pretty slow. And the big thing is the gunplay. This has been a contentious one because there's a lot of people that fucking hate it and some people that really like it. I think that it's solid. I actually thought the gunplay was pretty solid. I enjoyed it more than I expected to. It's not the tightest. It feels like aiming sometimes fights against you because it's somewhat floaty, but overall, the guns did feel good. Like, getting into a fight did feel enjoyable. Like, I don't think the gunplay is trash like a lot of people are saying. The big thing with gunplay, though, that holds it back is that there are certain things that this game is missing, which is why I'm saying that it feels kind of generic when it comes to its gameplay. Like, it has decent bones, but it's very bland. So because it's missing a lot of the flavor from some better shooters out there, this one just feels lackluster in comparison. But overall, I do think the shooting is just fine. Like, I have no issues with the gunplay. Some of the abilities are cool too, I suppose. I haven't seen all of them, but the ones I've toyed around with seem pretty solid. Really, at the end of our gaming session, the consensus Matt, Danny, and I drew was that was more enjoyable than we expected going into it, though it's probably a game none of us are going to get like super into. Like I said, I'm going to stream more tonight, so we'll see if maybe I end up falling in love with it somehow, some way. But for what I've experienced thus far, it's fine. Like, it's just a fine game. There's nothing like particularly special about it, but it's definitely not like a really bad game that people are saying that it is. I really think Jeff Keighley fucked him. Like, actually went in there and face fucked him by putting Highguard at the very end of the Game Awards, where apparently, based on a lot of like articles and stuff that have come out and talked about it, they didn't even want to be there. Like, they didn't want that slot or anything. Jeff Keighley just felt so strongly about it that he made the decision to put him there. I don't know if all of that's confirmed or not, but regardless, what is true is that their place at the end of the Game Awards, the most important slot in the most watched event for gaming, went to Highguard, which puts a huge level of expectations on this product, and it puts so many eyes on it. So people were expecting something like really impressive, and this game isn't. Like, it's fine. Like I said, like, there is some fun to be had there, but it's not like a game I can really see people like dedicating their lives to as like, this is my comfort shooter now. I do think that there, like I said, are decent bones here, so if they do decide to build upon it, flesh it out, add more to it, improve certain things, and start to really, spruce it up a bit, maybe it could get to that point, but as it stands right now, not really in that state. And by being in that position at the Game Awards, it really did like, it really did hamper them. It was a huge detriment, because if this game was just shadow dropped or something, like if this game just like randomly came out today, like, hey, from some of the creators of some of your favorite shooters like Titanfall, we have this new studio and we've been working on this game and we want to share it with all of you today. Come give it a try. Let us know what you think as the game evolves. I think people will be a lot more receptive to it and a lot more enthusiastic about, like, maybe seeing this game improve down the line. But because it had so much hype at the Game Awards, people went in expecting something that this is just not really delivering on at the moment. Anyway, though, I just wanted to give you my thoughts on the game so far from the little bits that I've played, and I'm very curious to see how Highguard shakes out down the line. They already put like a 1-year roadmap out there, so it seems like they're pretty committed to it. I guess we'll see. But it did have a much more successful launch than Concord, so that's great. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Zach, if you died tomorrow, what would you want your funeral to be like?
Man, that's a good question. I want it to be a nightmare. I want people to feel like they're walking through a living nightmare, a hellscape, as it might be best described. I don't know. Yeah, I'd probably just want to fuck people the most. Like,
oh, what?
You know what I mean?
I want it to be a giant orgy.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe like I'll tell people to have my eyes sewn open. Just make everyone really upset by it. You know what I mean? But in a good way, kind of like, oh man, that guy had a sense of humor. But I also don't want to go to that. I don't want to go there.
They could turn you into an animatronic.
Yeah, something like that would be good.
Disney
Yeah, puffing
World.
my body around. Yeah, or you know, it's even better. You ever see those like baby cakes? Or it's like a baby.
No.
It's a cake of a baby.
Yeah, and then they
make
cut
one of
into
those
the
of me.
face.
Yeah, make one of those of me and cut into my head, and people will start shrieking and say, "Hey, there's cake." And then you lure out the real body, and people clap because it's a trick.
And it's a piñata, and they all beat it, and candy falls out.
Yeah, but that's my real body though. But candy's still
Oh.
coming out of it. Yeah.
You could take it one step further. You could, for your funeral, have it be a magic act. And the grand finale is the magician makes your body disappear. And then when they finally find it, you've already been buried.
You could also commission someone like Ed Gein to turn you into furniture.
Like, could be a lampshade. Yeah. And you know what?
that wouldn't be bad.
And it's like an Oprah. Everyone reaches in their seat and they have a different part of my body, my skin warped over a household object.
a goodie bag.
That's awesome.
Yeah, a little
That's good.
souvenir.
Yeah, funeral with a little prize.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god, I
I'm
got
going
the
back
elbow.
next year.
Oh, what
I
the
wanna
fuck?
go to your funeral.
Stacy got the femur.
I got his vagina?
Stacy, alright, you incel.
Is the only thing that came up.
I'd like to thank all my friends for coming to my funeral. Chad, Stacy, Stacy, Chad, and Stacy.
Look, I'll tell you this much. I don't know what would be in those bags, but I'll tell you this much. There'll be 3 pinkies, if you guys know what I'm talking about.
I love the HOA is a sentence you'll rarely ever hear a real human being say. If you ever hear someone utter something very positive about homeowners associations, that's how you know, that's your red flag to alert you to the fact that you're most likely talking to an alien, a demon, or a terrorist. Now, I know not all HOAs are evil, diabolical monsters, but you do hear some real bad stuff. And actually, my house is in an HOA community, and I remember a long time ago, I had actually received a complaint from the HOA, one that needed action on my part, or I would be like fined or something like that, because I had a basketball hoop in my driveway. So I had to take the basketball hoop down because they didn't like it. I didn't know I couldn't put a basketball hoop in my own driveway. It was a Christmas gift, so that felt real good to have to take that puppy down. Is it the biggest deal in the world? No, but it is annoying. Like, the HOA's been neutral here for the most part, but that's not how it is everywhere. You hear all the time about nightmare scenarios with HOAs, and a lot of the time, it seems like the people that are elected onto the HOA's boards are power-tripping Reddit moderators that just let this shit poison their brain. And today, I saw a very good example of this for an outrageous situation, and actually, the night before I saw this, which would be last night, if you're doing the math. I don't know why I said it that way, like it was a fucking riddle. Last night, we were even yapping about HOAs, because there are some crazy scenarios that arise from this that are just inexplicable. I don't know why HOA members
like love to rule it with an iron fist and think that there's some kind of like tyrant or something for it, and then they just like terrorize people in neighborhoods for no reason.
President of the HOA.
Okay.
Then you're not supposed to be running a business out of your house.
This is my house. I don't live here.
This is my house.
I'm a detail. I pulled up.
I'm just letting you know. You're not supposed to be running a business out of your house. You're not supposed to have vehicles parked on the grass.
He's detailing my car.
I can just take this down if you want.
You got a sign right
He
here.
put the sign up. I didn't put the sign up. He's advertising.
I can take it down if it's that big of a deal.
Okay, he'll take the sign down.
Everybody stand back. The HOA president has just arrived at the scene. Please get on your hands and knees and start groveling at his feet and worshiping him. This is the HOA president. I don't know if you could feel his spiritual pressure when he arrived. So right now he's causing a big hubbub here because, well, a couple of things. There is a vehicle parked on the grass, which I guess is a big no-no there. And also the detailer has a sign up advertising his business, which I guess, again, forbidden under the HOA bylaws or whatever. Which is an interesting one because there is a vehicle that drives behind this man that is advertising another business because their fucking truck is wrapped in it. Is he then going to chase that truck down like a fucking dog chasing the mailman in order to give him a piece of his mind? Like, hey, you can't be advertising a business here. Like, what, does he do that when, fucking Frontier or Spectrum comes out for the internet? Oh my god, you've got your vehicle wrapped in a business. Scram, get out of here. It makes no sense. I don't know why he wouldn't be able to put a sign out when all of the other businesses that go through the neighborhood, like the one that drives right behind him, are also advertising their business just on a wrap as opposed to a normal sign. It's pretty fucking silly.
Bro, he's detailing my car. So what's the problem now?
You had a sign up.
Okay, the sign's
You're
gone.
advertising.
What's off? What's
You're
the problem?
still going to get a letter.
What's the problem? He's detailing my car. What's the problem? He's detailing my car.
That's not your car. That's your.
That is my friend's car. Yeah, that is my car. Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with you.
So what's the problem?
I'm not going to argue
so
with you.
I have somebody coming and watching my car? You haven't told me anything.
You are not supposed to be running a business.
No one is running. I'm not running a business. I'm getting a service done. I paid him to
But
come
that's not your car. That's your car.
So
I'm not going to argue with you, but I am going to argue with you. And then he gives like the worst possible fucking arguments imaginable. How is he running a business out of his house when he is getting a service done? Exactly as he is stating. Like, that is checkmate. There is no business being run out of his house. There's a service being conducted. By this ridiculous logic, Mr. Big Shot, Big Meat HOA president is also running a business out of his house anytime someone comes out to fucking fix the plumbing or do his roof or something. Like, it makes no sense. When there is a service being done at this guy's house, how in any way, shape, or form is that this guy now running a business out of his fucking house? This is absolute lunacy. This guy is off of his gourd. I don't know what he's even trying to, argue here, because it is nonsensical. If he has a problem with the sign, okay, the sign got taken down. Fucking take a hike. Get out of here. Issue solved. Why is he still going to get a letter?
Friend came here. And I'm getting my car washed. So listen to me, right? You told me something, right? I'm here. I live here, correct? Because you know that.
I know that.
Right? I live here. I called him to come get a detail. My friend comes. And all of a sudden my friend wants to get a detail. So that's a problem on me now?
Yeah, because you're advertising.
Get out of here, man.
You're not supposed to have a vehicle parked on the grass.
I'm not allowed to wash my car on my property. I'm not allowed to have my car washed on my property.
You're not supposed to advertise it.
Okay, so he took the advertisement away. What is the problem now? Thank you. I want to get a picture of your tags.
HOA hotshot just blue screened in the brain there when he asked what the problem is now since the sign's down. He just keeps harping on that. You're running a business out of here. Your friend's getting a detailing too in your driveway and there's a sign up here. Okay, the sign's gone. What's the problem? He's not running a business out here. His friend just happened to be there and also want to get detail done. That should be no problem. It's his own driveway. It's not encroaching on anyone else's property or anything like that. It is all above board. It seems like it's all perfectly complying with the HOA rules here. The only other thing he makes us think about is the truck on the grass, which they also moved then too, and still he has an issue. It's just crazy because like HOA zombies like this guy, they literally exist for this kind of power. Their purpose is to exert what they believe to be power on others, to try and make people feel like they're beneath them and that they're, a godsend because they're on the HOA board or something. Like the way he flexes that, like he's some kind of secret agent. I'm HOA president as he flips down the FBI badge or something. It's so cringe, man. Just get a fucking life.
Oh no, I follow the rules. I follow the rules very well.
Well, that's a first for my business.
The car is off the desk. Get out of here. Get out. You're still gonna get out. And it's going to the law. Get. This is a harassment case. Thank you very much. Put your badge on.
The what's your badge number line from his friend actually got a big time giggle out of me there. This guy just won't leave. Like, he just keeps saying, you're getting a letter, you're getting a strongly worded letter. It's going to be a stern one. I hope you're ready. I'm HOA president, damn it. Who do you think you are? I am. Like, all the issues have been solved, which were barely issues in the first place. I don't know why he has to be so combative and aggressive about it, confronting him on his property about, like, the HOA laws that he's violated, because he's accusing him of running a business out of his house, which is the stupidest fucking thing ever. And even when this phony baloney problem is solved, he still just keeps making a big stink about it. He continues to argue. Like, the video goes on for like another 20 or 30 seconds, and it spans what I imagine to be multiple minutes because it starts cutting around because they keep arguing. The guy just won't fucking leave. It's clear all he wanted to do was come over and cause a ruckus. He just wants to cause problems. He is the HOA president, and he thinks he has, you know, the fucking license to kill or something. He can do whatever he wants. So he's confronting him on his own property about nothing, a made-up scenario in his head about how they're running a business out of his house. It's so unbelievable, man. And there's plenty of videos of, like, HOA Karens and meltdowns and shit like that. I'm sure you've seen plenty, but it is just unbelievably annoying. And this one really grinded my gears, especially after just talking and yapping about HOAs for a while on stream last night. It was... this HOA president, I think, is the epitome of what an HOA board member looks like for the most part. Like, he's a caricature of that. Anyway, though, just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. I cannot believe it. I thought this was impossible, like a growth spurt in my 30s. I didn't think this was something that would ever happen here. I feel like I'm 9 years old and I just watched a birthday party magician pull a quarter out from behind my ear. My mind is blown. Earlier today, former Prince Andrew was arrested following Epstein Files revelations. For those that don't know, Prince Andrew was in a lot of the files. There were even pictures as well. Very disturbing stuff. He was a stronger presence in the Epstein Files than Obi-Wan Kenobi was in the original Star Wars trilogy. He was in there a lot. And there's been tons of allegations and a lot of evidence and a lot of ties with Epstein. But I think most people, myself included, just didn't expect anything to happen because that's been kind of the protocol recently, where the Trump administration in particular is constantly just telling the American public to move on from it and it's not a big deal, stop caring. Pam Bondi struggles through her lobotomy to try and get a story straight about where she stands with Epstein files on if they exist or if they don't, if they're on her desk or what's going on there. It seems like everyone kind of plugs their ears when Pam Bondi's around and they don't fill her in on the talking points, so her story's never cohesive. The only thing she sticks to is that Epstein files are all out there and we're done. And there's nothing more to be done about it. Justice has been served with 0 arrests outside of Maxwell. And of course, Perjury Patel loves to lie about it. Todd Blanche also takes a special kind of joy in letting people know that, yeah, most likely nothing's ever coming from this. It's not a crime to party with Epstein.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
Are there videotapes that you all have?
Yeah, there's a lot of videotapes, actually. But according to Todd Blanche in this administration, that's not like actionable evidence. Yeah, there's nothing here. Everyone's making a mountain out of a molehill. But interestingly enough, it seems like other places in the world are taking it more seriously than America is here, this administration.
Internationally, there have been a lot of powerful figures that have come under intense scrutiny and have stepped down or been relieved of their position. And now we're seeing Prince Andrew be arrested in the UK for his involvement here in the Epstein files. And they're investigating that, seeing what's going on there. That's more than this administration has done. The Trump administration, still 0 fucking arrests outside of Maxwell, whom they're doing everything in their power to ensure has the most luxurious time in prison possible. Now, normal, sensible people with a functioning frontal lobe are all celebrating that it's an arrest in regards to the Epstein files. Finally, hallelujah! That's a pump your fist moment. That's a certified finger-wiggling situation here. But weirdly enough, there's one person who's real tore up about it here. I'm telling you, this guy looks like he's got the suds right now, like fucking SpongeBob. Trump's extremely sad that Prince Andrew got arrested.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. So I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing to see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man, the king. So I think it's a very sad thing.
What a fucking odd response. It's sad that someone has been arrested in relation to the Epstein files. Why? Why shouldn't they be investigated? Why is this sad? Why is this cause for tears? Like, he looks like he just watched the ending to Marley and Me. He's looking emotional as shit right now over Prince Andrew's arrest. Why is this something sad? Like, not a single mention of, like, the victims ever from Trump, really. He never really seems to care about the victims in the Epstein case. It's only ever, oh man, there's a lot of innocent men here that are getting roped into this, and that's the real victims. That's the real sad story. Guys that, you know, just wanted to talk baseball with Epstein and all of that kind of shit, getting labeled nasty stuff. Man, that's the real bitch of it. It's so wild to me that when it comes to Epstein, Trump's MO is move on, it's not a big deal. Yeah, the most infamous child sex trafficker in this nation's history, you know, had a bunch of clients and all of them are getting away with it. Big whoop. Go cry about it. Kick dirt, pussy. Let's move on. It's nothing that anyone should ever care about. You know, all the rape, the torture, the murder, all of that stuff, it's not a big deal. That's small potatoes. Get over it. And then when someone like Prince Andrew gets arrested in regards to it, he's like, oh, no, that's sad. That's really sad. We need to take a moment of silence here. That's sad stuff. Please, won't everyone play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for Prince Andrew? This is a really heartbreaking scenario here. It's like watching an ASPCA commercial. I couldn't believe it. I shan't believe it when I saw Prince Andrew was arrested. Oh, my lord. An entire tissue box was expended, wiping the tears from my eyes. What a weird response. It's very clear this administration is desperately trying to do everything in its power to distract and deflect from the Epstein files and try and minimize just how important this is, how big of a deal this is. And now he's trying to sell you on this pile of dog shit here that it's like a bad thing that Prince Andrew's been arrested. And I guess maybe for Trump and his friends it is a bad thing because there's a chance Prince Andrew might start squealing. He might let the cat out of the bag and could implicate some other very powerful people in relation to Epstein. So maybe that's why he's so tore up about it. It's just so fucking crazy that he doesn't even try and hide it. And he doesn't need to. His fan base will absolutely just swallow his whole cock at all times for anything at all.
A stunning royal arrest. Former Prince Andrew taken into custody from his home in the English countryside. It follows growing revelations about the alleged connections between the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew, the former Duke of York and brother of King Charles. Thames Valley Police saying the arrest was on suspicion of misconduct in public office.
This seems like they're pursuing it pretty seriously. I imagine an investigation is underway where I would, again, guess that they find a lot of evidence on Prince Andrew and Epstein's connections and some really fucking horrible, heinous shit. Now, I've got a little hunch there's a little someone special out there that's also starting to sweat profusely after seeing this news of Prince Andrew's arrest. Victoria Hervey. Victoria Hervey had a relationship with Prince Andrew quite a while ago, and she's got a very interesting take on Epstein.
That was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult, because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
Right, so the people who aren't in the files are these?
Yes.
Okay. Are you in the files?
Well, of course I am, because it's any journalist that wrote about it.
That's an astonishing attitude, isn't it? You're the loser because you're not in this. I find that jaw-dropping.
They're just so brazen now. With her whole chest, she says it would be an insult if you weren't invited to party with Epstein. You're a loser if you didn't party with Epstein.
Police have been looking into emails in which Andrew apparently shared confidential government information with Epstein. The latest batch of released files showing Andrew forwarded reports about foreign countries and trade opportunities to Epstein in 2010, when he was serving as a UK trade envoy.
Charles, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein?
But the scandal has been growing for years.
That clip they show in the segment right there where someone said, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein? And the crowd, like, erupts in shock and awe and disgust. Like, they're upset that someone said something about it. That blew my mind. Like, is everyone there just okay with it? They all rolled their eyes collectively like, oh, here we go, Epstein again. Can you just let it go? We're trying to ignore it. Like, what the fuck? I'm hoping I'm having like a bad read on what happened there, but I think it came across pretty clear that the people there were not too pleased to hear Epstein's name brought up there. They'd rather just pretend that it's not real, I guess. Which is crazy. And that's exactly what so many of these powerful politicians that have engaged in these unthinkable evil acts want. And people, just sheep, are okay with it. They're like, oh my God, look at this guy who went out of line and said something about Epstein and Andrew. This is crazy. Can someone shun that guy? Can we get him out of here?
With other allegations, including of sexual misconduct against Andrew, including from Epstein victim Virginia Roberts Giuffre, seen in this picture with Andrew. The prince asked though he...
That one is a timeless Prince Andrew classic. That one is an iconic moment from Prince Andrew's time on Earth. I actually made a video on that 6 years ago. His defense was, this couldn't have happened. This is a big, bold lie. This is a fib because, I don't sweat. Even though there is so much proof of him sweating, this guy sweats. He's a fucking sweater. He sweats a lot, actually. It was the wackiest fucking defense. But again, he got away with it until very recently, it seems. And I guess it's not even clear if he hasn't got away with it. He's been arrested, but he's not, in jail or anything yet. They're still investigating. So, like, it's possible he still gets away with it. But for all of this time, he hadn't even been arrested or anything. So even, like, the worst fucking lie ever to protect himself about not sweating was enough. It's just so blatantly corrupt across the globe. Like, they don't even bother trying to hide any of this or even cover it up at all, really. And people just excuse it. They just let it go. Like in that clip a moment ago, where someone brings up Andrew and Epstein and everyone's like, fuck you, buddy. I'm busy being a blind worshiper of this political figure. Come on, man. I'm busy trying to not think for myself. It's so sad and scary. Now, anyway, in America, obviously there haven't been any Epstein-related arrests since Maxwell, of course, and if Todd Blanche and the rest of the administration is anything to go by, it doesn't seem like they're interested at all in pursuing anything Epstein-related with clients or co-conspirators, anything like that. It doesn't seem like they're actually pursuing justice in any way, shape, or form. They're trying to hammer home the point that you shouldn't care about it, get over it. They are literally saying that. So it doesn't seem like there's any arrests coming to anyone there. And there have been a couple of very powerful people that have lost some of their positions at the corporations that they were a part of as a result of the Epstein files due to public pressure and scrutiny. So there have been some people that stepped down here, but again, no investigations, no arrests or anything like that. So
it looks like they're still getting away with it. Even though they might not be at those mega corporations anymore, they still have unfathomable wealth and are not punished for their involvement in these Epstein files and all of their fucking crimes or anything. The administration is not interested in pursuing it, it seems. But who knows? Maybe Prince Andrew's arrest is the first domino to fall, and we'll see tons more arrests of these evil, vile people that are pulling the strings behind the curtain, that have gotten away with this evil for so long. Now, I want to put a little bonus clip in here because something else has just recently happened. A new name, well, I guess not a new name, but more information has come out about Leslie Wexner and his involvement in the Epstein case, and a very interesting moment has just unfolded as he was being asked questions.
It was just regularly done.
Answer the question.
His lawyer there said, "I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?" And then Les Wexner starts giggling about it. Do they teach that in law school? Is that part of the bar? I don't know if I've ever seen that strategy there from a lawyer. That's pretty alarming, I would think, right? Maybe? Yeah? I mean, come on. That's peculiar, right? For his lawyer to be saying something like that? Now, this is in an Epstein deposition. He also said some very fascinating stuff about Rothschild. Like, this had quite a bit in it, but this moment right here was by far the most odd. I would think most people would see this, hear this, and immediately recognize, okay, this is fishy. Anyway, though, Prince Andrew being arrested is good news. Don't let Trump fool you into thinking that it's sad news. An arrest finally being made in regards to Epstein. Oh my goodness. Maybe we can actually start getting punishment for some of these fucking monsters out there and learn who else is a part of it. Like this, I think this is a good thing. The arrest of Prince Andrew. Well, I should have seen this coming. Prince Andrew has been released. That didn't last very long. They got him in there and then they said, okay, time's up. He's still under investigation, supposedly, but yeah, he's not being held or anything. He was arrested, but he's now released. The investigation, supposedly ongoing. I made this video, like everything you have watched up until this point, I made this afternoon, and now this news is just now breaking about him being released, so definitely need to include that in here. I'm hoping that they're taking the investigation seriously, though I'm now skeptical because, well, I mean, they already let him go. That was very quick. He was there for a couple hours, maybe. He went in there, took a nap, and then went home, I guess. Well, that's the latest update on the Prince Andrew arrest. Alright, well, that's really about it. So yeah. You already know what time it is. We're tuning in to a new batch of Pokemon scalpers getting into their little clown scuffles over some precious product that they can turn around and try and resell online. I'm only half joking when I say that Pokemon scalpers should be officially labeled as terrorists. Like, genuinely, if you are a scalper, you should be forced onto a registry, like as a national security threat. Because these are just violent degenerates. We already saw a young woman who was murdered in Chile for her Pokemon cards because they wanted to get their grubby little paws on her product so they could turn around and resell it. We saw someone recently shot here in America over a disagreement in the Pokemon vending machine line. We've seen oodles of fights that are showing no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, homie. I'm gonna crack you, homie. I don't give a fuck. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? We gonna fight. I don't fight. You don't fight. What you gonna do? What? You don't fight, huh? Why you touch me? Why you touch me? Fucking touch me, bitch.
Hits him with the pepper spray and then boot scooting boogies out of there as quickly as possible with his one box there. It was all worth it, baby. So here's two scalpers throwing down the old clown fiesta, which has become commonplace at Pokemon vending machines or really anywhere that sells Pokemon product at this point. As I've said numerous times, it becomes a PvP-enabled zone, and people throw out all logic and reason, and they just start throwing knuckle sandwiches at each other. In this case, he brought out the pepper spray, so he just pepper sprayed this man and then ran away from him. These fucking losers will fight and fuck their way to one box of Pokemon product just to make like $5 off it online. There is no more pathetic existence than being someone like this.
Guys, stop! Hey! Break it up.
So here's an interesting one. So apparently the construction workers ganked this guy over a disagreement about Pokemon product in the store because the construction workers had apparently been very disrespectful to a child who had showed up for this product, allegedly. I don't think any children actually ever even get a chance to go to the Pokemon card aisle because it's like walking into Salty Spittoon. You gotta go through like the greasiest fucking gauntlet of goobers imaginable. Plus these loveless, lifeless, worthless piles of shit clear out the entire aisle within the first 10 minutes of the store even being open, so there's not even morsels left for children. But I guess in a very rare instance here, there was. Probably Perfect Order, because scalpers are now just leaving Perfect Order because they can't resell it as effectively as previous sets. So maybe that's what it was, but the construction workers didn't get the memo that it's not the hot product to scalp anymore. Apparently there was a kid that was looking to get product. These assholes were being rude about it or something. So then this guy stepped in the middle of it, and then the construction workers tried to lay a beat down. You can see that one, like, elderly gentleman, the fucking octogenarian's, like, climbing on the guy's back, throwing sucker punches. He looks like a squirrel that's trying to get his licks in. And then we have another angle of this scuffle, and I swear to God, that old guy is throwing his punches in slow motion. It's like he's lagging. I'm watching a punch thrown at 4 FPS.
Break it up. Break it up. Come on, bro. Come on, y'all. Come on, bro. You look up to my dad. Hey, that kid. Bro, he's talking about hitting a little kid, bro. No, he's talking about hitting a little kid.
I love that the douchebag that had to go 2v1 against this guy is calling the other guy a pussy. You just had to have your little sidekick, your little pocket-sized buddy there, wrapped around his back in order to try and get some of your punches in. And you're calling the other guy a pussy, even though he ate all of your wet noodle punches with no problem at all, and you have the gall to call him a pussy, even though you had to 2v1 him? Oh my god, these scalpers are sickening. Now, of course, there's a very real chance that the other guy is also a scalper, but at the very least, what he's saying seems like something a rational person would have an issue with. Like, hey man, you are cutting in front of this kid and disrespecting a child. This is a hobby for child. This is Pokemon cards. Like, he is calling sense into this. At the very least, I can respect that. And he held his own in a 2v1 here against these relentless, violent lunatics here. All over Pokemon cards, mind you. And I'm going to tell you something. Those 3 dudes, there's 3, but only 2 of them got involved in the fight. The other one was in the cuck chair. Those 3 dudes, I'm gonna tell you, probably aren't collectors. And they probably don't play the card game either. I don't think they're avid Pokemon TCG enthusiasts. I have a hunch that they might just be scalpers and they're here on their lunch break, so they decided to scoot on in and try and get some product to maybe make a couple of fucking doubloons after work, selling it to a local card shop for an extra $1. Like, it's just so pathetic. I went back and double-checked seeing if there was any more lore and context I could give of what led up to this. Apparently, it wasn't just, like, being rude to the kid or, like, cutting in front of him. They apparently threatened to slap a child at the Pokemon aisle for this product.
Bro, that's a kid. It's Pokemon. No, bro. Come on, meet me outside, bro. Meet me outside. Come on. Wait for me outside. Both of y'all grab me. Wait for me outside. Ain't nobody grab me, bro. You acting for nothing, bro. Bro, I will go beat the shit out of you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro. Come on, bro. Come on. I'm telling you, bro. I will beat the fuck out of you, bro.
Yeah, I don't think you would, though. You and Grandpa just 2v1 this guy and couldn't do it. So I feel like one-on-one would be even worse for you. You tried to tag team this guy and still couldn't beat his ass or anything like that. I don't know why you're talking so tough when you look like such a bitch here. Again, sucker punches from the back and still eating your punches from the front and handling you just fine. I think that guy probably would have won if he did actually step outside with them. It's just pure lunacy. There is no low that these scalpers won't sink to. If that is true about them threatening to slap a child over Pokemon cards, like, it's completely indefensible, man. These are such worms.
Hands on, hands off. Get live. Pokey Streets in Meyer, baby. Let's go. Let's get them. Who's got them hands? Here we go. Pokey Streets. Let's get it. Oh, shit. Whose man is that?
At first I thought this was at an airport or something. I thought they started introducing Pokemon cards there, which wouldn't even surprise me. Everywhere is, because they just fly off the shelves, mainly because of these fucking scumbags that constantly swoop in and camp out for hours waiting to get their hands on a box of Pokemon. But I believe this is at Walmart, and tensions are bubbling over because there was a chair that was left in line, and then when the person came back to get the chair that was holding their place in line, they came back with 8 people. So someone left a chair and then came in with an entire clown car of people here to scalp the Pokemon product. So then that led to an argument in there, and then things started to get heated. The guy filming's delivering some commentary on it like he's watching a sport.
Get live. Fucking let him know. He's got a crutch. That ain't fair. Man, Pokemon cards, you all are wildin'. He's pulling up, bro. Don't count him off the fight. He's pulling up.
He's gonna go at it with a crutch, really?
He said, tag team, you want some? We getting some. Lion Meyer, baby, we lied. He don't want jack shit. He want none of that. Sheesh. This was worth the wake up. Sheesh. Get an Eli.
I'm gonna tell you something that seemed like a mismatch. The guy with the crutch actually had maybe 200 pounds and a whole foot on the other guy in the hoodie who kept throwing up one of these sets here like he was about to use some kind of Tekken move. I don't know what he thought would happen had he not been held back. This was probably just one of those peacocking things where he was trying to appear really big and was just very grateful that his friend was squeezing his tits and holding him back. Because had he been unleashed there, I think the guy with the crutches would have actually just fucking dismantled him. And when that guy lifted the crutch over his head, I thought we were about to see some Looney Tunes type shit where he bonks him on the head and he starts seeing stars and all of that. I thought it was about to get like real WWE-esque, but it didn't. I guess things simmered down after the screaming match there.
I pulled are only like 20 to 30 bucks. And it makes me mad every time it does that. Hold on one second. I'm getting a notification. Hold on one second. One second, guys. Getting a notification.
Here's a little bonus I wanted to slip in here because this clip blew up. This is a whatnot scammer. This guy is Clayton's Cards, and Clayton hatched a nefarious scheme. So this is a rip and ship. For those that don't know what that is, you pay the streamer to open packs for you and you get the pulls from it. So someone is paid for this pack, and Clayton is going through the pack, and then he happens to catch a glimpse of the hit at the back. You can see that there is a foil in the back, potentially a really big chase card, and Clayton notices this, and the world stands still. Time ceases to exist, and he starts to cook a little bit. He starts to activate some neurons, and he decides, you know what? I want it. I can't do this. So he does something where he says he's getting notifications and he pulls the entire thing off screen and he swaps out the card. This is a bait and switch. It's a pretty standard scam, but usually they're not as blatantly obvious as this. And also, you can see enough of the card here so people figured out what the card was. It is literally a $3 card. So what he did is he bait and switched on a $3 card to one of the sellers here to scam them. He did inevitably get banned, but look at how he tries to finish the show here and get away with it.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy. Can everybody hear me good? Can you guys hear me good? Sorry, I'm getting notifications for Amber Alerts.
What's up everybody, it's Critical. I'm playing Insanidade again for the PC. Let's do this shit. Alright. That phone is vibrating, but I have a phone in my hand. In fact, it's the same phone that's over there. Well, this is a paradox. Schrodinger's cat paradox. Better take a fucking seat. We've got a real conundrum here. I guess because I hit new game last time instead of continue, the game didn't know how to deal with such stupidity, so it's just giving me 2 phones to compensate for my lack of intelligence. Now I can call twice as many people. Hooray. Are you looking to throw down, table? I'll give you a whopping of a lifetime. I'll lay the wood on you. Come here. Where'd you go? Oh fuck, it's eating me! Oh shit, I'm gonna devour it now. Yeah, the tables have turned. Fuck, shit, It's like a trampoline all of a sudden. Get off of me, you sack of oak! Yeah, there you go, take that. That ought to teach you a lesson. I'm on a damn teeter-totter over here. What's that? It's just some picture. Another picture. Another picture. Oh wait, hold on, that's not just another picture. That is a high-quality, top-notch photograph right there. I like that. I can't go through this door. I'm going in. Activating turbos. Yes. Alright, we're good to go. Open up. Open up, damn it. What the fuck? There we go. Alright, well, I'm happy now. Because I saw a picture of a girl showing her titties. Showing her titties. Oh, who the fuck is that? Is that the dude that was dragging me along the hallway earlier? Are these arms hanging from the ceiling? Okie dokie. I guess that chair was trying to achieve flight. Here, you can have it back. It didn't accomplish its mission. What do you think about this situation, girl on my phone? What's your opinion on this matter? If you ask me, I think it's rather depressing. The arms are clearly reaching out for the chairs they once loved, knowing full well they can no longer utilize them properly, because they have no asses, because they're arms. Where the fuck does this guy think he's going? Oh, he disappeared into the darkness, huh? That's a simple magic trick. I wish he didn't do that though. I mean, I was just gonna tell him, dumb ass shitville is the other direction. Where are we now? What is this? Another long-ass hallway, alright. Any open doors here? A lot of screaming, but all doors are closed, it seems. It's good to see you again. Let me get by you here real quick. Alright, well, I appreciate that. I wouldn't really call her much of a people person, but I'm not giving up on her. Because even the spikiest cactus can hold the sweetest milk. I know deep down, she's probably a very friendly woman. But I'm not going to interact with her in the slightest. I'm just going to run right by her. I'm too fast for you. Alright, this Left 4 Dead witch is being a real asshole right now. I don't think it's possible to elude her. I think I just have to avoid her, perhaps. I don't know. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Put my nipples on some really cold ice. Oh, she's coming towards me. What am I supposed to do then? I can't dodge her. Oh, well. I guess she's not very determined. Because, she gave up pretty damn quickly. She needs some better resolve, I would say. Someone did a lousy job painting this wall. Oh, it's papers! Oh, shit, well, that's better. I guess there's nobody at the front desk. I'll have to leave a message. Salutations once again, my friend. Alright. Good conversation. What is this thing under the mist? Looks like a slim fencer. Oh, what the fuck is this shit? It's an ambush. That is one patient person. I've got it this time. This is the one right here. This is the one. Jet Li's the one. Is the name of a Jet Li movie. Oh, fuck. That was close. Got a little too close. Got a little too close there. Didn't take any damage, though, so it's not a problem. There we go. There we go. Alright. Oh, shit. Fuck. Alright, it's fine. I got plenty plenty of health. Well, if you wanted to look into the asshole of a bull, you wouldn't find any shit there. Because all the bullshit's right here. There's no way I was too close to that medieval knight. I was at least a football field away. Damn it, damn it. Alright, he didn't hit me, that's good. I don't understand why he keeps turning around though. That's as far away from him as I can possibly be. Just doesn't make any sense. Let's try going behind this one though. This guy did some damage. Oh, son of a bitch! Alright, there's no avoiding that guy. Alright, you know, fuck it. Just running right through it. Threading the needle. Go. Yes. Yes. Is there any more? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I got it. The chair is here to confirm it. The referee has reviewed the play. It's a touchdown. This is a weird picture. That's a very disturbing portrait of Barnacle Boy. An arm in the box. That's like one of those, oh fuck. Light, there we go. It's like one of... Why the fuck does he keep looking at the phone? I'm trying to get the light. There we go. It's like one of those Halloween candy bowls that when you try to take a piece, the arm comes down. So I guess if you try and take the package, oh, there goes the door. Alright. What's this? Oh, hey there again. Alright, good to see you. Is this some whey protein or something? Let's take it. Oh, phone, fuck. I don't know how to use this phone. I can't make it be a light when I want it to. I can't look at the phone when I want to. I don't know the controls. And I think that stems from the fact that I just don't know this language, so I can't really read the control instructions. Here's this fucker again. Walking like an astronaut. I might be able to catch him. Oh, no, well, he disappeared. It's hard to catch somebody that can disappear. What the fuck does it say? NATO, Aki? North Atlantic Treaty Organization, here? Aki means here in Spanish, so NATO, here. Well, I guess that makes sense. I'm going to assume I go down here. Let's rock and roll. Alright. Is that what I was supposed to do? Oh, looks like it. There we go. Alright, well, this is a good stopping point. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya. Yeah, I know this is something I don't typically talk about, but I'm going to blabber about it quite a bit today. I was recently talking about Saudi Arabia after their purchase of EA, going into detail about how they are gluttonously buying up basically everything thanks to their infinite money that they have at their disposal. They're basically playing life on admin mode. Like, they've entered this era where they just have so much money and now they're using it to buy everything. And I've talked about my own personal experience seeing that firsthand in the esports space. They fundamentally own esports. They've got the entire industry on nipple clamps right now thanks to the money they pump into it because it's an industry that is deprived of it and they are starving, malnourished when it comes to finances. And then Saudi Arabia has swooped in with that supple teat that they're allowing all the orgs to suckle from. Thus, they now basically have esports in a stranglehold, a fucking full Nelson, really. And this is extending to basically everything in the entertainment and tech sector. And most recently, I'm sure a lot of you saw, there was a Saudi Arabian royal family-backed Riyadh comedy festival where basically every comedian with a pulse got paid a bag to go perform in Riyadh. And pretty much all of them did it with a big old smile on their face, and now that they've finished it, they're doing their best mental gymnastics to justify why it's actually not a big thing and they're not hypocrites for doing it. For those that don't know, Saudi Arabia has a multitude of human rights violations. One of the biggest ones that make the comedians in particular look like hypocrites is their complete disregard for freedom of speech. Like, that doesn't exist there. They execute people for some of the things they say. There are so many notable examples of it. And Dave Chappelle, in particular, has just released a little statement that I think is so laughably delusional that I cannot help but shoot spitballs at it, which is so painful because growing up, Dave Chappelle was such a big part of my childhood, as I'm sure many others. But this is just not the same guy. He has been replaced by a fucking skinwalker. He unironically said that it's easier to talk in Saudi Arabia than it is in America. If that isn't the dumbest fucking thing I've heard of since Hawk Tuacoin. Dave,
To even perform there, you signed a contract that expressly forbid you from talking about or joking about things that may be considered to degrade, defame, or bring into public disrepute, contempt, scandal, embarrassment, or ridicule Saudi Arabia, its ruling government, royal family, or any religion or any religious figure, period. This comes from a comedian that was offered to perform, but said no, which is apparently very rare because not many comedians had the wherewithal to say no. They didn't have the strength. So this contract was leaked, revealed to everybody from a comedian named Atsuka Okatsuka. Hopefully I said that name correctly. She got the invitation, the contract to go, and declined. She refused, and then revealed all of the stipulations that were put in the contract in the first place to ensure people were gagged on the things they were allowed to joke and talk about there. So all the comedians preaching about like how free they felt to speak, they literally signed a piece of paper binding them to ensure they wouldn't talk about a lot of things. So these are things that you are literally not allowed to talk about, Dave. You muzzled yourself just to even attend, to even accept that bag of money. It came with the stipulation that you would not talk about these things. It was fucking forbidden, Dave. Yeah, it's so easy to talk there as long as you agree to not talk about this laundry list of shit that they don't want you to talk about. And Dave, maybe you didn't read the contract. In fact, I'm confident you didn't. So what if you did end up talking about things they didn't want you to talk about? What would have happened? Would you have ended up like one of the many people who were sentenced to death for criticizing the government or making like, you know, what they deem to be destabilizing remarks? Because that's something that Saudi Arabia still does pretty often. Like even in 2025, there's been a lot of executions, and one of them was a journalist who had made posts talking about corruption in the Saudi Arabian regime. His name was Turki Al-Jassar, and he recently was put to death on June 14th after being accused of terrorist crimes, including destabilizing the security of society and stability of the state, which, you're not going to believe this, Dave, there was no evidence for those alleged crimes. But don't worry, his family did at least get to visit him before they took his life, but his family wasn't informed that they were going to kill him. That was just a little surprise they sprung up. They also haven't got his body, by the way, either. Weirdly enough, Dave, it seems like his crime was talking. I don't know, man. There's just so many things there that are just giving me this inkling of a suspicion that it's not exactly as easy to talk there as you like to claim that it is, man. I don't know. There's just little birdies out there saying that it's not exactly super easy to talk in Saudi Arabia. You just happen to agree not to talk about the things that they didn't want you to. Brother, this is just so fucking see-through. Why don't you just be honest and say that the money they offered was too much to turn down? At least that's honest. At the very least, you're being honest. Like, Bill Burr's trying the same fucking mental gymnastics too, as opposed to just admitting, yep, I took the money, I know it makes me a hypocrite, don't care, it was a lot of money to perform for like a day or two or whatever. Like, you might as well just be honest. You've already fucking done it. There's really nothing you can say to be like, actually, this place fucking rocks. This is like all about, you know, we get to joke about what we want and have a good hoot and holler. Because that's just so blatantly wrong. It is so provably false. There are so many things you can pull from to show all of the ways in which that is just not the case. Like, come on. People have the internet at their fingertips. They can easily just Google Saudi Arabia, like, speech laws or something. And you will find instantly, by the way, Turki Al-Jassar, who was just executed, he has been incarcerated for 7 years because of his crime of talking about things they didn't want discussed. And he was even allegedly tortured before they just recently executed him. Like, people can easily find this information, and yes, it does make you hypocrites. Because Dave Chappelle is someone that's, in this statement here, talking about how hard it is to make jokes in America because you might get canceled. And sure, fair enough, that is something that has been going on in America for a while now, and it super sucks. Unfortunately, it's only becoming more and more common now, too. It's fucking terrible. But, in Saudi Arabia, you don't just get canceled, you get canned. You get sent to meet your maker if you talk about things that they don't want discussed. Here, the worst thing that's gonna happen to Dave fucking Chappelle if he gets, like, canceled is he'll lose, like, a show. But then he'll make up for it with a $50 million Netflix special and 100,000 new fans because people usually will support someone that gets, like, a show taken away because they said a joke that was too raunchy or something. Whereas the worst thing that'll happen to Dave Chappelle in Saudi Arabia if he did decide to go rogue off book and start criticizing like the royal family and talking about corruption and shit, they might have fucking imprisoned him and maybe down the line killed him. Because they have a track record of doing that. Maybe not someone to Dave Chappelle's size. They probably wouldn't do that because they know that would be such an international incident. But to just paint the picture, that is something they do there and actively continue to do, showing no signs of stopping. And yet Dave has the chutzpah to try and claim that it's easier to talk there than here. Fucking crazy, man. I almost feel like part of the contract had to be like brainwashing of these comedians too, like literally just forcing them to spit shit out for them, just vomit like tourism brochures. Because Bill Burr, after coming back, is like, oh my god, this was life-changing, calling it a top 3 experience he's had. It was a great experience, that part of the world, and to be part of the first comedy festival over there in Saudi Arabia. The Royals loved the show. You don't say. They loved it? Damn, Bill, that's crazy that they happened to love it. Everyone was happy. The people that were doing the festival were thrilled. Great news, man. I'm super happy to hear that it went really well for the Saudi Arabian Royals there. I was worried. I was a little nervous that the sets might kind of not go over really well there, but I'm happy to hear it was a home run with the Royals. God, Bill Burr's defense of it is almost as fucking stupid as Dave Chappelle's. You think everyone's going to be screaming death to America and they're going to have like fucking machetes and want to chop my head off, because this is what I've been fed about that part of the world. Who are you even talking to, like addressing with this? A ghost? Like what? Who is actually expecting you to go over there and be met with machetes and people screaming death to America? They paid you unfathomable money to be there for a day, Bill. They're probably not going to be trying to chop your head off screaming death to America. You are there as a helpful, useful puppet on their strings that they are feeding money to dance because it is supposed to help them with tourism. This is put on by their fucking like tourism arm here. And also to help obfuscate a lot of the bad stuff going on over there. Of course they're not going to make you have a horrible time, Bill, by waving machetes around. What are you talking about? What a crazy unhinged statement. So Bill, before getting there, thought he was going to be met with machetes and people screaming death to America? Really? That was the impression you were under? Also, the way he talks about Saudi Arabia, like what he describes, I think is just like extremely fucking weird. Is that a Starbucks next to a Pizza Hut, next to a Burger King, next to a McDonald's? They got a fucking Chili's over here. I had to stop a couple times during the show and say, I'll be honest with you guys, I cannot fucking believe any of you have any idea who I am. It was just this great exchange of energy. They know their reputation, so they were extra friendly. How is that anything beyond, like, a full-blown insult? Is Bill just a big fucking idiot or something? Like, how oblivious is he to the world around him? He's talking about Saudi Arabia like he's talking to children, like, I cannot believe you guys even know who I am over here. He expected them to not have, like, electricity or internet or something? Like, why wouldn't they know who you are, Bill? You're one of the biggest names in the world. Why would you think they wouldn't know who you were? He talks about this, like, it's just, I'm not taking crazy pills, right? Like, this is a super odd thing to say. He took this money, and as he's going over there, he thought he was going to be met with machetes and people coming for his skull saying, death to America. He gets there, and now he's, like, raising an eyebrow, shocked, saying things like, you guys have a fucking Chili's over here? What are the odds? Over here, in this part of the world, you have a Chili's? It's just so weird. Like, again, if Bill would just say, like, look, I'm a hypocrite. I took the money. I couldn't resist. I put my hand in the cookie jar. I was too tempted. It is what it is. At the very least, he'd be being honest. Like, there's more dignity in that than what he's trying here with these statements. It's fucking crazy. Now, I don't want to just insult all the comedians that went. That would be a 10-hour video because every comedian went, basically. There were a few that didn't, and I want to give flowers to one in particular, Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis has been on a meteoric rise for over a year now, where he's become one of the biggest names in comedy. And Shane Gillis, according to him, was offered a bag to perform at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. But he turned it down. He even did make a statement saying that he took a principled stand and declined the offer to perform at the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Now, he's not the only one that said no. I already mentioned Atsuko Akatsuka. She's the one that actually revealed the censorship rules in the contract that we talked about earlier. But it seems like the overwhelming majority of comedians that received the offer accepted it, seemingly without a second thought crossing their mind whatsoever. Even some of the comedians that claim to be very supportive of free speech, putting a huge emphasis on it as part of their materials and their sets about how important it is, like Jimmy Carr, well, they couldn't resist either. Fucking Jimmy Carr was a co-headliner for this. Really stuck to your guns on that one, eh, Jimbo? And he's far from the only one. If you look at the people that perform there, many of them you've probably seen frequently posting about how wrong it is that people will face like punishments and stuff because of like what they might post online or like jokes or whatever. But they're totally fine taking money from Saudi Arabia, a place that literally has executed people for their opinions and things that they say online. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? Until you realize that those comedians, they don't actually believe any of this shit, it seems. They're more than willing to fold on all of this as long as they get paid enough money. It was pretty uncommon to see people say no. And Shane Gillis is right now at like the height of popularity for comedians. And he, I have to imagine, got a crazy offer to go, but still said no. And I just find that to be amazing. I'm really happy to have learned that Shane Gillis wasn't there. But I was very disappointed to see many of those that were. All of the comedians that turned down the offer, I think, deserve like a very strong round of applause because they actually do practice what they preach when it comes to free speech and the importance of it. Meanwhile, all the comedians that love to yap about principles and all that for their sets and then still went to Riyadh Comedy Festival, seems pretty clear that it's all a bunch of fucking horseradish from them. To me, at least, it seems pretty clear that they're just fucking sellouts that don't actually believe in the things they pump their fist about and joke about on stage or anything. It's all just phony baloney performative, and as long as you give them enough money, it's not like a principle they're gonna stand by. They'll just go take the money instead. Oh, something else I really want to mention, and I know I've already been blabbering about this for a while. Tim Dillon is another comedian who initially accepted the offer, and then on his own show was poking fun at it in saying like they use slavery over there and that he's willing to turn the other cheek because the money was so much, that kind of thing. And they fired him for it. So the implication is when you accept the deal from Saudi Arabia, you then also have to censor yourself in America too and just constantly promote Saudi Arabia and the regime. So even on your own show in America, you were still needing to be a full-blown Saudi Arabian shill. So everyone that went is just so fake, such hypocrites, and they are now just fully shills for Saudi Arabia. They're just so fucking fake, man. It's crazy. I'll stop blabbering about it. I know it's been a little bit already, but it's so sad. It's pathetic. It really is. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. See, like, look at this shit. Neighbors say mom's Christmas lights are too bright. Like, these stories are incredible. This is the real news.
Katie Rayner and her kids.
This really is just like straight fucking boomer news.
Council that the lights are too bright.
In another news, we found 2 cats in a tree that were safely escorted down.
If at any point our lights become a nuisance, please
I bet she regretted that.
knock on our door. Katie letterbox
I guarantee that shit poured in faster than a Reddit hot take comment thread.
Plenty of feed. So much grief. They just hope it doesn't escalate this Christmas.
What a sad life. Oh, all that Christmas spirit next door is making me real mad. Damn, I can't beat my wife in privacy anymore with silence? Come on. I'm writing a letter. God, that looks so cool. Who the fuck is gonna complain about that? Are you kidding me? Around my entire fucking city, the most lights you'll find is one strand hung up from a tree by accident because someone got into a fight. And in an attempt to strangle someone with the lights, they lost control and threw it in a tree. I'd love to see shit like that. Are you kidding me? What else we got? I can't stop now. I'm so invested. Does vegan Vegemite really taste different? Well, I gotta know. I mean,
like Coca-Cola
with a title like that, I gotta know.
11 herbs and... What are you having for breakfast?
Vegemite on toast.
Said no kid ever. Isn't Vegemite just like caterpillar shit?
It's a
How do you make Vegemite?
Please explain.
After 96 years,
well, you
Vegemite
raided
has
a
progressed with the
barnyard
times.
and looked for the
salty
droppings.
Spread, now officially
And voila,
certified as
Vegemite.
So there's a logo on the back of pack, which again certifies the
as
product
vegan.
Vegan friendly.
Just that
So
word
we
makes
took it to
things
the streets
taste worse,
to
though.
ask
You
the
have to realize
devotees,
that.
the true lovers of Vegemite,
There's more to
what
flavor
they
than just the actual
thought.
taste. There's smell, which is a big component,
And then vegan,
Or a slider.
which is another big component. If it's there, it's going to be tasting worse.
Get your own personalised jar.
Oh, okay.
And here it is.
What?
The newest addition to the range. Mini
You bet your ass I'm importing a Charlie Vegemite for myself to enjoy.
Oh, I love it. I don't know if
Get myself a goddamn Vegemite enema.
USA and
I like how they turned this story into an ad.
What do you think of it?
Flawless.
It's very unique.
This is fucking awesome. Just so many trivial stories. I feel like I'm gathered around at like Thanksgiving and my family's just complaining to me about like these local stories. It's something just so wholesome about these things. God damn. Fucking love this. Country locals fed up with city slicker business owners' behavior. I'm in it.
How does a humble rural car washing business alienate a community? The two city boys who had a tree change and opened the business are now embroiled in the mother of all personality clashes with
Damn you, evil car wash
They're not too keen
executives.
on us either.
Damn you straight to hell.
Come on, Dave, no need to run. They're just...
Christ, it's a high-speed chase.
The word I can use for them is just rude assholes.
Wearing a golden watch and a trench coat.
Fuck.
Super villain.
Yeah,
it's throw it.
Oh god.
Have you done anything?
You fucking lasagnaed the car wash?
Disgusting.
Those doors can never open again.
Quite well.
Turns out Walter White owns this car wash.
Do you have in the Akubra?
What
the
a
son of the late
name.
Bentley's chairman, Dick Dusseldorf. And it's
Dusseldorf.
fair to say the boys
That's
venture
Harry
into
Potter
the car
shit.
wash game.
David, would you,
Man,
would you
when
like to
current
have a
affair
chat?
comes around, the villains scurry away.
Gents.
Like fucking
With
Scooby-Doo
no
and the
sign of
Mystery
Walter
Gang
and
coming
David
in.
emerging from the
God
back
damn.
office,
Angry.
we spotted David in the street.
David.
Jesus, current
I've only
affair
got
is
a couple of
relentless.
questions, David.
We found David taking a
He was
shit
keen to
behind a
take
bush
scenic route home.
and charged
Seems
him.
you're a terribly charity.
David wasn't keen on a
God, they
powwow
found him
about the
again.
beaches.
We broke into David's house to get an answer.
Are you
None, aside from the trip to Bali.
Coke, meth.
I drank a beer.
You did have a beer.
Damn. That kid has a
Where'd you
baby
have that?
tooth coming
At
in
the
and he's
beach.
pounding
At the beach.
shots
Did
with some
someone
Bali
in Bali-
hookers. Fuck yeah.
Actually, different rules over there, don't they?
Yeah.
Why is
Next day, he's
even the
come
interviewer
back
was
to his
licking his
room
lips?
for a rest.
I might have to
Before
plan a
hitting the
trip to
beach.
Bali.
Restaurant saying,
You wanna come?
well,
Standoff between. Oh, I love this shit. They're just such small, trivial cases. Fuck. This is the kind of shit I love. Alright, let me see the standoff.
First,
How long has she been?
God, she's
2.5
scary
years.
looking.
It's a
The
long time.
embodiment of
A
meth.
long, long time.
Had moved in with her kids.
And she was
Are her eyes that big, or is there something wrong with the photograph? That was like looking at a Sasquatch photo. What the fuck was that?
And that was that.
Looked out of a fucking Alita Battle Angel.
Julie claims that
Squatching, so you can't do anything about it.
And unfortunately,
There's
she's
dozens of
right.
messages from you in there asking her for.
Once squatting rights kick into effect, the only thing you can do is pray that Jesus strikes it with lightning or something, because you're fucked.
throughout this entire period,
Squatters' rights are
Julie
like
has
all
continued to
encompassing.
pay off her mortgage
They could
and
commit
pay the
murders
bills
in
for
that
her
house, and if they're a squatter, the police can't go in.
In the meantime,
From a current affair, we just wanted to have.
Come out with your hands in the air, and the meth on the ground, please.
So what? You're a little lying. You're a liar. What? You think you're in here? Julie, you're a liar. As far as she's concerned,
I can hear the bath salts now.
got the rights, and she's there.
This is more serious than I thought. We'll
it's
need an
her place.
exorcist.
She tells me to get her
to deliver
God, look at
another
that shit.
termination notice for rent arrears to Teresa this
It looks
week,
like the fucking
and will
boogeyman,
return
La
to the
Llorona or
tribunal to
something.
try to get her out.
I feel like a lot of people didn't even know, but a new Star Wars movie just came out today. First one to hit the big screen in, I think it's 7 years since the last one. I can't fully recall, but it's been a while. And it's Mandalorian and Grogu. Feel like there wasn't a ton of hype around it. I haven't seen a whole lot of buzz or a lot of people, biting at their nails, scratching at their neck, waiting to get their fix of Star Wars in the cinema, which if you had told me even just a decade ago that would ever be the case, I'd call you crazy, spit in your mouth, and then slap your bottom and tell you, you filthy animal, get out of here, you're crazy. But here we are. A lot of people are really tuned out of Star Wars, myself included. The Mandalorian, I never even finished season 3. I just slowly lost interest in it and never finished the series. Andor, I can't stop glazing. I'm constantly just fucking gobbling the goodness that Andor has served up and preaching the gospel. But Star Wars just hasn't had a whole lot of oomph to it in a while. So I guess Mandalorian and Grogu has just been one of those things where people just didn't even really keep tabs on it. I guess we'll see how it performs in the box office, though. Anyway, I just saw it, and it's all right. I didn't dislike it as much as a lot of other people seem to. It is truly a simple adventure that you can't think hard about, because if you do, a lot of it falls apart. And really the biggest thing about it is, it doesn't feel like I watched the movie. It feels like I watched maybe 4 episodes of a Mandalorian season that were squashed together without being broken up over the course of 4 weeks. Like, I just don't feel like this justified its existence as a movie. It feels like a tiny little arc that would have unfolded episodically. So, take for that what you will. Maybe that's exactly what you want, but for me, I would want, like, something that feels like a spectacle, something that feels like it justifies its existence in this medium, as opposed to just being part of the TV show. And maybe that was like a strategic decision because they knew there'd be a lot more like hype around it, as opposed to just being like part of season 4 of The Mandalorian or something. I don't really know, but it really does feel that way, where it's just a handful of episodes. Now, something I want to make a mention of, I saw this film in something called Screen X, which I'd never heard of in my life, but it was just the most convenient time for the film, and it happened to be Screen X. It was fucking expensive. Holy Toledo. Movie tickets are already pricey, but seeing it in Screen X, wow. And the experience was cool, I guess. So what it was you have like a big screen, normal big theater screen, but the walls outside of the theater screen, like around the auditorium, are also a screen too. So it's supposed to be more immersive. So what you're seeing on screen also expands out onto the sides, but in a way where it feels like in VR, right? Where like in VR, out of your peripheral vision, you can see more of the scene playing out in front of you. That's what it was like in Screen X, where like there was more happening on the sides. Nothing important, obviously. All of that's still on the main screen. But like you could see, you know, more of the landscape, more of like the characters idly on the side, like doing stuff or working. It was interesting. Would I ever pay that much again to go see something in Screen X? Probably not. But I do think it was a pretty, I don't know, fun novelty, I suppose. It did help elevate a couple of things. Anyway, though, let's dive into a bit of this spaghetti and meatballs here. There's going to be spoilers. Spoiler warning. The Mandalorian and Grogu follows an adventure where Mandalorian is just a fucking one-man army, and he's taken scalp, and he's working with the good guys now. Sigourney Weaver's in here, but I don't even know if she knew she was in the movie. It really feels like she didn't try at all, especially at the end where she's like the hero saving the day. She delivers her lines like she's falling asleep and is actually annoyed to even be a part of the production. I don't know why they wouldn't just ask her to like maybe put a little more gusto in there, but it seemed like she didn't want to be there at all. Everyone else seemed to be having a good time and like trying, but for some reason she seemed miserable. I just wanted to make a mention of that. But anyway, Mando's now working with the good guys, of course. Him and Grogu are a tag team. They also have their pilot, their right-hand man, and they go out there and beat the bad guys. They're shooting and shitting, and, you know, it's fun, actually. I like the action. There's a lot of action here, and it's good. They get a new mission. They got a new target. They've got something that they have to do with the twins, the Hutts. They are big crime syndicate. They contact the good guys, and in exchange for some information on a big ex-Imperial figure, they agree to have Mando temporarily like work with them, the Hutts, to get Rada the Hutt, their nephew, the twins' nephew. So that leads us to the meat and potatoes of this, where he goes to this new world and finds Rada the Hutt, and he's yoked. This guy's fucking juiced to the gills, and he's fighting in the pits, and Mando has to try and rescue him, but he doesn't want to be rescued. Turns out he doesn't want to be anything like his father. The fact that he reminds you of like fucking 4 times throughout the film, he's like, I don't want to be like Dad. I know I'm the son of Jabba the Hutt, but I hate that.
and I hate him, then I'm not like him. I like when they cheer for me. Did you know they cheer for me? I like when they cheer for me. I like when they cheer for me, Mando. So no, I don't need rescuing. Ultimately, he needs rescuing. He is under contract with the target that the Hutts were going to tell the good guys about, but Mando ends up getting that information anyway. So then he gets the target, brings him back, and this ends up with like the Hutts believing they've been betrayed by him. So then they hunt down Mando, getting a bounty hunter on his ass who outplays him, fucking checkmates him, separates him from Grogu, also captures Rada the Hutt. He is being tortured. And I'm sure I don't need to recap everything that happens. You could probably piece together the breadcrumbs here on where it goes. There's no big surprises here or anything. Now, the thing is, when you start like actually thinking about what's unfolding, it's pretty fucking nonsensical. Also, Mando gets knocked out, like he goes unconscious, I think 5 times. Unironically, I think it's 5 times. Once with gas, when he was trying to save Rada, and Rada's like, I don't want to be saved, you're not listening. So then gas comes out, knocks him out. Once when he gets electrocuted by the bounty hunter the first time outside of his house after he has Grogu, as well as like some like Babu Fink characters. I don't know what those aliens are called, but they're like basically this movie's equivalent to the fucking Minions. They just have like high pitched voices going like, we gotta go this way, then we go that way, that kind of stuff. So he got knocked out there when the bounty hunter got him there. He then woke up on the ship to have a couple of words with the bounty hunter, got knocked out again, and then he got knocked out one more time after being poisoned by the creature under the Hutt's lair when they captured him. But I also think there was one more that I'm forgetting. So he spends a good chunk of this movie unconscious, which is, you know, makes me question, is he really the most like elite bounty hunter there is? You know what I mean? He keeps falling for it over and over again. It's like they keep getting him with the pull my finger gag. Also, I just looked it up. Babu Frick. They're Anzelins or something like that. Sorry I butchered the name, but it's hard to remember every new glup shitto that's been hitting the Disney Star Wars circuit. But yeah, they get into the mega mix here because he was, you know, consulting them, commissioning them to fix a ship. Anyway, not important. Point is, when you start like actually looking at the scenes and thinking about them, it completely falls apart. For example, Grogu has the Force. And there are so many times where him using the Force would have been unbelievably helpful. But he just doesn't. He uses it to like get some food sometimes. And then at the end of the movie, he gets it to like pick up Rada at a very important moment. So that was a good time to use the Force. But you also then have to ask yourself, well, why didn't he do that numerous other times when it really would have fucking put the kibosh on some problems they were experiencing? Another thing, the twins, the Hutts, they're fucking idiots. And they're not like meant to be idiots. They're supposed to be like scary, intimidating bad guys. But like when they have the Mandalorian, when they have Mando captured, they drop him into this pit with like a bunch of Aqua Soldier aliens. One thing I will be giving a big compliment to though is the amount of aliens you see. I think that's really hype. I always like seeing Star Wars when it's just throwing a bunch of cool new aliens at you, or like bringing aliens from way back in the day into the fold again. I think that's cool. It reminds you that it's more than just the same shit we've seen a million times. I like that. So that's actually a compliment I give it. Like these alien swimming guys that have spears, that was cool. Like they're space Atlanteans or whatever. Mando starts disposing of them. Then there's a giant dragon that pops out, this huge Leviathan sea snake. And for some reason, the Hutts let Mando keep all of his armor on. Basically impervious armor. They let him keep that for some reason. I don't know why they're letting him stay with his full fucking loadout. They take his helmet off, which is, of course, a big no-no. That's a disgrace to Mandalorians. And then when he's dropped in the pit, he doesn't have his helmet. But then they give him his helmet. They just say, here's your reward because you entertained us. You made us go haha. So they drop his helmet in there, which obviously gives him the edge. It helps get him back on his feet and be able to fight this monster. Why did they do that? They even made a point of saying how priceless that helmet is on the black market, and presumably his armor too. Why let him keep that? Why keep doing that? And it's not like they're honorable or something. Like that's never been something expressed. Like it just made no sense. The reason is because this is the Mandalorian. He's got to have his armor. He's got to have his helmet. So they just lazily have them do that inexplicably. And then Grogu and the Anzellans, they somehow were able to find Mando at the twins' lair. Convenient that they found him there, and then they blew up the pipe there, so that way Mando could escape. But he did get hit by the Leviathan, which poisoned him, which was killing him. And then he passes out, and Grogu then goes on his own solo adventure, where now he has to fend for himself without Mando being there, which was kind of cool to see. And another thing I really like is the puppetry. I like that it's not just CGI. I said that from the very beginning with Baby Yoda. I think that's very cool. And they do have that as well with the mechanics, the Anzellans that travel with them and became a pretty important piece of this film. They look cool. Now, when Grogu's doing his own thing, he closes up Mando's wound with the Force, which I didn't finish season 3. I don't know when Grogu got Force healing. Maybe it was in seasons 1 and 2 and I forgot at some point. I really don't know, but it doesn't instantly save him. It doesn't just revive him, give him the fucking chug jug or anything, which is good. But how he does revive him is in this desolate area, devoid of life, he happens across an alien catfish guy who's fishing, and so Grogu starts stealing his fish, and then the catfish guy decides to, for some reason, put his ass on the line protecting the little guy. So the bounty hunter ends up at this guy's house asking about the Mandalorian and exposition dropping, just fucking lore dumping everything about what's been going on. So now this catfish alien has the whole scoop, and he's like, so he got bit by that Leviathan dragon snake thing, yeah? That's poison, he's probably going to die from it, but here, I'm going to whip him up the antidote real quick. Now, you give him this, it might be too late, but we got to try, right? So this guy, in the middle of nowhere, just happens to also have the antidote and all of the supplies needed to make it on hand, gives it to Grogu. Again, a creature he has no knowledge of at all, no reason to help or anything, and then he goes and gives it to Mando, which saves him. There's plenty of things like that, where it's just so extraordinarily convenient and nonsensical how we're going from point A to point B, which I can suspend disbelief on, because this really feels like a film that was just meant to be fun and nothing else. And I think if that's the goal, it did succeed. I was entertained, but there's nothing about this film that convinced me it's more than just a few episodes stitched together. I don't know. I didn't hate it. It was fine if you're willing to just go in there and not think and just have some fun watching Mando and Grogu and a couple of pals beat up some aliens, beat up some bad guys, shoot some guys, and that's really it. But I imagine a lot of people, especially with the current state of Star Wars, were probably hoping for something with a bit more substance, because it has fallen out of the cultural impact. Again, this is a new Star Wars film that I think a lot of people didn't even know was on the horizon. So I don't think Mando and Grogu is the one to really bust it wide open again, Star Wars is back, baby, or anything like that. That to me was Andor. Andor, I think, is the best Star Wars thing we've gotten in a long, 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 long time. It is an incredible show. This is just fine if you've got a couple hours, you don't mind sitting there and watching some action and eating popcorn and going into a bit of autopilot mode for it. That's really about it. See ya.